Hands concealing what deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust.
Hey Dalos, कैसे हो Dalos? What is up? How is everybody doing? Welcome back to another live stream. थोड़ा सा थंबनेल में लेफ्ट राइट हो गया था, लेकिन ठीक हो गया है। आज कौन जीतेगा? सिंपल बात है, DRX जीतेगा। फिर भी हम क्यों देख रहे हैं? क्योंकि हमको देखना है कि कैसे जीतेगा DRX। थोड़ा इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग ये भी अपर ब्रैकेट है। लेट मी चेक। यस, जो जीतेगा मास्टर्स, जो हारेगा नीचे चटकेंगे। ठीक है। केसी नहीं, एक्सक्यूज मी। नमस्कार, हेलो, लुकिंग क्यूट, लव यू। फ्रेश लग रहे हो। सोया नहीं, इंसान तो फ्रेश ही लगेगा ना। सो के उठेगा तो नींद में रहेगा। नींद मिला 12 बजे सोया मैं बीच 11 बजे या 11:10 को मैं मेंबर्स ओनली पे मैसेज किया गुड नाइट। 1 घंटे बाद सोया मैं। एलके स्ट्रीमर।
Welcome to VCT Pacific 2025. T1.
The battle for the first slot to Masters Bangkok is about to begin. T1 versus DRX. It's time for the all-stars of Korean Valorant T1 to show us that they assembled for the international stage. But if there's any team that's likely to steal that spot away from them, it's DRX. A team that has looked immaculate this kickoff with Mako at the helm. Can this new era of DRX take down the super team that everyone declared as the team to beat?
This is a huge matchup for both these teams.
Both teams have had their up and downs. You know, we spoke about T1. Are they this super team? Getting to Bangkok is a certain way there to prove it.
Yeah, DRX though, they're on the cutting edge of the meta. One game away from Bangkok. They have been the more convincing team. T1 has almost been knocked into the lower bracket more times than I can count in this tournament, scraping their way across the line in multiple series. But DRX has shown some very convincing series wins themselves, so you're feeling a lot of confidence for this team going into this matchup.
It's also funny to note that DRX have only played Korean teams this whole kickoff, and T1 has only played Southeast Asian teams. So they finally get to face off against the Korean team. They'll probably feel right at home, right?
Yeah, I think the Korean teams like playing against each other because they all have a kind of similar flair, a similar style, because all the coaching staff seems to like, they all know each other.
They have history.
Everybody goes so deep back in Korean Valorant, so both these teams will understand what their opponents will want to bring to this game quite well. So I think both will be quite happy heading into this matchup.
Yeah, for sure, but I think T1, I mean, the glaring thing is obviously the roster change right before this matchup. That changed things up in terms of roles. You look at someone like Carpe, he's played mostly in it. Sylvan was on the controller, so I'm wondering where they're going to slot him in. Exactly, he has played a little bit of Brim in the past, but especially looking at this map pool, guys, like Lotus, Haven, these are not Brim maps. Fracture could be a Brim map, but he's going to have to show a little bit of diversity in his
Lotus Haven
Fracture,
hopefully 2-0 ताकि मेरे को Fracture ना देखना पड़े.
He has to be able to get to Fracture to play the Brimstone, which is the only smokes he's seen. I mean, will we see Izu flex across to that smoke? I mean, I'd like to think that this T1 roster is flexible enough where they can fit Carpe in and make it work, but I really hope there's an extra wrinkle to this, to Carpe being brought in. I want to see something different coming out from T1 today.
Let's also note that Carpe was very, very active. Even as, you know, say the 6th man, he was by the side on
Pacific
all
का
those
production
timeouts, he was
OP
very, very vocal. He
no
is
delay, no
very
tech
much
calls.
an active part of the roster. Perhaps it's not that big of a change.
Oh,
as we're seeing the agent comp come out, though, we're seeing that Insta-lock Teho coming out for freeing.
But what is that from T1? I mean, I'll break the DRX comp down. The big change being flashback off the Viper onto that Vice, and he was having a tough time holding down the seaside on defense, so that's going to help him out a lot.
I mean, this T1 comp though, we don't see ISO on this map a lot.
Bro.
So what does ISO bring? So his shield should, in theory, let him fight around A a little bit more freely, in the same way you pair up his vulnerable with the nade. So I'm looking at an A control angle here. I also think it's nice when you're retaking, you use the paranoia to cover one lane, the vulnerable from the ISO to cover another lane. So it should be strong retakes, but this is very interesting. We're seeing solo initiator, Sova, so the actual, you have a lot of information, but not a lot of power to kind of burst into these places. So I think Meteor has to do big things.
I think it's going to be hard for them to take lanes at the end of the day. It's going to be a lot of dry dueling with the double duelists.
Well, look at that nervous smile from Buzz, and Stacks looking just a tad bit nervous. Is that what I see? Well, we're going to toss it to our casters to find out. We'll go into Lotus with Paperthin and Achilles.
Unbelievable.
Thank you very much. Here we are once again, one of these two teams, these two Korean squads, are going to be punching their ticket over to Masters Bangkok as well as into the grand finals here at Kickoff. The other will have to go down to the lowers, but big changes abound. T1 pulling out something a little bit unanticipated, to say the least.
This is very unorthodox just in a lot of different ways, right? Like changing to Carpe here last minute during a match that could potentially qualify you for a Masters. First of all, pretty crazy. And then you bring in the ISO here on Lotus as well. Now we have seen it, of course, from Meteor on Haven as well. But this is still not a map that typically you're going to see a lot of ISO on. So this is going to be very curious. And I thought the ISO was okay for T1 for Meteor. Obviously, he was winning a lot of those, ultimates and things like that. But besides that, I didn't see a tremendous amount of impact with that. So I'm pretty curious to see what this is going to look like, what T1 has cooked up here. I like what Big Tom was talking about with some of their ability to use the ISO utility to gain some space onto A, but in the same kind of respect, because DRX has Tejo, they also have a ton of ability to clear this A space with those salvos and other things. So I think this should be a pretty fair battle for this A main control.
And cage out, Cam going to be cleared on the corner. His swing, out back rubble. Hyunmin able to find one. Buzz going to be taken down. Paint shells flying. Izu up on top of the rock, however, is able to find two, but then does get killed from beyond the grave. Headshot out from Meteor, however. We'll go ahead, double up that double tap. Gets T1 into the site with a man advantage. Mako flashback classics in hand. Last two standing to try to turn the tides of this pistol. Swing into the back, and flashback will be able to shut one down. Swings out a little bit wider, knows that the player's up close, and somehow that last bullet manages to take down Stacks. Now it is all on Carpe. Called up onto the stage for the first time in a long time. Can he manage to clutch this out? Rides a rope up the top. Spike still here at drop. Smoke's coming through, just trying to not give flashback any inkling, any idea, and so far it is a success.
1v1.
This is a tough battle now against Mako, who's been so good for DRX in these moments.
Swing under the corner, and Mako will continue.
DRX.
In this one. Pistol round goes the way of DRX.
Yeah, this looks like it could be a pretty good start for Izu, getting up on top of the rocks, doing some damage, and then he gets taken down by the nades. Hyunmin here just completely catches Buzz off guard. They're so tunneled in on what's going around that they're just not ready for that player there. And even with the shield up for Meteor, he still loses that battle to Flashback, who has really started to pick things up as well for DRX. A little bit of a slow start to the season, but he is right back in that groove we saw last year, where he was such a dynamic player for them, such an integral part of DRX's success in 2024. A little bit of attempt to clear the dart, but can't quite get it through the wall. Not that it matters too much there.
Until they wanted the double face back out here, peek on a mount, but so they have to just go ahead and concede this space. Does allow T1 to scale up close to the site. Smoke just going to be cycled out as some spam sent through. Meteor will go ahead and get taken down a little bit to 61.
Yeah, they're just trying to figure out what the defenses of DRX will look like as best as they can. VCT is going to be a big question mark, of course. You know, with change up from DRX coming in their squad as well. A little bit of info here for freeing.
Decides not to go for the peak, has the salvos at the ready. Stacks just continuing to poke and prod over at C here. And rejoin with the rest of the squad. Salvo's going to be sent through, looking for the stun, freeing, eating a, oh, I was going to say eating a bit of damage. Does fall down to 16, but finds a headshot as Meteor will fall on the side. Now the pivot call is made. They try to shift themselves over here towards C. Guardian, however, just get taken down. Mako with a peek up over the top, but it's not like the Buzz is on the backhand side. He falls down. Buzz scoops up the Guardian, finds himself a third in the round. Now it is all down to Hyunmin. Both players, a single shot will take them down.
Spike planted.
But can he isolate? Still has a paint shell. Going to the corner, finds the first. Paint shell clears bottom of water. Gunman having to try to assess and just barely misses the timing there. Swing onto the corner though. He will be able to find the headshot. Stacks ends up getting eliminated. DRX will move up to 0, but that is a hefty amount of damage dealt by T1.
Yeah, that's a brutal round for DRX, even though they come through with the win. And they do a pretty good job of kind of sending T1 to where they want them to go. They have the wall at B. They're able to isolate Meteor's ISO using the Vice wall right here. That's a nice setup, and then you know they're going to have to, as soon as they open that door to C, they have to rotate over there, and they are, but T1's just so ready for it. Buzz in particular, just kicking the door open, grabbing a gun, and making the best of it. And still, yes, they get the win. But they're fired up. I mean, Bane is going to be there, hyping them up for sure. Definitely didn't want to drop that many guns, so a couple sheriffs, a couple ghosts. Gonna back up that lone guardian that got carried over. He's still getting value.
What is that? Okay. Just take a straight shot through the cyber cage. Oh, Buzz is dead. Okay, cool. What a great start.
That's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. What a tap.
Still 4 to contend with, and obviously weapon is not going to be recoverable here. Drone trying to lead their way through tree. Gets a tag onto Bane. Izu ending up getting locked in. Looks like he did want to maybe tuck back through the doorway, so they have to go ahead and re-trigger it.
See, they're suspicious that somebody's hiding around the corner on stairs. Comes down. They're gonna sneak all of their players into tree, try to make a 4-man stack.
On destroyed Paranoia, dodged. Swing coming through. Oh my god, Gunman is so instantaneous with it. Meteor, no chance in hell. Gunman with 3, swaps over to the Vandal, goes to the push forward. Stacks has managed to shut him down, but now finds himself in a 1v3. Spammed out the pistols, whittling away at him as he falls down to 5, and Mako will be the one to put down his previous IGL. A thrifty for DRX to move up 3-0.
I guess the Guardian's all you need when Hyunmin's just tapping people with it. Forget it. I mean, you can see some of that combo here by T1 to clear some space, and they're all just corralled in the tree, and that's just a great opportunity there to throw out the salvos to make them have a difficult time kind of considering how they're going to break out of that space to try to clear and scale into the A site. Ready and waiting with open arms with that Guardian. Now it's going to be back down to a weaker buy for T1. Same kind of execute there.
The wall sent out this time to keep them further protected as they go on the cross towards Rebel.
Yeah, that's going to be the name of the game here. So let's see if DRX can maybe dial up some different ways to get around that wall, potentially. Right now, they're just kind of being forced to play back.
Made it the ready, swing onto the corner, Meteor able to find one. Bane going to be taken down, Showstopper. Set Buzz, dead in transit as he tries to go on the entry here to the side. Meteor pushing forward, poking and prodding over towards stairs, but he's not going to be greeted with anything quite just yet. Gets himself in deep, the double tap shield about to expire, making contact here alongside Mako, who will be able to collect the elimination. Push down, Gunman tucks back around the corner, still somehow managing to line that to get Carpe, but trade backs, looking good. Weapons going to be scooped up. Arrived to drop. Strikes right before the spike can be planted. Izu at 85, needing to clutch it, and he cannot. Mako with 3 gets DRX to 4.
Yeah, just a little bit off the ball. RT1, Meteor trying to do what he can to break open some space, and he's able to do a little bit of that. It's kind of nice, actually, that this Showstopper ends up hitting Buzz, since he's got that Guardian.
Bichara Buzz bhai.
Just so darn good in the back lines. Always Mr. Reliable. Continues to be so. Shutting down any hope. Nice little readjustment there. Clean stuff so far for DRX.
You have to think that after this round, should T1 not be able to find the win, timeout is going to have to be called. 3 ultimates already online.
Yes.
Nearly 5 there. As Salvo's just going to be dumped, but somehow... Okay, never mind. Carpe does end up falling. I was going to say, no one really getting tagged up too much, but then eventually he's just locked in. Meteor has not lost in these ults quite just yet. Looks like that win streak is going to continue. Finds the headshot, Bane. Eliminated. It's Buzz. Across, out from tree. Vulnerability now thrown here onto Gunman. The push forward, though, to Izu. Somehow not reading this corner. They knew he was there. He managed to double up. Buzz on the floor, and suddenly it's just Meteor and Stacks versus 3, pinged out, suppressed, trapped in tree. Tap of the door and flashback is swung around the backhand side. Meteor's just not ready for it. And clearly something will have to give. That timeout will have to be called, because right now DRX are just so far ahead at every twist and turn.
This is just very difficult right now. It looks like the coordination isn't quite there yet for DRX. Stack's gonna get cleaned out.
Clean
by
one tap hai. Yunmin mast maar raha hai be.
He's on one.
Yeah, he is actually
Bad
on one.
comps?
But
Yes, sir.
first of all, the start of the round here is a great adjustment by DRX to use some of that utility a little bit deeper. We've been seeing the salvos being saved for some of the
Tera wala
later
combo
parts
bhai.
of the round.
Easy hai be wo combo.
DRX, or excuse me, T1 is actually trying to get into the
Lotus
A side
lava
proper.
bhai,
This time
lad hi
around,
nahi
they send the
sakte na
salvos
ye
out early behind Rubble. Catches Carpe. I'm not sure if the C's caught him as well, and that might be why.
I think it had to have.
I think
Kya change
so,
karenge?
and that's why he ends up
Kuch
going
change
down.
nahi. A slow
So
kill ke
combos now, the deeper
split
utility
ya
placement from DRX, a
C
good
pressure
change up,
deke B
some of
speed
that
ऐसे
early
कुछ कर सकते हैं.
contingency abuse that T1 was showing us. And this
ये
is
बंदा
just
सोता
a
नहीं है BC,
really
BC
shaky
मत
start, and
बोलो.
this in particular with the comms not coming through for Ezo when he's walking around that corner is not good. Let's put it
बात क्या
that
ले
way.
भाई
That is
यूनियन लेके?
concerning. That's something that, you know, this T1 team looks like
ऐसे
they've
क्यों लिया
struggled
Lotus
with
पे?
this year, is some of
So
those
अभी.
coordinations, some of that coming. And
किसो ले सो आप?
you can't afford it right now.
Vice
Not against this DRX
Vice
team.
बोल रहा फेड बहुत बाप है यार.
Yeah, I mean,
रिवील
look, a
सेम
lot
है
of
सो
people,
जैसे
you know,
ड्रोन
have
के
been
जगह
putting
पे दो
DRX
प्राउलर
at the
मिलता है.
top here at Pacific,
प्लस
after
सीज
these
मिलता है.
opening matches that
प्लस
we've
उसका
seen from
अल्टी
them
पूरा
because they have
साइट
been
ले
looking
लेता
so
है.
powerful, but T1 was always kind of that question mark, like, okay, how are they going to be able to challenge them? Right now, DRX, they're looking to speedrun this map.
Yeah.
5-0
हम कह
start
रहे
on the
हैं याद
defending
है.
side as T1 get kicked back to another thrifty attempt. That is brutality.
Well, and I think it's,
Well,
you know, again, like the desk was talking about, like a lot of people have been saying that DRX's read on the meta is just so far ahead.
Thank
You know, these young
you.
players, these new players they're bringing in are playing really well. That's painful.
Buzz is a 10.
Yeah, that's not good.
I mean, here's the
पूरा
change up in
यूटिल
the call
बचा
from
है.
DRX
And
during
you have
the
a
timeout.
showstopper, and probably not going to be able to use it now.
Almost certainly not. Push up.
Oh,
Easy.
God be.
Pass on the draw. Put Flash back down. Love to scale forward and recover that weapon, but instead we'll just be able to push up, get that neural depth revealed. 2 on A, 1 B, 1 C. But how do you decide where to go? Mako on one side, freeing on the other.
ए
The
पे
other's a
स्मोक
double
भी नहीं
stack.
डाल
Gunman
सकता यार
has been
क्योंकि वुमन है
popping off. From
थोड़ा
3-1.
कैजुअल नेड हो गया.
For now, just going to be a tuck back. Vulnerability thrown around the corner, and that double tap shield not going to be too much. Buzz, however, does still manage to get value from the showstopper. Bane comes up with another Carpe dead. As Buzz at 10 HP tucks back around the other side. The spike, however, out in the open.
Well,
They know
well,
this.
well,
He is
well,
eliminated. Just Izu now
well, well.
has since recovered the weaponry. We can see Mako's
नहीं ये
position.
बंदा
He's right,
काहे
beautifully
लर्क
knows
कर रहा है
exactly
काहे
where
इन्फो
Izu
दे
is
रहा है
likely
ये
to be.
इतना.
The call there to just wait this out. I mean, Izu, barring a miracle, should be going down. This crossfire is nasty.
Com diff 100%.
I have retrieved the spike.
Well, he's just enough
tuck
time.
Back, and yep, footsteps are heard, and
100%
Mako
DRX
is
has
right
a
there
better
on the
call.
chase. Paranoia at the ready, just waiting. Cage thrown. This is just time delayed, time bought.
सी पे जा नहीं
Just be
सकते.
this backside plan here.
Yeah,
for
they're
Easy,
blind.
but there's the paranoia. There's the swing in. They will get the plant money. But nothing further. This defuse doesn't matter who gets it. Everyone's got ultimates. 6-0 start here for DRX.
What kind of pasta you got? Pink
Yeah,
pasta.
this is just
मैं पहले से
tough
white pasta खाता
situation
था.
for T1.
उसके बाद पिंकी
Even
ने
with
एक
the
बार
ultimate,
pink pasta
Izu gets all the
मंगाया.
info. They
वो
still
ज़्यादा
opt to
better
try
लगा.
to press in
White pasta और
towards the
arrabbiata.
two-player site.
ये खाता था मैं.
Maybe they just feel like if they rotate, it's going to give away
हाँ?
what they're doing anyway. But there's no real...
चटनी.
Looking like art.
ना?
Yeah, right?
मेरे आत्मा
Pain
को दिखा था
really
एक
nasty
bite
with
में.
the Odin there. But you're just not creating a lot
एक
of
बाइट में मेरा मतलब आंखें
confusion
वाके
right
सब
now
खुल गए.
against T1. It's just this A main, A main, A main.
I disagree. I think that they're creating plenty of confusion.
Well, with maybe the fans that are watching.
रेड का रेड बहुत
Metagame.
स्पाइसी यार मैं स्पाइसी नहीं खा सकता.
There's that
दो
season 8
दिन
combo,
स्पाइसी
but
करो
this
ठेचा
time
बीचा.
T1 is going to dodge it. But in general, you know, the game plan so far
Right
has
back.
looked pretty static for T1. And they're just kind of double dipping.
After we
Yeah,
are
they
done, can you get me
played a
fork?
little bit slower this time. They're going to use some of that utility to clear the space, but Gunman's just going to try to press up against it.
Just here comes the timing. Nightfall sent to just go ahead and shove them back. Doesn't get any grabs, but who knows they've zoned them, so they can just go ahead and leave Hyunmin on a little bit of an extended linger.
कैसे जाएंगे सी पे मेरे को
Well, the
देखने
rest
का.
of DRX
वॉल है,
is ready to push
अल्ट
into the
है,
site.
नेड
Annihilation,
है,
or Armageddon
स्टन
rather,
है,
already.
लो
And
गाफ
it's going
लग
to be
गई.
sent here, laying out the red carpet. Buzz does manage to get out in front of it. Just one flashback, going to be taken down, swing under the corner, freeing, just trying to duke it out with him, and now Buzz gone. Carpe TPing forward, but he's not ready for this position. Ends up getting cut down. Freeing behind the pillar, has to go for the reload. Swings back out. Target-rich environment, but has to play this to absolute perfection because now he's all on his lonesome. Meteor with 2 on the back end of the round will get T1 their first round victory.
And this is a lot in part just due to the fact that T1's working the map a little bit more this time. They're flirting around with A instead of just hard committing every time. They're maneuvering around the map a little bit, re-clearing space. You know, checking things and then kind of keeping DRX a little bit more off balance, not allowing them to just commit to these fallback plays towards the A site itself.
Badla.
That does give them a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of hope. But this is your attacker side.
Yeah.
On Lotus, and
you're running double duelist.
Yes. Concerning is mildly putting it.
Oh, Buzz. Good start.
जीत सकता है ऐसा जीत सकता है मतलब ऐसा मार ठीक है
to start rotating around over towards
बेस्ट पंप है लोटस के लिए मतलब
took any damage. Buzz be right down to 87, 23 shields. Gonna scoop up an orb for Meteor, give him the ult as well, so you can isolate one player, make this execute.
Next round में लोग चुपचाप सारे यूटिल्स यूज करने वाले हैं.
Double tap shield, however, is at the ready. Also do have that kill contract ultimate. Swing onto the corner, Meteor. Yep, shield broken, gets another one as he takes down Free. Looks like the gears are starting to churn a bit here for T1 as they look for back-to-back round wins.
This has been something that we've seen a lot from T1, where sometimes they look like they're completely lost.
इसलिए तो मेरे पे भी पुक मारते because I'm
what their opponent is doing. I mean, we've seen against Boom even. Now, against DRX, a little bit, you know, less room for error, I'd say, right? Like, yes, you're seeing a recovery here, but and yes, it's
GENG का लाक्या कहाँ है? वो यहाँ पे आलू लेने गए वहाँ पे आ रहे हो.
Signs, even though they're recovering, it helps when Buzz just gets 2
मेरा
kills
दोस्त है वो मेरे को
right
बता
off
के
the
जाता
rip
किधर करके.
outside of A main. Okay, but and I've liked what I've seen in the round before this. This round was just more of this kind of
DRX time out आएगा ना मेरे को नहीं लगता very unlikely.
But outside of that, definitely has been a little bit of a struggle. See if they can get it together. Well,
Marco saying hello to his former teammate.
चलो अभी हम लोग को क्या करना है ए पे यूटिल यूज करना है बस हो गया बस हो गया सारे यूटिल सेट में डालने का जरूरत नहीं है उसका नेड आ जाएगा तो रेस का नेड वेस्ट हो जाएगा चलो लड़ो
6-2 T1 you know I mean basically win out the remainder of these but you would feel like at least get to 5.
Yeah.
मीटर क्या एम मस्त है ना
it's definitely something where they're so on the back foot now.
लग गए.
Unbelievably good defense, good paranoia.
Oh, the haunt does get a reveal. Showstopper up over the top, just dumps it into the smoke. Comes away with 2, and now Meteor has to try to shut him down. He is still so damn snappy with it. Hasn't lost the kill contract yet, but
they dodged
there is still quite a bit to try to fight through. Pain going to be taken down. Izu opens things up, is freeing around the corner. Cannot get through Meteor's shield. Now suddenly, the round is absolutely turned on its head with Flashback being the last remaining player for DRX.
ये कौन बेस्ट है बे लोटस के लिए?
That smoke there. I think they were trying to hide away from the owl drone. Kind of got caught around the corner by Izu, was able to push there. Nobody was watching that angle. On to Flashback now.
Are they serious or why you eat too much bar cover? Do you know like ghar cover? Pinky can't cook. Why you eat? It's very bad for head. Pinky can't cook. And I love bar का food यार. मैं सच्ची में बार का फूड इसलिए खाता हूँ ताकि बाकी जितने भी रेस्टोरेंट है वहाँ के शेफ को थोड़ा जॉब रहे और वो लोग भी कमाएं इसलिए.
Starting to look like a very realistic recovery here for the side of
after working so much
plenty of money to their
I
name.
always I'm very moody और मेरे को पास्ता खाने का मन है मैं पास्ता खाऊंगा अभी लास्ट मोमेंट पे किसी को बोल तो नहीं सकता कि पास्ता बना समझ रहे हो बीवी है नौकर नहीं समझ रहे हो उसने बोला डोसा खाएगा मैं बोला नहीं कि मेरा मन पास्ता का है
such a solid looking start here.
Yeah,
ऐसा सीन है
get 2 for the showstopper. It's tremendous value. See,
yep.
That's what I was talking about. That smoke there kind of worked against him.
Leg exposed to Victorian crime, and Izu was able to go ahead and collect. So now a timeout call going to be forced here from the side of DRX.
Health के लिए इतना stream करना भी
yeah, and this is now starting to look a little bit scary for DRX. I think it's just T1's just firepower is just coming online, and they're making slightly better decisions. Izu's been pretty good, pretty solid actually for T1 throughout. Buzz is still playing pretty well. Meteor is Meteor. He's always going to put up numbers. So if you can get a little bit more, it's going to be tough, because if Carpe starts fragging, we know he's got some potential in there. It's a little bit shaky to start here on the Omen. Again, an agent that he hasn't played a lot of. I think before this was like 2 maps of Omen total. Like the desk was saying, he's played a bit of Brim.
Yeah.
Actually, his best rated agent throughout his history is Brimstone, so I'm kind of curious when we get there. You can see how vocal Stax is being in the comms as usual. He's got opinions, and he's going to let you know.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be the question always. Once we had the rosters confirmed, was, you know, how does Carpe look coming back in? Because I watched this guy go, you know, stone cold on the bench.
Yeah.
In Overwatch, and then step in and then just absolutely clap.
Yeah.
Very different game, playing a different role. Okay, surprise.
DRX जीत रही है ये game.
Yeah, he was trying to TP up into orb. Big misread here on the setup from DRX. Ends up costing him.
Thought he was just faking the TP to bait the boombot.
Do get a decent amount of damage across Tamako. As here comes the push in, but doesn't have the double tap shield available. And it's just not ready for that position. Stacks over. We'll be able to find one is Izu.
Wow.
भाई चुन के मार रहे भाई T1 वाले.
Or the silent carry so far in this map here. 4T1 in the round wins. Izu comes up with the
भाई
good.
what the fuck?
Spike gets planted. Flashback is here, but then
Deepak, thanks for the 40.
He's freeing now.
भाई ये कौन से कैसे जीत रहे? सुन दंगा नाचने का cancel.
Finds the first, finds the second. Now needs 4 in total to go ahead and try to close this out. The salvo sent.
नहीं जीत रहे ना ये
For
कौन
the
से?
moment, 60 HP remaining here on the side.
कैमरा देखो अब मजाक हुआ है.
Cam gets the reveal. Removal of the dart. Does he go for the timing? The hold up to half. Does he expect the double tap? Oh my goodness!
Oh!
The swing in from Izu! Narrowly saves the round!
जीत सकते हैं.
The call from freeing to just go for it, and he nearly gets away with it.
But this is
ये
another
कौन खेलेगा अब से?
devastating round for DRX. They go up,
मेरा अभी भी brain cells
they get the
वो नहीं
first
कर
2
पा रहा है कि
kills,
जीत
and they
कैसे
still
रहे
can't
लोग.
convert the round. I mean, the firepower now starting to come alive for T1 and win them rounds. Freeing doing what he can. He has been so damn good this year. But oh my god,
+1 Manraj,
T1 is just barely
जब से अपने सी
getting
वाला
through.
call दिया
No
064
weaker buy
से
for
जो language
DRX, one hero
minus
rifle in
1.
the hands of Yunmin.
मेरी
Stax
बीवी
already
hater है.
takes down flashback.
Flashback
See,
is dead on the entry.
That's the
Showstopper's going to
wall
be used. There's no one here to receive it.
yep.
Everyone just going to be tucked back, hidden away.
See,
This Buzz just goes chasing forward, looking for anything.
मैं अगर उधर कोने में मारता ना फटता था.
He's just for safety, not wanting to give over any opportunities for a thrifty here for DRX. T1 know that they need these rounds, that they're squandering the beginning of this first half.
कैसे बे
They're well
5-6.
poised, but Gunman has other ideas. Buzz Meteor going to be taking down Carpe up on top of the box.
Oh!
That's freeing and Mako, Jordan
Carpe.
McGrade. Swing out from Bane, can't get it done. And T1 are now 1 round away from tying us up at the half. Streak matched.
कुछ
Yeah,
तो
just
गलत कर रहे DRX.
Great call here from T1. Find that opening pick onto the Vice. You know that's going to be C-Site. Very weakly defended. At worst, there's one more player waiting around there. So you're able to
Onion
get
must
that
मार
quick
रहा है ना,
use the
Onion,
showstopper
yeah?
to gain space. Cause that crossfire
Nice
outside of waterfall.
nice.
Start knocking players down. I was a little bit worried there for a moment when
बोला
T1
था
lost a
6-6
couple
होगा.
players to DRX's push. But Carpe up on top of the box.
मीटर
Will
का
find some
एक और
tremendous
ult.
value from that position. Trying to get Buzz way ahead.
Okay, well, Chaos in the smokes.
Bro,
Buzz is
what?
able to find one. Looks to try to get the spam out, but counter spam from Freeing is able to find Buzz, and Meteor's going to be taken down by
Ult
the Salvo at the
bolte.
same time. Or no, rather, the Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Yeah.
हाँ
rolling that one
यही
through.
चाहिए था.
Stacks. Jiggling around the corners here. Seal Garden going to be
Flashback.
used. Flashback trying to tuck away, but it's going to be a shorty. And Stacks is able to
ये
utilize
नहीं
it.
चाहिए था.
It's a strong effect. Drone to lead. Probably caught a glimpse. Now certainly has a full glance. As Bane gets noted, but Carpe gets in front of this wall, TPing up into the side. Paranoia now going to be sent. Rushes forward, spots out Mako over at Waterfall, but cannot win the fight.
मार सकता था. कार पे मार सकता था.
Leaves Stacks
Maximum
now
match.
on his lonesome to try to tie things up at 6-6 versus 3 players of his former organization. He's going to get gunned down through the wall, freeing will go
बोला
ahead
ना
and pick up
6-6
3, and
नहीं हो
DRX will break the win streak at long last from T1 to establish a lead at the half.
प्रेफर लंच में सब वॉच पार्टी
messy.
करते
Yes.
देखते होगा हो सकता है इसके बाद तो
This is
डिनर
not what I
है
expected from these two teams coming into this. I'll be completely honest. I mean, both teams have thrown away early round advantages. It's been all over the place. There's been huge streaks of rounds put together. It seems like so much of this is coming down to form. That round was just all Freeing's utility. I mean, again, I'll just... I was joking around a little bit on Twitter when I said that I thought he was the best KO in the world. I'm beginning to believe he may actually be.
और वो लोग स्पेशली ए फाइट के सारे मतलब
Pretty clear cut.
You think so?
ब्लाइंड और 15 नेड है
No,
उनके
you're
पास
not a John.
उनको वो
John
वॉल ही
Enjoyer.
बचा रहे भाई ऐसो मतलब
City's
कुछ
coming
तो
after
वो
you.
लोग ने
Oh,
कुछ किया
they're
है
in the lower bracket.
ना
That's true. DRX might be.
सॉरी आई डिडंट
do
मीन
like
टू
that.
हर्ट यू
No,
मालूम
I
है
do
तारिक भाई
too.
लेकिन क्या होता है ना जब भी ऑनलाइन
That
तुम
was
मैच
like
करते
one
हो
of the
ना
first
तुम
players.
लोग
There's
क्या
like a good Teo out there who might compete
थॉट
for it.
प्रोसेस
I
से
think
बोल रहे हो
Freeing
मालूम नहीं
absolutely is the
पड़ता
best Teo in the world, but
सबसे पहली
yeah,
बात
this
वो
is
और जो तूने बात बोला
concerning.
पिंकी कांट को
In a lot of ways
even
for
if she
both
can't
teams. I
it's
haven't
not a
been
bad thing
like
मतलब जरूरी
really
नहीं है
I
समझ
thought
रहे
maybe DRX was just going to run away with this.
जरूरी
map.
नहीं है
Yep,
कि
they're the
बीवी
best
को
team in the
किचन
Pacific,
में
no
ही
doubt
जाना
about it, but
चाहिए
then they start throwing away these huge round leads where they've got 2 kills
पैसा
to 3v5 and they're
ऑल
dropping
गुड
rounds.
तारिक भाई अगर तुम मेरे को
Obviously,
हर्ट
that's
किया
gonna
रहता
tilt
तो तू हिडन
the coaching
रहता
staff,
तो
but this is what this
You didn't
T1
hurt
team in
me.
part was built to do.
तूने
They're,
कुछ बोला
they're frag
मैंने
heavy.
तेरे
They've
को
got
समझाया
firepower.
बस
There's no doubt about that.
चिल है
Just as we saw
टेंशन
at
ना
the
ले
beginning of this and some of the other maps we've seen throughout the year that their coordination isn't always on point. I'd like to see a little bit of a deeper game plan from T1 on this map. DRX, they're going to get pinged out. It's a good paranoia.
Yes, it is. Saves them off. Salvos. Decent chunk of damage there on the Buzz, down to 45. Pressure
तो फिर
very much
भी
noted
grow.
and dealt with on the backside here as
Society को क्यों grow
cannot
करना है?
escape, cannot retreat
करो
back
भाई।
in to that B site to safety.
But that's just how good
सोसाइटी को ग्रो नहीं
Tejo
करना
is.
भाई
He can buy
हर
you
एक
that time
बंदा
to check your
का
flanks
thought
and cover
जाएगा
that
तो बस
kind
हो
of
गया।
crunch attempt that T1 was setting up. Just great response from Freeing, great response from DRX. Now
सोसाइटी के
you've
बारे
got a
में
little bit
सोचने
of room
नहीं
to
चाहिए
maneuver.
Christian
especially
bhai,
with
thank you for the
flashback
membership.
pushed so far forward.
Seems like they are very cognizant of this. And oh, yep, elbow going to be spotted. Flashback, just tucking back. That Prowler does not spot out Meteor. That means that he's free to
मैं
swoop out
क्या है
and collect
ये
the kill.
बे यार
4v4
इनको कॉन्फिडेंस
stacks
है
alone
सारे
here on
लोग
the
ए
C
पे से
side,
बाहर
Sheriff
निकल
in
के
hand.
मार के चला गया वो
To save them off.
ना
Swing
ये
going through
मारना
the
था
first shots,
क्लीन
missing 3 bullets
ना
remaining
ना
here.
मारना
Just
था
get taken down. Smatter
मारना
damage
था
found, but
30 seconds
player
left.
advantage
Clear
now
cut ये
established
मारना
for
था
DRX. Spike
Spike
gets
planted.
planted.
That's got to be frustrating, but not much util left in the bag for T1. Carpe.
Oh, look at Bane. Yep.
One enemy
Striking,
remaining.
finding him. This is now all down to Meteor. We know his position.
and guys
Let's
this
move
is
forward.
why
Aggressive with it,
T1 comp is
confident
not
with it.
good
Gets DRX their second pistol win, and now a 3-round lead.
Yeah, again, this is just good coordination from DRX and understanding the beginning of the
Binks,
round so well.
upper
They get
bracket में
spotted out by the
DRX भी है
dart, and their response is to pause, use the Teo utility
का
to
stats
cut off the
are
T1
much better
advance,
than
do some
T1.
damage to him even. Get a kill onto a player, trying to set the crunch on you. Work the map a little bit. You know, I think they get a little bit lucky because Stacks had some
भाई
opportunities with that
कौन
sheriff.
बे
He just
प्लेयर
went.
बनाया
Maybe
उनमें
if he's able to find some shots, it's a different round. Flashback going for the wall shots with
मेरे
the
चैट में
sheriff.
कभी हाई नहीं लिखा इसने मेरे जैसे
Goes
खेलता
to
है
the sheriff for Bane and flashback, and then 3 bulldogs. So a little bit of extra cash being saved up for DRX. He's gonna get the spot on the Izu.
Meteor double tap. Just get popped. Swing onto the corner. Hyunmin to try to get rid of Izu here. Meteor already suffering quite a bit of damage.
Yeah,
Soundclock back. Hyunmin does fall low, but has the regen shield. Going ahead. Time to back up. Must find a headshot, but cannot confirm the kill. And Carpe now making his way over from Waterfall.
गरम करो थोड़ा
Looks to try to
Lag
find
wait.
a little bit more damage, but
अब
cannot.
DRX
Teammates
कहना
with
yes
DRX.
sir
They look
आपको देख के
well-drilled.
वैलेंस स्टार्ट किया पहली
Working
सुपर
together
चैट
very
भी
nicely
आपके
in that
घर
round.
बाय द वे फेवरेट
9-5,
कपल इन
swap
आईजीसी
sides, looking like
लव
they're
यू
the
कुणाल
opposite
भाई
of
लव
DRX.
यू
Exactly. It really did. That's It's kind of business as usual here.
On camera भाई
Everybody
favorite
covering their
couple
angles.
पता
Yeah,
off
you
camera
lose
जो
fire,
दिमाग
but
खाती है ना ये
at the
लड़की
end of the day,
zoom करो
not too big of a deal.
दिमाग खाऊच है
So they're going to come through a lot of extra weapons. It's the fans of Busan. Some DRX fans, some T1 fans, I'm sure both sides of the aisle being represented. But I mean, you can see the kill scores. T1, Izu leading the way, but things drop off a little bit after that. Meanwhile, DRX is thriving.
दोनों का एक्टिंग कर हो सकता है कोई डायरेक्ट देख रहा रहेगा
They do clear the Cypher utility. That's another big benefit you have.
हंसने का
A lot of ability. There's
गुस्सा होने का
adjustment there from Izu. Get the trip back down.
गुस्सा that is not giving fuck वाला गुस्सा
Buzz and Carpe gonna have to try to hold the line.
गुस्सा में
Clear
स्टार्ट
the
करने की
prowler,
जरूरत नहीं
disguises
है
Buzz is fourth
नॉर्मल
position.
भी गुस्सा हो सकते हो
DRX drifting away
एक्टिंग के
from
बाद
that
कोई
A
है
side.
भाई हेलो
Be
डायरेक्ट
clustered up now here at Mound.
But they haven't forced any rotations out of T1. In fact, Buzz is already starting to lean towards the other side of the map. Another Prowler sent out to bring him back over.
There's the cam. There's the spot out. Recon at the ready as the cage gets popped, gets sent. Hyunmin tucks around the corner, but still gets shut down. Izu able to find one, peeks out free, down to his sliver, but flashback.
वाह क्या रिकॉर्ड ने मजा आ गया
Need to keep him protected. Comes up with a kill. Haunt gonna be cleared out. Stacks
क्या एजेंट
here
है
alongside
लोटस
Buzz,
के लिए
trying to stave off the rest of the players here. Stop Bane from getting into the site. Spike for
नहीं
now.
कर पे
Not
वो
safe to be
माँ को
planted.
नहीं है
So there's a spot out and freeing, forced away once again. Just too damn low on HP. Beanie are able to collect two. Flashback, their HP bars falling to pieces. It's freeing now. Needs to try to clutch. 8 HP.
इससे जीत रहे बेटी वन
Meteor on the corner. We'll go ahead and put him down.
चार मार के भाई उसने
On board in the second half. 3 rounds to go to
shout
try
out to
it
you,
up.
Bunks
Still a
to
decent
you.
amount of damage dealt by DRX. 3 guns lost by T1.
Yeah, and I want to give T1 some credit on this. DRX is really working the map, sending utility towards
Yeah.
A lot, trying to make
मालूम है
some attention in that direction. And they do get a little bit of extra help with bringing Buzz back.
मैंने
Long
आपके
enough to
टीम
kind
में
of
था
try to scale into sight, but Izu does a great
Yes,
job
sir.
just holding the line with
Team
his gun. All
disband
of
भी
his
हो गया
utility have been cleared out by the Tejo salvos,
याद है
and he's still able to buy enough time
गजब हम
for
गए
the reinforcements to get there to completely stall out DRX's attack. So for what it's worth, T1 there played that round pretty well, even though you would have liked to have kept another gun. So that's going to force out a couple Guardians. But other than that, not too bad at all. Now DRX cutting sound, being
Big
very,
fans,
very
I love
quiet at the
you.
beginning of this round. T1, not a ton of info. They're playing pretty far back. They're
Explain
giving up
bolte.
space intentionally over at A. Look at where Izu's utility is. They're not even going to fight for rubble. A lot of utility is going to be burned. Going to lose the stealth drone early.
भाई ये लोग को फेक बुक करना चाहिए बे वो लोग सिर्फ
That's the one
साउंड पे
issue.
भाग रहे हैं बेटी वन वाले
Or at the ready. Kill contract does not get a grab on anyone.
दूसरे हो गया
First technical loss as Buzz tries to hold the torch. He's going to be good for 2.
ऑलमोस्ट भाई
Free and Mako just going to
ऑलमोस्ट मार दिया तो
Spike gets recovered, but attention being paid elsewhere. Couple kills come through in exchange. Shunman Bane now last ones remaining. Carpe
हो गया भाई
up the backside able to find the first, and Meteor drops down from upper.
भाई है बेटी वन
Get rid of Bane.
बच्चों टी1 है बे
2 rounds in a
मार
row
दिया
here
उसने
from
वहाँ पे।
T1.
कौन मैसेज कर रहा
There's a kickback to DRX's economy once more.
Yeah, this is a really nice
है ए डायनासोर को आगे
planning
दे
from the part of T1.
Yeah,
Just
you
have
got
Buzz there
it.
right at the door, just waiting. Once they break it, has a good opportunity. Then Meteor uses some of his utility.
वो
Find
एक्सट्रीम
a
करने
little extra
वाला है
space for him and Carpe to come in
वो
and
भी किसके चैट
squeeze
पे
out the round.
मालूम
But really, that's about
Pacific
the
Oh,
meta
the
picture of that
main
round.
chat.
Like the big picture, the strategy there is to
एक्सट्रीम
give
करने
up
वाला है
that
Huh?
hold,
गया
give
तू
up that control.
डायनासोर पकड़ा यार
And
रुक
नो
गया
यहाँ पे मीटियोर है
They
गिराओ
give,
के तेरे सर
you
पे
know,
बहुत
able to do
वीक है
take some space, do some
हाँ
things
एक्सट्रीम तो ना
over
तेरे को
towards B.
कैसे बोचा भाई
Instead, that's just all according
Hi,
to plan for
Bam.
T1. I don't know if they can do much here except give this site up.
Yeah, showstopper.
टी1 जीतो लगे पड़े जिल भाई
Back into the corner from Izu will reposition wisely. Otherwise, that showstopper very well could have gone over his direction.
ये मैप तो जीतने से रही भाई
कहाँ गया
Double tap
आई एम रेडी टू
used,
डू
but
नंगा नाच
Salvos continue to delay.
कहाँ गया
Approach here
वो
from Meteor. Still Garden. Going to be invested as well. Flashback says, okay, we're on an eco attempt. Want to equalize the weaponry a bit here, but Buzz still bouncing forward.
Oh, I got hit by the paranoia.
Yep, does get slowed up a bit. Trying to find targets. Has hit it deep. Does manage to connect. Flashback going to be taken down. Freeing able to find him though on the train.
Oi!
Swing up over the top. Hyunmin
ओवर कमिट
going to be good for 1. Let's see
प्रॉब्लम
if
है
he's
कि
got
तेयो
four.
के पास
On the stinger.
वो है
Meteor eating quite a bit of
Nade
damage
और
now.
out.
All down to Freeing and Mako. Mako is going to be taken down. Green tries to hold the line, but with that stinger only in his hands, just won't be able to make anything else happen.
Problem ही नहीं अगर इसने कर रहा तो.
We'll just go ahead, strafing forward, needing to die, wanting to get that death bonus. Ends up falling. Decent damage, a decent attempt there from the side of T1.
इधर क्या लिखा नहीं कुछ
Monkey
हुआ.
Joe, love you, thank you for the 100 and congratulations, मेरे
2
जान
rounds in
के
a row where
टोटे.
T1 is very willing to give up space, seemingly having a pretty good read on what DRX's
हाइड दे
big
दिया.
picture
अरे
game plan is going to be for
लोग
this
हाइड
round.
कर उसको टाइम आउट
And
दे
easy
दे.
there.
पहले उसको
Playing back off
उसकी
the
उसको
line.
डराने का, उसको डराने
Okay,
का.
let them use that
Fine,
showstopper to gain some space.
Unhead करो.
And then we'll play for the retake. We've got the better weaponry. We've got a showstopper of our own. We can get in there, take care of business.
गरम कुमकान mod है ओमी.
Combo a lot of utility to make sure they've got rebel control. They've got 4 players there. They
कर दिया,
really
नहीं
gambled that it was going to
रुक
be a commit to that
उसको
push from
उसका
DRX.
इंसाफ दे दे.
Was not so E2. I think we're going to have to just wait this one out again. He's tucked in the corner behind the site.
Salvo sent, drone getting the spot out, flashback, backpedaling, setting up the thorns here.
मैं बताती हूँ रुको ये मैच के बाद.
There's tripwire, and Izu swings off it beautifully. Gunman going to be taken down. Nightfall now crashing across
भाई
connect. I
क्या
believe only on a
सीन है
meteor.
भाई.
As Hunter's Fury looks to further delay. Get T1 closer. Try to get a flood retake going. Meteor able to find one, swing onto the corner, flashback, finding one, finding
blue
two,
flashback.
Buzz gone. Izu, however, still here. The spike now on the floor and Stack steadies the aim.
Standing ahead.
Recon out, cleared. Bane in a 1v3.
गेम लेफ्ट राइट हो रहा है.
अरे
Boys
लेकिन
made.
ये लोग बस इतना
As
sexy
they look to
comp
just
है.
double face.
क्या
Izu
मालूम
with
क्या
3
हो
will tie things up at
Time
9
out,
to
Time out
9.
अभी चाहिए.
This is pretty shocking.
टाइम आउट. टाइम
Felt like
आउट.
maybe DRX is going to have a good opportunity in this round.
Love
T1
you,
did
Karthik
so
bhai.
heavily.
प्लेयर का थोड़ा
Izu
तेज
playing
हो.
off that utility. A nice little setup, an unexpected position for the trip. Gives him a free kill. Almost never see somebody tucked into that corner quite like that. Nice little
Guys,
gameplay there
finally,
from T1. This
वो
is something that they
ठेचा
did in the
बनाया था ना
offseason a
उससे
lot.
पहले,
T1
उसकी
loves
plate.
these little tricks and traps. They
उसकी plate.
love to try to make
जारी
you think
kitchen
that
में.
something's safe when it's not.
इधर जाओ.
And it
Time
caused
out
a
है,
lot of
जाओ.
teams a lot of grief.
नहीं इधर देखने को
Across
टाइम
the
Birthday
आउट.
रात को.
globe, as we saw at the Red Bull.
मेरा
Home Ground
बर्थडे
today.
है.
हाँ.
Here again, you're
Birthday
seeing like
cake
them willingly give up space and then have players where you're
Pretty
maybe
well.
not used to having them be, where you're not really expecting,
Not
Buzz
chocolate.
right behind the door. It
Huh?
ain't Link, right?
Not chocolate.
Here in
मेरा
this
तो फिर
case,
chocolate cake
Izu
है.
tucked into that corner back of C Hall, playing off of a
देखो,
tripwire. There's
3
not
साल
a
हो गया
lot of,
शादी को
you know,
almost.
kind of teams that do that
Almost
stuff on the
ही
regular.
है. Almost ही है
And so
ये
you're
रेट
seeing
पे.
DRX struggle
Ah!
a little bit to adjust to what T1 is
minute
willingly
left.
give up, and what does that actually mean? What's behind
Red
that,
velvet.
you know, intentional give up of space?
Well, somehow, some way, the universe has kind of realigned itself,
But-
and this map is turning into
I like
maybe not the
Soft-
the
soft
gameplay what we were expecting,
fruit
but
cake
it's
जैसा
in the
भी.
score line as
Fruit
tight
cake.
as we might have anticipated
like
between these two
vanilla.
teams.
That's fair.
So
Vanilla
for anybody who was
fruit
watching those
red
first
velvet.
6 rounds
तीनों
and
मंगाओ
saying,
एक-एक
I
plate.
was just going to watch as Lotus and then go to bed. You know, I'm over here in North America.
Birthday
You're
मनाना
locked
है.
in for a bit longer now, it would seem.
Carry.
It's a bit of a yin and a yang, right? Like,
Chocolate
getting
है,
the
but
score
थोड़ा-
line, but we're not getting the gameplay or the,
था chocolate.
you know, kind of maybe disciplined Korean Valorant style we're used to seeing. This has been pretty
more
wild.
भाई
Yeah.
DRX कैसे हार
This is
सकता
more
है भाई?
APAC-y.
Some
Oi!
spanners have been thrown in the works. For now,
मत कर.
really easy entry, but
Umi, मत
okay.
कर.
Well, good luck, Hyunmin. Breaks the shield. A chance. But no, the win streak will be maintained. Meteor still undefeated in kill contracts, as this is just going to be a flawless. As we snap out of the ultimate, everybody from DRX is dead on the floor. T1
भाई
will
सोवा का
gain
कुछ
the
use
lead
हो रहा है
for the
क्या?
first time here on Lotus,
कि
10
मैं
to
सिर्फ
9.
tilt हो रहा हूँ. हाँ.
That's 5 in a row.
I forget how many he had, because the previous time that he played ISO, he didn't lose any.
I don't
think
think
he
he's
had
lost any. He hasn't lost any today.
He has,
नहीं आया.
no, he's
That was the closest
he
he's
had
come.
one. He had one whiff
देखो
where
phone.
his ult didn't pick anybody.
That's true.
No one got hit. So that's the closest thing to a
अभी
loss.
नया
of the
लेके ही देगा.
I mean, that's the thing about Meteor, is you know in a one-on-one, he's about the best in the world. One of the best.
भाई का
Just give
बर्थडे
him,
ताड़ा
You know,
ना.
that opportunity. I mean, it's not a fair fight because he has the double tap, but
Yeah.
still, he's too darn clean.
It turns out you put Meteor on the character whose entire objective is to just kill people.
Yeah.
He looks pretty good.
वाइस कौन खेलता है? वाइस
Reveal there
चलता
on
है
the
भाई.
buzz, just bouncing around like a madman.
वाइस चलता है
Barely
वाइस.
gets touched
Problem
at all.
नहीं है.
That's a judge in hand. I don't think you're not super concerned about that as T1. You're getting a ton of info, and that's allowing you to rotate the rest of the team
Hello.
over. Yeah, there's people there.
Carpe getting quite a bit of info.
But now, I mean, this would be fine. If you could get him to go right
I thought
into
we were
this judge.
family and I was.
Look at the way Buzz is
Your
positioning
left
himself.
goatee.
So far, DRX still
मेरी
trying to work
goatee
the C
was
side a little
hurting
bit.
me.
See
No
if they
बोल
can
के.
deal with some of that Cypher utility.
धोखा दे रहा था
Has to
goatee मेरे
check
को.
close, and it does.
Yeah, now you know. Now the game is up.
Thank you for the 40 Danzo.
Where Izu?
Ooh, Carpe. Thinking about taking a much more aggressive position.
देखा
Backs
combo.
off, Cage is going to be popped. DRX looking to push forward as Carpe TPs right up close and personal, but Mako very quick to adjust. Snaps back to find the kill. Salvo sends out there. The stun rather connecting onto Izu. Swing onto the corner. Meteor having the drag across his Mako just continues to swing out, just drifting in front of him. Player advantage here in a big way for the side of DRX.
I think Satchel मार के जा सकते हैं बॉल के ऊपर.
That would help jumpstart the economy again for them. Stacks looks to try to push forward, but Freeing shuts that down. Just Izu and Buzz, who's being held at bay, forced back. Just that judge in hand. Izu, however, coming up with two, making this a bit more costly. As Buzz still does get value. And suddenly, Mako v Buzz, the footsteps heard on the chase, on the hunt here.
Has to stick.
He's holding it down. Mako goes in for the peak of 4K to tie things up at 10 to 10. But that is still catastrophic for DRX. They had 5 players strong. Dismantled by 2.
Well, and I was so ready to talk about how this time it's just better reactions from DRX. Like, they're able to deal with some of these trap and trick plays that T1 is trying to set up. You know, with Carpe TPing around to the corner. Dealt with by Mako. Mako just on that wide swing as well. Just outplaying Meteor.
He's playing.
And in the end, they come through, but it is definitely not the way you wanted to do it. Even how good that start of the round was. Quite a bit of util dumped towards Bane's base.
That's pretty nice there.
Take that trade. Gonna get really close to another showstopper for Hyunmin, as well for DRX, so take a little bit of a pause. It feels like DRX now is going to just kind of try to break down the doors at this C site if possible. Kind of identifying that it's oftentimes Izu on his own.
Ooh, push out. Double push up from B main, flashback, taken down. Bane not in a position to try to provide covering fire. It's not quickly enough. This gives DRX a pause.
Still waiting.
Another smoke here to help out Izu a little bit. Still though, DRX wary. T1 has been really active on the map, pushing and prodding. Deep into A, past B. Haven't really seen too much out of C just yet, but this is going to be tough. All hands are on deck if this push does come through from DRX.
Bring them down.
So it will just be this pivot across. Buzz here, ready, waiting, shuts down Hyunmin instantaneously. He pushes forward, refills the space, the swing out, Freeing, snappy to readjust as Mako holds down the door.
बहुत solo fights.
Slams it in Carpe's face, and now Stacks and Izu left. 2v3 though, given how these rounds have been going, it's very possible for them to clutch this out. And there's the first, Stacks.
Mako भड़का हुआ है
Find
भाई.
the other.
ये up down नहीं है, दोनों को पड़ेगी. हाँ, ये up
Widely
down.
stacked up. Izu up over the top. Finds the first, and Bane, he's down to 47. The neural depth going to be invested. Bane swings out. Reping tucks back. He's playing with timings here, playing with positions. Izu looking for the headshot, but Bane will narrowly find him. Whittled down to 24 HP. He will get the round in their favor. DRX reestablish the lead.
Close.
It's just so back and forth. Another good start for T1. You've got 2 players down.
Huh?
And then, wow, what a response from Freeing. Mako's been incredible these last couple rounds as well. Just reacting so well. And he gets outdone by Izu. Oh, what a play there for Bane. Just a stare down from Bane to the rest of his team. Letting him know, yeah, I got that, no problem at all. Showstopper going to be available for Hyunmin.
It's going
to be that kind of usual combo of utility there early for DRX.
All chat पे करते रहेंगे अभी throw करना.
Though, held in the back pocket by Carpe. He's pushed up a little bit further forward. The pinks come out close to that door. DRX again wary.
Huh?
That maybe T1's going to try to dig back into that bank. See if they could find some more value out of a judge or something. Very concerned right now, our DRX.
Don't देखना
Some of the
madam.
success that T1 has been finding has been off of these opening picks. They push out a little bit. There's the wall is going to be behind DRX. They make this B execute.
क्या बोला वो?
थोड़ा family मसाला भी चाहिए ना घर.
Site's wide open.
इसलिए कलेश कर रहा था.
Camera, of course, but that's not all the info you're going to get here.
कहाँ से मसाला भाई? Binks नूबे लिखा उसने.
ओए थोड़ा झगड़े family में झगड़ा होता है ना.
Buzz at the same time able to find Mako. Shield's going to be dropping, and Meteor will suffer his first fall here in the open.
Thank you.
It does manage to find Buzz at the same time. But Buzz beyond the grave had already sent the paint shells. Comes up with a kill, and Breen is left on his own to which the Guardian. Finds one, but cannot stave off the rest. Economy once again.
क्या हम ए जा सकते हैं इतने अच्छे कॉम के साथ? Is the question. मैं थक गया B और C देख के.
It's just absolute chaos. I don't even know what happened. We're busy watching the ult. Buzz is busy wrecking people with his ultimate.
I want to see this from Yemen's POV because hello.
Yeah, hi.
मारा बे उसने.
I mean, Buzz has had some really big important rounds for T1. There once again.
मेरे को नहीं लग रहा
Only 17 and 21. That vulnerability.
Oh my goodness. Well,
Combo
Mako just destroyed off the rip. Buzz getting value off the paint shell. Carpe here up on top of Rubble as Meteor swings out at the bottom side, finds freeing. And this crunch here at A main is just going T1's way at every twist and turn. The dust settles and it's just two players left, both of them beaten and battered. 117 health between the two of them.
कैसे जीत सकता है?
This T1 look to flawlessly get themselves up to map point. Carpe is like, you know what? Just gonna back away.
Smart. He's all alone. I really like that from Carpe. Don't challenge there. No reason to. No reason to give up a freebie. Nice kill from Meteor.
Spike down B.
नंगा नाच शावर के टाइम पे.
Just Bane.
कैसे बे? भाई क्या कॉम पे ये?
I thought he had a gun at some point, but maybe I'm just remembering. Either way, nothing more that can be done. T1, 12 to 11. From starting things off 0-6.
Ooh, the vulnerable into the paint shells that time catches Mako as
मैं
he's
क्या
trying
बोला?
to
A util के बाद
and then just
ये लोग ड्रोन
start
करते
spraying
हैं.
through the smokes.
Fade और रेस कॉम्बो कर
Over to
सकते हैं ना?
flashback, or flashback had it all along. I'm not sure. I know what you're talking about. There was a bulldog in there.
Yeah.
मत कर सकते.
I was going crazy for a moment, but
Well,
speaking of going crazy,
you're already there. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Speaking of going crazy, though, how about an overtime?
Sure. You and I are having some fun with those. So
It's on we're here on Lotus.
Yep.
See if we can make it happen. Meteor wants to say no, as does Buzz. It is just going to be a one-sided affair to close it out here. 13-11, T1 collapse on top of DRX and sweep their legs out from beneath them. What a turnaround here on the map.
Oh, this is just great execution of some of these early round trap plays, these early round kind of picks that T1 wants to set up is what really set the pace on this defender side. It looks scrappy, it looks chaotic. T1's happy to play that way. Their firepower is just good enough, and with the ISO there, you know, to have that extra ability to kind of absorb some pressure, I think it makes a lot of sense what they're doing. I really like it. Now that I think about it more, the more I like it.
I mean, as let's say, as a man once said, you get shot, you die.
Yeah.
And turns out, T1, they got some fraggers. Izu, great game from him in particular, even in, you know, those initial rounds they were dropping, putting up solid figures. Looking like he was competitive round over round. Buzz got going. Meteor just is Meteor.
Izu though.
भाई कितना गलत खेला भी DRX. भाई aren't possible था ये
There you
जितना.
have it. DRX might be reeling a bit here after this loss, considering how everything had started. The wheels just end up coming off.
चलो.
It's okay.
One inciting that chaos.
Look, it's okay. T1 has been not so good on the map pick so far this year, so you know, your DRX.
मैं भाई वादी तो पक्का है, man of my word.
For Binks.
Man of my
So
word.
that's something. They're going to be taking us to Haven. That's map number 2, where T1 will look to close things out, and if they can get that 2-0, that will be their ticket to the grand finals at Kickoff, as well as the Masters Bangkok. Absolutely punched, but DRX will have to try to answer back. Now go ahead and give things over to the analysts so to break down the action from Lotus.
Flashback to the start of this map. We thought DRX looking really clean. They're probably going to take this. It's probably going to be a one-sided map. You get a little bit of a comeback from T1, and then you get even more of a comeback from T1, and they close this out. But this was so close. How many rounds do we not know we're going to swing in favor of whichever team?
It's a crazy sequence of events. You get 6 in a row on the defensive side from DRX. They won their bonus. That adds, like, if you look at the percentages of how many teams will win a map after winning a bonus and things like that, having a streak that strong, it is a very high percentage to start that well on defense. But their attack side really let them down. I felt like they really showed their nerves in that game. They were very tentative on taking some duels. It felt like the T1 players were so confident and they were able to multi-frag really easily and win these opening duels, which is what the comp is designed for at the end of the day. They're running the double duelist, right?
You don't pick ISO if you're not confident.
Yeah.
Your ISO has to be a confident player. So it's great to see Meteor pick it up, and I thought when we got into that second half, the ISO pick started to make a lot more sense. We really saw it come into its own. The way they were able to control around A, the way Meteor was free to take these kind of fights, and I felt like the whole team felt unlocked.
Yeah, and it almost felt like, you know, T1 kind of had to remember who they are. T1 maybe had a little bit of trouble.
मेरे को मत सिखा।
क्या कितने की?
वो नंगा नाच bro।
Language। इन बाकी लोग को देखने का सुनने का।
हाँ तो म्यूट नहीं करती हूँ
When you
मैं।
play a composition like this, it's about excelling
Okay,
your
I will.
individual.
पूरा sentence तो complete होने दे।
This is a team stacked full of individuals.
फेंक के मारेंगे।
It really allows them to open up, rely
Conquer
on
dance
their
बंगा।
mechanical skill to make
Hello,
plays. They
T-Boons.
didn't have to go crazy deep. I mean, don't get me wrong.
ये
they had
audio
some good
अच्छे से
ideas.
आवाज
I really
आएगा।
liked what they did, but this was
तुम लोग ने नहीं
I felt
सुना
like
ना?
especially in that first half, the way they stopped themselves from getting
Like
goals,
करूँ या नहीं? मत
just not
कर।
being afraid to
मत
take
कर।
fights. That's what will have been said in that timeout when you're like 6.
नाटू नाटू पे।
Don't be afraid. Go take these fights. So these are the kind of key ideas that we're seeing be used with the ISO. We see this, the way
तू
the
क्यों
ball
नाच रहा है,
control
मोरन?
is there to try and prevent against the spams.
क्या
We
language
saw
है?
them
Sorry,
use
माफ
again
करो
and
माफ
again on
करो।
attack.
क्या बोली मैं?
Yeah, progression smoke as well to allow them to get out of A main, and you can see
Team
DRX, I mean,
Sentinels
we've seen this from
खेलते
Teo
जीत गया
time and time again. It is so difficult
ये
to dodge
गया
those
दी।
missiles. You can see Carpe doing his best to TP out to rubble, but even he goes down. And the thing with the ISO, I mean, the downside of it that was present early in this game is that the shield is a huge tell that you're about to go and kick off a side execute or take some space.
Hi Renita, how are
Meteor is still
you?
Meteor, and Meteor still be winning their molds.
Yeah, it's such a double-edged sword, this ISO. If your ISO is on and having a big day, there's nothing he can't do. I really like this
Wing
in that combo
supporter.
as well. Trying to
T1
pair up
have
Fury
a-
with the vulnerable there.
Yeah.
You can tell this isn't a rushed pick.
But
This isn't a
yeah.
loading screen change. This is well thought out. They had a lot of good ideas, and we see exactly the same angle where Meteor was able to
एक
win
तभी
it.
Binks
Yeah,
के
I mean, you
head
can see him just
यार।
peeking out, using the shield, abusing the ult as
Sit
much
नहीं
as
मार।
possible. Even going back to the ISO meta.
अभी
everyone was
टपली भी
steering
free
from
में नहीं होगी।
ISO Sova, right? The Shockeys.
There
getting
are
the
rates
shield
for
in
everything.
combination with the undercut, the Sova roll in combination with the
सीख रही
undercut.
हूँ
So 100% there are util combos there. How often did they really pull them off consistently? Not very
चप्पल से
often.
मारना
It's
is
very
like
much that
1,000
The factor was the individual
Awesome.
skill and the reads as well. They had a really good
1,000?
read on how DRX wanted to
Hi,
run their
Buzz.
attack and how they would deconstruct that by taking fights and being aggressive.
Yeah, I think the
I
ISO
have.
definitely helped with that. When we look at that A rubble fight, it's
Says
important on
देखो
both sides,
299
but the way
गिर जाएगा।
T1 were fighting it on
ये
that
जॉर्ड
defense, by
खेलता है
using
ना?
that vulnerable, pairing it up with the nade. I
Best
feel like
raise
there
है
was not a lot
इसलिए,
DRX
best
could do
raise।
to get out past that utility, and that was huge. They were able to lock that angle, rotate across the sea. They dominated the map because of the way they won that A fight, and ISO was a big part of that. Then you add on that extra layer of Meteor just fragging like crazy. I'm starting to like it more and more.
What about Buzz though?
I mean, don't get me wrong, Buzz was equally brilliant.
Yeah?
It's
Don't
what
copy
used to
भाई
Buzz being
Binks
brilliant.
मेरा ही
That's
पति है
not-
उसको नहीं
that's
कॉपी
less of a
करूँगी तो
surprise.
किसको
It's not
करूँगी?
even worth talking
In
about.
other news, you know,
तो क्या मारा
it's
पिकरी आप पे
new,
क्या
I
यार?
know it's cold,
Thank
sure, but this head-to-head really did deliver,
Yeah.
and I'm not gonna favor anyone right now because Hyunmin also did have an amazing performance. Freeing, I mean, it's pretty much the same as Buzz having a good series. Freeing has been amazing. It's down to all of these individual plays, and you know, it's crazy because this is exactly what we expected from this match. But I think what's really coming out here is that veterancy that we're seeing on T1, that they can go back and rely on everything that they've been through as individuals to be able to close that around.
I mean, we've seen T1's individuals drag them through difficult circumstances. How many 13-11 games have we seen T1 win? And then you think about those maps and how many moments were won by Izu, Meteor, Buzz coming up with big plays, as well as these cheeky setups that they're throwing in there as well. My big issue for DRX though, that's an attacking half that you start extremely well on defense. That should be a very winnable game for you. You let T1 back into the game, and then you struggle to call an attack side where you can win a round outside of winning the pistol, and then maybe one other gun round here or there. So that's just not acceptable, unfortunately, on the attacking side, and that has to be a bit of a question mark next to Marco.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they were surprised by the ISO and the how strong T1 were around that A-Rebel fight, but I think as we head towards Haven, Meteor also had the ISO here, but it's less of a surprise. I think all the teams will have a lot more experience going against ISO on Haven than they will have on Lotus, but they need clearer answers this time.
I felt like T1 just went, let's just play the ISO comp on Lotus, and I was like, this isn't going to work, this comp is terrible, and it worked perfectly. On Haven, it makes a little bit more sense. Like, you've even seen Fnatic and some other teams have a lot of success with this comp. This is kind of like the off comp, because the meta comp is so synonymous on Haven right now. Everyone agrees what is the best comp that you play. The Breach, us GENG, you know, maybe not so much playing Breach, they're playing the Viper instead, which is about as funky as it gets, but this is kind of the other off comp that you play with the double duelist like this.
But I'm still curious as to what DRX have planned for this. Again, we mentioned this earlier, DRX keeping the cards very, very close to their chest right now. They have tons of secrets. So what can they possibly prepare in Haven? We got a little taste of it in the off-season, right? They were running a Neon, Hyunmin was on the Neon, but I'm not sure if they're going to stick with that. Are they going to do something totally different that could catch T1 off guard?
वैसा मैं ISO कभी नहीं खेल सकता.
I don't think or a change of duelist, but I don't think they're going to reinvent the wheel.
We are back. अरे एक सेकंड के fluctuate हो गया था.
Very firm and stable, or steady rather, in their choices,
भाई क्या
right? They're
joke
probably
मारा
going
था
to
यार
make
मैंने.
minor adjustments here and there, but
back refresh.
Like they'll run the same comp, but they'll have reads on what T1 wants to be doing, and they just played against it. They just played against the exact same style on Lotus.
हाँ बे हराम
So you
ज़्यादा.
can't shoot yourself in the foot twice in a row, right?
Surely not, right? Right?
Well, I do think they've had a chance to
नंगा नाच
watch
अभी
this
नाच
game.
के आया ना.
So it's going to be harder for T1 to
ISO क्यों
surprise
नहीं?
them.
Because I cannot show.
Well, we'll see what we're going to get for the agent select. I really feel like if I'm DRX coaching stuff right now, I'm feeling like that game was won. Like we were 6-0 up, and then some things went wrong. The mental did not look like it was well. It didn't look like the communication was on point. T1 are going to double down.
They're forcing it, the Taeho again!
Yeah.
Wow.
They really believe in this agent.
We're playing so
तू ही बोला कैमरा all set कर.
and we've gotten rid of the breach. So instead, we're really flexing on those info hits. I guess the Teo can kind of play a pseudo breach role in a way, and ठीक है. The no flashes against the double duelist though is going to be a little bit brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely curious. I do think there
I
are
think
some
T1 का
nice
कम ज़्यादा
options
बाप है.
there. As I spoke about, that A main control
लेकिन-
was very, very key. It also gives you very targeted
ये
damage as you
बाको
hit
का
that site.
home
Think about
ground
clearing
है.
back flat or back site on A.
Well, I'm very curious to see if Pilski's going to eat his
DRX
words in,
को
just
Jinx
a
या
few
personal
minutes
लगावा देंगे.
as we get into Haven.
ये DRX
and toss
जीतेगा,
it
map
over to
3 जा रहे हैं.
There's Achilles and Paperthin.
पैर संभालो.
Well, here we go. Once again, DRX going to be looking for a big bounce back. Paper thin, you
Let's
got
go,
it up.
Marco!
Map picks overall for T1 in this stage here, kickoff.
नंगा नाच promise किया था.
Going their
NEG
way
क्या
too
language
much,
है?
but they've elected to go away from the bind. We're kind of brushing that one under the rug, a la RRQ in the first partnership year where they really were going for Lotus, saying like, okay, we really like this map. We must play very well on it as scrims, but it's not translating to the stage, so let's just shift away.
Yeah, and I think, you know, especially with these two maps, if you anticipated that Lotus was going to be DRX's pick, a little bit of util dumped by both teams, but you could kind of lean into the ISO.
पूरा पूरा content मिलेगा. मैं नाचा रे.
Especially with changing a player in as well.
घर में नाचा.
Seems to be working. Oh god.
Okay, well, push up into smoke. Meteor going to be dealt with instantly as Mako is able to find the kill. Paranoia here on the stacks. Swooping out. There's going to be the reveal, but finds a headshot. Go ahead and equalize the count. The shock dart into the corner will be avoided. And access to the A site will be denied.
कैसे है
I thought he
भाई?
was screwed. He got spotted by the stealth drone. I mean, everything in the kitchen sink there, hitting stacks, and he's able to hold the line, find a kill. Now they're starting to push the
दो
map.
प्लस टीम है लाइक मत
Though
करना
right into danger.
Flashback does manage to catch him a little bit more unawares.
Baap
Doubles up the
re!
front. Suddenly, everybody from DRX is starting to click on heads.
क्या हो गया
now,
flashback
having the
को?
Deal against Carpe, but back is turned. Carpe on his lonesome. Trying to get T1 their first pistol round win. Swoops out of the smoke and will be gunned down. So DRX maintaining perfection in that regard. And they start Haven off the
जिंदा से जिंदा damage किसी ने हाँ ना?
Pistol rounds continue to haunt T1. This is something they've really struggled with. I mean, against Talon, they only took 1 out of 5 or 6.
Refresh करो language.
Again, they haven't taken a single one yet from DRX. I mean, good early strategies.
बस मारा बे बस को.
I think as this goes on, what I'm really curious about is sort of the very drastic differences in agent comps. Is this T1 sort of explosive combo heavy style going to be able to deal with this very info heavy style that DRX is going to be rolling with? And the Dest made a great point. No flashes really for DRX other than the paranoia. So you're going to have to be really on point with making sure you're keeping track of these T1 players.
Snacks just here as the timing on that smoke dissipates and Hyunmin
करने
will
तो
take
दो
it down.
मरते थे.
Flashback to hold down this back line, ends up falling. Takes one with him. Quick TP across Buzz, getting himself over back into that defender spawn. Bane watching here at a main, finds the first. Carpe just with that ghost in hand. Swaps to the Sheriff. Forgive me. And he manages to put him down in range already. Very good damage dealt as Buzz gets the spot out onto Mako. Relays this to his teammate, but Carpe still needs to work his way forward. Gets the smoke, grabs the gun. Bulldog now in hand. Panoy's the side, the drop down. Carpe swings out, freeing Flush out of hell. Just Mako left standing now. Spectre in hand, Carpe at 1 HP. If he can find the first, and will certainly has it, and he will. Red Bull clutch for Mako, continuing to deliver, but
अंशित ना पड़ेगा yes. Excuse me, क्या language है बीवी के
फ्लैग हो जाता भाई चैनल
क्या language है बीवी बैठी बाजू में.
I mean, you're just caught out off guard. Stax is able to
Language
dodge the
है
stealth
वो
drone,
भाई.
I believe, by hiding on the other side of that box.
चैनल रिपोर्ट कर
And
लेंगे
Carpe,
लोग
look, if there's one thing he's good at, that's
मतलब नहीं करेंगे तो मैं नाच सकता हूँ.
how many aces?
क्या language है
Has he
ये?
had? How many multi-frag rounds has he had with the Sheriff in
बोल
hand?
मत ना
many.
ऐसा बोल दे ये हारा तो मैं चाय पी लूंगा शॉट्स मार लूंगा चाय का ऐसा कुछ
That is one thing that for sure.
मिर्ची खा
I don't doubt
लूंगा.
about Carpe is his aim with those one
तेरे
tappers.
को झेल लूंगा.
शेव कर लूंगा
तेरे को झेल लूंगा.
वो तो तू रोज करता है पागल
Does go through unscathed.
अभी तो करना ही पड़ेगा
Bisa gets opened up. DRX
तो जरूरी नहीं
well
है.
entrenched.
इधर है मेरे school
There's
friends.
the fake out going through the tripwire. Mako spotted, repositioning him, able to find one, but then gets taken down. Carpe able to find that. Zizou gets rid of Mako. The site now
भाई
opened up.
T1 अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा थोड़ा सा.
The wall sent to try to go ahead and block off this spray. Izu is just going to stick for it. They're trying to body block him, but it is far too late. A little bit more damage dealt here on the back end. 3
अच्छा नहीं खेल
players
रहा T1 थोड़ा सा.
surviving, 2 players surviving, I should say, from DRX to the end, but it is going to be T1 denying the bonus conversion.
This is such a cool little play that T1
खिड़की बाहर
has
से
in
एक
the back
लड़की
pocket
खींच
here
लो.
with Buzz,
Language.
using the fake out and then immediately TPing back to the defender side spawn. That buys 2 players that completely have to draw their attention to the other side of the map, so they're not able to kind of assist with T1's attempted re-clear or retake onto B. And it works a
No
treat.
by नहीं.
It gives them
वो था
enough
bonus.
room that they're able to clear through, get to the plant. Ooh, that was close. The vulnerable had hit there, that would have hurt.
Meteor looking for more. It does make a bit of noise here. The footsteps, the drone as well, spotting out. That's going to be Stacks. Dealt with over at long.
Damage तो दिया है.
Looking to try to reinforce this position, but now no longer has that shield.
Killer cat कल आना कल
Back
कल.
pocket, 2 players from
100 रुपए
DRX
में इतना
tagged
नहीं
up.
होता.
Hyunmin and
वही.
Mako
मेरी
both
लिपस्टिक
away
भी
at
2000
it.
की है
Both of them going to be the ones kind of
Flex
facing
देख
out
रहे
as
हो?
Mako just goes for the wide
कोई
open
और मारा
here.
लेकिन.
Decides to just keep his sights trained. Doesn't
मीटर
expect
इसको
that
देख के
to be
उसको
checked.
मारा.
Buzz looks to try to go ahead and take the space as well.
They're just challenging that.
ना मैं ऑलरेडी कर लिया है
from
घर पे.
DRX
मैं
there.
ऑलरेडी कर लिया.
Trying to be
मैं तुम
swinging
लोगों को
out.
शर्म आता. मैं सोया नहीं हूँ और मेरे को नाचने बोल रहे हो तुम लोग.
Not really much
बंद
value
कर दे,
found
बंद
for
कर दे.
T1 is
बंद
DRX,
बंद कर.
flashback
Likes
is
भी नहीं
gained
करने का.
a ton of info, a ton of
बंद कर.
space.
Seems like noting the camera as well. Might have
क्या
just hit
बचती
the
है ना
timing
ज्यादा
right as
नींद
Izu
मिलता तो
toggles
इसको
off of it.
हाँ
Opts to not destroy
10
it, so
घंटा
this just gives
back to back
DRX so much space to play with. It will once again be a go at the B side, freeing, just staring in towards garage.
भाई मेरे पास
Wire
सस्ता
at his back,
लिपस्टिक नहीं है.
knowing that he's
मैं
got a
इतने
little
में नहीं
bit of
दे.
an early alert
100
system.
रुपए में.
Yeah, this is very, very difficult now.
मैंने
for
लिपस्टिक
T1.
खरीद के दिया भाई
Carpe can TP, but Ring hears it.
Has heard everything. Oop, the crouch in. Oh,
Hey!
catches him. Util in hand.
अरे
Stun, not
यार
gonna do much
वहाँ
there.
पे stun.
Carpe
देखा
can
देखा
shrug that
तो लग
off.
रहा है किधर.
क्या
So
हो गया
three
मैडम
players left to
आपको
try to get through. It looks like the call is going to
Huh?
be made to go for the save.
ना
It's
अभी.
T1
आधा
is going to be
घंटा
retaining
रहेगा
these
ये.
weapons where possible.
एकदम बावली होगी ये बे
DRX not going to allow for the tie-up to come through. Once
क्या
again,
हो
will
गया
get themselves
status
off
को
to a nice early lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just kind of T1 not being patient. If they wait this out a little bit longer, and
चिल्लाओ नहीं
launch,
मैडम
Hi,
पास में
they
Casper.
can probably
देखो
force DRX into a
हाय
position
कैस्पर बोलने को नहीं होता हाय
that's gonna be a little bit more
कैस्पर
challenging for them,
तो हो गया बे इसको
or at least make them work the
Mike
map a
इधर ला.
little bit and try to play for a more even retake. But this gun
इतना
battle,
दूर माइक है.
I mean,
उधर
there's three
माइक.
guns barreling down on you
माइक
here.
इधर है.
I get it, you're
Mike
Meteor. I get it, you're Buzz, but
तो तू उधर जा
no matter who you are,
निकल
tough situation
चलो.
to put
देख
yourself
देख
in.
देख Musan.
Maybe just expecting that DRX would rotate away or something and they could catch him off guard, but
लास्ट उसमें फेस
Did
पे
not
आता लगा
work.
के ये मैच
now
देख
you've got the ultimate there.
40 रुपए में आटा भी
Armageddon
नहीं होता
available.
भाई.
Oh, Izu. Yep, spotted
बक
on the crisscross there.
40 रुपए का आटा भी नहीं आता.
Just has a classic to try to hold down
सोया
the
नहीं
C-side.
हुए,
Rotation
face पे आटा
beginning
लगा.
Immediately though. T1 sending Meteor to try to reinforce his position. He does have that vandal. Up and over the top goes Hyunmin. Waiting for the peek out. Getting any kind of ping reveals here, but eventually they spot enough as they go ahead and just flood the backside.
Control smoke
Green
किधर
going
है?
way behind the block. A bit of an unorthodox
Nice.
position.
Nice.
Goes unread. And he's able to collect two as the near ult tab reveals all.
कंट्रोल स्मोक किधर है भैया जी
Stacks ping, finds him.
Nice.
A little spray on the corpse from
पहला मैं
flashback.
पैसे के लिए नहीं हुआ
Hello
इनको
to his former IGL.
Atrox
Now
next with the
all on Buzz, he
29
can do any kind of damage whatsoever, but holding onto the weapon is going to be far more important. But he knows that this flank is likely to. have
कैस्पर तेरे
occurred.
हिसाब से कौन जीतेगा ये मैप
Swing onto the corner, but flashback, snappy with it.
आगे
Will find the
Casper
kill.
आके
And
चली गई.
DRX are now up 4-1.
ऑब्वियसली चली जाएगी
Well,
इतना सारा टीम में भी आके तो गई वो
just a very hard commit
Cat
from
क्या ही
DRX
चीज़
after
है.
that early peek onto Izu. Just feel like they've got him in a bad position. Izu throws a late trip to try to
Or
delay
let
a little bit,
apologize.
but Gunman able to get up on top of the box. Buys a ton of space and info for DRX, and that late positioning from Freeing is really, really devastating. Does a ton of damage. You're gonna get an earlier timeout this time around.
भाई अच्छे है बे पैसिफिक लेकिन कुछ वो नहीं बे
Well, is it
It's
the
at the
same
same
round?
time.
It was at the same time, you're
Yeah.
right. But it was 5-0.
After round 5, but the
Yeah.
score slightly better.
-1.
A little bit.
Archel thank you for the 3
But
months
this is just,
how's you
I mean, I think right now it's just a lot of impatience from T1. DRX
तुम
is able to
पानी
take full
सर पे
advantage of that.
फ्री नींद गया
Now, granted, it is
नहीं मेरे को नींद नहीं आ रहा है
attacker side on this map. This is where
Sure.
चाय पी रहे
in
कैसे नहीं
the
है?
one
मेरे को
time we've
tension आ
seen
रहा है.
this from T1 is
फिर
against
उसके बाद
TLN,
ये
and
में भी है
their attacker
ये
side, I think they
में
went 8-4,
मी
if memory serves.
तू स्ट्रीम
So
करने
that's
वाला
definitely
है?
where they're going to do their damage, especially with the double duelist. But, you know, I think
Shit.
they're just
मेरा कलेक्शन
being
स्ट्रीम.
too
यहाँ पे
over
कर
aggressive
लेंगे.
sometimes. I mean,
Hey,
they
hey,
have
तेरे को
guns
मिलेगा.
and
तेरे को दे
Izu gets
दूंगा.
caught out. That's whatever. But some of the
ऐसा नहीं
previous
होता.
rounds,
सोच ले 30% एक्स्ट्रा डाल के
they've
मेरे
been
तरफ से.
challenging stuff they shouldn't,
ठीक, ठीक.
and that's a little bit concerning. So let's see if they can kind of right the ship like they did on Lotus. But otherwise, DRX is just doing a great job, being patient, making good reads. That's what this comp has to do.
कैलकुलेट कर रही
That's
है
what
अभी
it
क्या
has
क्या
to do.
शॉपिंग हो
T1
सकता है
nearly
कलेक्शन
full
शीट
house.
से कर
2 away.
Scanning ahead.
बैग तो एक और बार ले तेरे को नहीं फेंका ना मैंने बैग के साथ बैग 15 बैग खरीद के बाजू में बैठा हुआ है चुप रहो
True challenge perhaps, but not for Meteor seemingly.
भाई क्या आइसो खेलता है
He
बे
pops the double tap shield.
ज्यादा सोया है क्या
Not
आइसो
Mako. Really trying to fight back.
Smoke's gone.
Smoke's gone. Entry still continuing. Cloudburst. There's a drop down. Hyunmin not wanting to overstay his welcome on elevated ground. And will just die. As Buzz fishes him out of that cybercade. Finds himself another. Izu going to be
Go ahead तो था पर.
mowed over by the Armageddon, but It's a blink and you miss it there for the remainder of the round. That's just going to be the closeout. T1 swiftly able to deal with DRX's attack.
परसों बर्थडे आज रात को ना 8 तारीख
coming out of the timeout. Use the Hunter's Fury to gain space. Izu, play for your life. Meteor finds a huge pick. Having those smokes down means that Buzz can peek this angle. It means that Buzz can open up this space and get these 3 kills. And basically break the round open.
Just look like everybody from DRX just kind of lost the plot, didn't know where these flanks were coming from, that Buzz has pushed over towards Lumbers.
All South Korean teams stop for so much dominance. Yes, sir.
And now you've got some big ultimates to toy around with a bit as T1. You've got the dimensional drift, you've got the neural theft. So now you've got kind of that extra layer of information gathering.
भाई कोरियन लोग इतना dominance करते हैं तो ये लोग को garlic bread पसंद आता रहेगा.
Edge on you normally in the agent composition. So you can play a little bit safer here. I think you can play a little bit more for retake. That's seemingly what it looks like. Here's the trick right at the front of the C site with the camera behind it. Carpe!
मारा एक मारा.
Readjust. Comes up with a kill, entry power taken away, but so too is the smokes here from T1. Stealth drone not going to get a spot out. Buzz going
4v4 is always good for
drift in play.
Attackers.
Just running at him. Sends out the fake, gets the pop, flash not going to connect, and he will just TP out the safety.
Didn't see much else, so that should alert them that they need to be towards B and C.
Didn't check in towards mid, so still do have Stacks on a bit of a linger there on that B side, but Meteor holding down the door, finds himself a second, repops the shield. Access denied.
भाई क्या हो गया मीटर को भाई?
As it is just shield after shield, kill after kill, and T1.
क्या हो गया भाई?
Back a hell of a lot earlier than we were seeing on Lotus. Now just 1 round separating.
And Meteor there just steps ahead of the Tejo utility. Nice win for Carpe there, the 2v1, but he gets ahead of everything that DRX is trying to use, and he just catches him off balance. Repops his.
तो ज़्यादा बाप नहीं खेल रहा टीम.
He goes. That's what you need out of Meteor.
क्या फायदा? End of the day जब DRX जीतने वाली है.
He's got that extra advantage because of the double tap. He's able to do so quite nicely there. Not a util from both sides, trying to clear a little bit of space, but the spot out on the Buzz is going to force him back. Reinforcements have arrived. Meteor is here. Opt for Buzz. Trying to use the drone to spot for him. See what they can find. Yep.
Coming on
क्या BT कॉम पे भी सारे टीपी मार रहे हैं.
My value here, I believe just a 1 kill. 1 and 7 on the score
Comment
line.
TP, Yoru TP.
Now Stacks going for a bit of an explore.
Finds one. Locating targets. But Mako, I mean, it's still a high value target. He loses his life for it, but Mako out of the equation. So that clutch potential is gone. The smokes are gone.
You'll take that trade every day as T1. Every day.
For sure. Flashback. Ooh, not snappy enough.
इससे मारा बेकार पे ने.
Himself. Continue to just be great trade ups. Push forward. Buzz has sights on mid. We are tied at 4-4.
Valorant.
Yeah, I like the patience we're starting to see from T1. Waiting for their moments, being a little bit more choosy with when they get aggressive. You know, setting up for the op there with the owl drone. Stacks an unexpected push this time. It looked like with an op there, you know, you're not going to expect that player to re-aggress out of that smoke. So I think that in that moment, that's a good decision. Izu just waiting, just expecting a player trying to clear through garage. It's been something DRX has been very keen to do. You know, usually it's flashback. This is going to force a timeout.
ये timeout के बाद
so a lot of good back and forth.
DRX.
Honestly, I like from both teams.
7-5 DRX.
This is kind of more, for the most part, disciplined play. You're seeing kind of good adjustments, good counter ideas. It doesn't feel really as scrappy as Lotus did. You know, T1 does want to force that issue. They're happy to have the map come down to that because of the agent comps that they run. But their patience is also paying off now. They're just playing for a little bit more space. You know, trying to hit DRX as they're trying to get into their executes. And getting Mako
Peter पहले जेंजी में था ना. Yes sir.
DRX intervening. See what the adjustments look like. First half of Lotus.
देखिए 10 घंटे बाद में नींद आता है वो normal है.
Only led to 1 more round win. Right here. The economy is
Sleeping Beauty.
A bit of a tizzy. 2 stingers
मेरे हिस्से का भी
Knives still ready here for Hyunmin, but that impact still not quite felt.
Still able to dodge the early part of that damage. Stax is in trouble.
Potentially here, but the drone getting cleared. He will backpedal. Mako not able to go
Bhai,
ahead and scale
bach
forward.
gaya
He
bhai
didn't
wo.
smoke fast enough.
Just barely in time. Look at this though. All 4 players from T1 are here.
Caught a glimpse of multiple players up and over the top goes Hyunmin. Down he will come, but he's going to be dead. So he hits the floor.
Oh god.
A little bit of timing with Stax recovering fire. Able to peel off a little bit of that pressure. Up close and personal. Buzz, barrel stuffs, finds the kill. Bane dead. Flashback now.
I'm okay that she left me out of fire, but the habit of her is not gonna. Kya habit, bhai?
Spike plant would give him a neural theft.
She got what she wanted in her life, and मुझे on work भी याद आ जाती है. What should I do?
Try to fake a reposition.
बंदा बेचारा परेशान है ये
7 bullets remaining. It's going to be Shorty in hand.
Focus करो.
Buzz gets 3.
काम पे.
And
Prince.
T1 get the lead.
Give
by
me
नाम
some
ऐसा
time.
Prince
Man,
रख के
I like
बैंड
this Buzz,
सेंटी
Yoru.
होता है तो.
It's
नाम
really
change
annoying
करता
to
है.
deal with.
Nubra.
The way that he uses the TPs here, gets the one with the op, doesn't overstay his welcome. This is something he's so good at.
या
He's
फिर वो गाना
so
सुन.
cerebral when he plays
ऑनलाइन
this game.
मुझे याद सुनाए तेरी है याद सुनाए तेरी. उससे overcome हो जाएगा.
Down long A against overwhelming numbers that DRX had, but this one TP's out, sends out another TP as he's moving up into heaven. He can clear a lot of space that way, and then when Izu's able to get to the site, they can push together. He can TP right behind the box, get there with that shorty that you know he loves. Always has one in the back pocket. Finds great value.
Spearing open up here.
Magic ज़्यादा W दबा रहे हो.
The sewers, but nothing identified. No damage going to be dealt.
Goes in the
Minor amount of
B, but
yeah, but it's being read. Carpe ready for it, but just
फिर
can't
भी
quite
मारा
find the
बे.
shots. A little bit of aim punch there. Mako takes the kill. Plan now comes through here onto the B side.
Planted.
Think I'm pushing through. Couple spam shots coming out, and that's going to be the Armageddon. Saving them all from that A-link side. Drone to go ahead and refill the position. Gets the spot out on the 2, maybe even a collat ping. It's like, no. Stealth drone similarly clears to the other side. Gun barrel spotted. Hyunmin able to find himself a second elimination. Stack's going to be taken down. It looks like DRX not going to allow for T1 to start running away with this. Couple shots in his Mako. Let's get bones, but just going to be one after the other.
This
Getting
is
hit.
how.
Buzz desperately swaps
This
over to the
is how you
opposite weapon.
win.
Clean,
Make it
clean,
happen. Up will be
clean.
remaining
Let's
on the
go.
floor. Still has cash
Clean.
money to buy up another one, but that is going to be a flawless round for DRX to keep
Clean.
things neck and neck.
Yeah, this is a good call off of the
Clean.
timeout for DRX. Just saying, okay, we're not having a good time
Ah,
over at
clean.
A. Let's try a different site. Mako TP's in there.
बोला था कि नहीं
Because he's
7
able to win that
DRX.
battle, that re-establishes control, gives them that extra angle, and it makes
कैसे
it that much
बैंको
harder
मैं
for teams to
बढ़िया.
come through. You get the ult, you have the owl drone, you can buy so much time to just stall the heck out of T1. Really well set up, really well thought out. Still enough money
भाई
here
सोआ
for
के
T1 to
ड्रोन
buy
को
another
आउट ड्रोन
operator.
क्यों बोलते हो?
You do have
उल्लू
to
थोड़ी है वो.
buy down to, nope, the rest are rifles too. No
नाम
Guardian
है
in hand.
उसका सिर्फ ड्रोन
it
नाम
is.
नहीं है.
One more buy in the pocket
Blue
for
drone.
T1.
Chalkdart clears out the tripwire. Up and over goes Hyunmin.
सोचने वाली बात है.
Alerts. Letting him know that the
मुझे
site is
grenades भी
completely
अंदर
opened up.
नहीं है.
Flashback.
Bomb grenade
Peeks in the
है.
garage, able to find one. Meteor. Gonna be looking to go ahead and stretch the lead here once again. It's not nearly as safely this time, and Bane will deliver his second ever loss in
मीटर
the
फाइट कैसे
opening.
हार रहे हैं?
It's Mako. Continues to shut them down here on the approach.
कमबैक्स
Some
बोलते.
400 creds to his name. It's just being flooded from all sides. Decides to take the fight to try to take the gun out of
नहीं लग रहा.
Flashback's hands, but he
शॉट्स
cannot.
नहीं लग रहा अभी.
This is a
T1 का एनर्जी
flawless
खत्म हो गया.
Flashback has some fun. DRX are back in the lead. T1 going to be looking to try to make this a 6-6 half, but the weaponry, see if they're going to be able to accomplish that.
Well, now they're looking a lot more fired up, a lot more crisp with the aim. They just dial up another fast B hit here. Say that T1
भाई ये लोग को अगर नींद आता तो ये लोग क्या बोलते रहेंगे? T1.
And they can't get into the flanks easily. They're not finding ways to get around the utility that Flashback is using.
Should clarify until some stats Daniel comes at me.
Okay.
That, you know,
Hey,
second ever
2-0
loss
करो.
this
Cheers.
year.
Yeah.
2-0 करो ये जल्दी सो जाए.
Something
ये
that
में ये
actually
jokes
played it in,
नहीं होंगे मेरे से.
Achilles doesn't know what he's talking
Cheers.
about.
If you observe that in this game,
फिर से फायरमैन भाई ये लोग फेक क्यों नहीं कर रहे इतने बड़े मैप में? ऐसे तो जीत रहे हैं अभी.
Gets a ping out. Buzz suppressed. The back away as the wall goes across. And then backpedaling as Paranoia comes through, but Mako is able to find one. Carpe snappy. Took the down back to Shorty, finding one and freeing. Comes up with two. Not sure if it was a collide or just through the box. Either way, huge value found.
Big round.
Izu.
Uh-oh.
Salvo. Oh, nope. Can't get out of there. Just enough overlap. Free will find it. Third for him in the round. And 7-5. DRX once again out in front of the half.
All things considered, though, not a bad half for T1 on this defender side. 5 rounds, you'll take that. It's just a matter of, you know,
garage को होल्ड नहीं करा पुश क्यों नहीं कर garage info कैम है ना वो लोग पास सिर्फ info के लिए खेलते हैं वो लोग
be able to just kind of keep T1
ये यूरो जल्दी जल्दी टिप मार के फाइट ले सकता ना दो जगह पे
and then they can get their rotations to where they need to be in time. God, freeing is so good.
Oh, what?
What?
Huh?
I just
Guess he was there.
I was just
no
trying to buy
jinx.
time.
Prediction on top.
Thought he was outside of A-Link and we were just gonna, you know, stall him out a little bit.
Attacking map है यार defending. This is a heavy attacking map, like heaviest.
T1, they swap to the attack. You mentioned it. This double duelist composition, this is where things can really come to fruition for them. And if it does, might be looking at a 2-0 victory for T1.
We have so much ability to combo a lot of different stuff here. Just make life miserable for your opponents. I mean, you have the TPs with the Yoru. You can combo that with the Sova util.
बस भाई स्ट्रीम लाइक करने बोलो चैट जो भी लोग आ रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो एक बार फिर आराम से देखो स्ट्रीम
makes things challenging. The dimensional drift.
क्या लिखा है भाई मेरा ट्रांसलेटर किधर है?
It's just going to be about being mentally prepared for some of the wildness that's going to be coming your way.
मेरी फ्रेंड ट्रांसलेटर तो थी यार कोरिया में क्या बोलते हैं?
You have to gather info. It's still going to be tricky.
Cool friend.
To keep track of everything that's going on. There's just so many cool
क्या बस भाई सब बढ़िया.
You know, even just a recon dart.
VCT bundle लिया क्या लूँगा 3 दिन बाद.
Can catch a timing where you're trying to clear the dart and, you know, Buzz is going to be there to kill ya. Big pistol round though for T1. Haven't won one.
Yeah.
अच्छा एक भी पिस्टल नहीं जीता.
Needed to kick off into the second half for them as the rush getting ready to come through. Mako just trying to get any kind of shot through. Knows that double tap shield has been put in play.
Flash.
As the TP forward and Buzz will just go ahead and find the kill. He was able to find the other. Pushing out from the defender's side now. Massive player advantage here.
भाई 7-7 T1 actually 2-0 कर सकता है.
Flash and TP in. Just go at him.
Freeing. Drops in, taken down. Izu able to find him. Spain tries to get a bit of a pincer maneuver here.
मारा लेकिन Izu ने.
Gunman left alone. But need to double his score line to get the clutch, but it has been dinged. Buzz trying to shut down the young buck duelist here for DRX. The pressure, they're just going to run him down, and Meteor will go ahead and find it. T1 get their first pistol of the series.
नहीं बे 2-0 तो नहीं हो सकता बे.
Separating now.
This is just a great decision from T1. The whole round, they're just pushing into garage early, found some open space. God, that is such a good maneuver from Buzz. And then they're able to just kind of tuck into different corners, catch DRX players in bad positions where they have to check a bunch of different angles.
भाई Izu कुछ ज़्यादा ही मार रहा है बे.
They're pretty screwed at that point. That's massive. It's going to be 2 Bulldogs, a Vandal, the buy-up for T1. Meteor going to be the one with that Vandal, seeing if they can fast-track 2 more kill contracts. Create an extra angle. Look.
Good gamble stack here.
Yeah.
But the dart doesn't get cleared. Mako was looking for it the entire time, but as soon as it comes out, the tension gets tied up. Double ping revealing their positions here. Shotguns now start to fly. It's going to be freeing, who ends up beating a bit of damage as flashback. Decent timing if he pushes up, but here's these footsteps.
Deploying drone.
Drone to check. Oh, here comes the catch. That's going to be Stacks. Just a ghost to scoop up though. And nothing too hefty gained. Stun, looking for the connection. Buzz rushes forward, eats an immense amount of damage with a smoke, but catches a glimpse of Mako. Takes his head clean off. Oh, finds himself a third.
क्या बात कर रहा है?
scoop up one more would be on for an ace, but Flashback's just going to be out into the open. Easy to collect for Meteor. Not much damage dealt, just stacks on the floor as we get tied up at 7-7.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Good recovery there from
This is
T1.
Endeavor.
Even though Stacks dies on the backside of this, there's a lot of info gathered in this round, not just with the recon dart, but off of this push as well. That's something
Stacks
that
cute though.
T1 could be very aware of. God, Buzz. I mean, just
Go
the
bullet.
timing there, expecting Hyunmin to swing the corner. Wide swings himself to avoid that damage, avoid the angle that Hyunmin is going to be looking at. Unbelievable
Well,
stuff from Buzz.
ये round DRX को जीतना ही पड़ेगा.
8-3.
So good.
TP forward. Here at long, freeing nearby. Ping's coming down, so T1 anticipating some added reinforcements in position here to defend this A site. Stealth drone around the corner, just basically going to be pre-fired. So doesn't spot out too much, but knows that they are rushing up. Is okay. Meteor trying to advance into the site. She's going to be taking out Buzz as well. Similarly, falling is Hyunmin, dominant from on top of the
थोड़ा
box.
सा left right हो गया करके लग रहा है.
And all of a sudden, it's just Izu and Stacks left standing.
हल्का सा side में घुस गए.
This will be
Slow
tough.
creep call. Tough indeed, especially as Bane nails the one tap.
Clean.
Izu
इतना clean नहीं है.
challenges in for the fight. Able to find one, finds two. Bit more damage dealt as Hyunmin falls to 24.
भाई
Needs
झटको
to
भी
hold
मार
on to the
सकता
weapon,
था
so
वो.
wisely backpedals and freeing will be able to go ahead and find the kill. So DRX not going to allow for a bonus
ये
conversion.
थोड़ा ऊपर हो जाता था.
Maintain the
Max
lead.
है यार मेरा सब.
Can they
Oh,
stretch
lol.
it from here? Will T1 keep
Good.
things neck and neck once
Good.
again?
Yeah, no real ambiguity here for T1. They just
I'm
try
the
to
goody.
brute force their way through, pop the double tap, you know, try to TP in, and the timing's just cut off really nicely by DRX. But they read this the whole way. They had the info from the rip. I mean, freeing was already in towards the site by the time DRX gets to the front door. Or, excuse me, T1 gets to the front door. So I'd like to see T1 now start to spread the map a little bit. Try to keep DRX a little bit more honest. Let's see if they can get some more favorable rotations to come through. Thought for a minute there, Buzz was just gonna waltz through, but that Cypher util, you gotta be ultra careful. It's not in there this time, but dodge of the drone. Stacks gets spotted by the other one. So, you know where Stacks is. That's good information for the side of DRX. And the reinforcements are arriving for T1. Did he get the spot, though?
Double tap still available here for Meteor. Drone to try to check. Bane swings out, tries to clear that. Maybe getting spotted. Clear the TP. Just go ahead and stave off the chaos that they know is coming their way. The vulnerable crashes across. Swing onto the corner. Meteor going to be good for one. Izu covering fire is able to find Mako. Gunman's still here, but now blindly on his lonesome and just cannot finish the reload in time. Izu. A massive 3K for him, maybe a fourth. And Flashback gives him the opportunity. Spike is planted, and T1 look to tie things up at 8-8.
See if Flashback has anything to say about it. Difficult to say the least. May opt to end up saving.
Probably
the right call with Bane having literally 0 credits to his name, but the change up this time, right? You work the map a little bit more as T1, just from a macro perspective. That keeps DRX a little bit more off balance, and then you're able to take that sewers control because of it. You're able to come from a couple different angles, find a great opportunity for the vulnerable from Meteor there. Puts 2 players of DRX stuck in that back corner towards the graffiti, and that's just really well dialed up by T1. That execute looked a lot cleaner than the previous one.
And you know, that's with them losing out on the teleport as well. Exactly. Don't have that added bit of chaos for Buzz arriving into the back. In fact, does get taken down there as you saw from Hyunmin, but Izu has just been so steady today.
Ooh, ooh. Killing a Hyunmin. Really, really nice. Yeah, Izu has been really fired up today. 11 and 10 now on this map. He's the hero on Lotus. Look at this stack from DRX. Weaker buy for them, just 1 hero rifle for Flashback.
Start ping out onto 2 there at Sewer. Knives drawn.
Gonna have to rely a bit on flashback with this rifle. See if he can find a pick.
I mean, good luck. The first player you spot out is Meteor, and you see that shield is popped. Carpe just going for a quick little check here around the corner. Pop flash going to be sent up. Youngman swooping to the side. Carpe able to find two. Bane flashback. Both going to be taken down the line. Comes across. Able to find one. Gets the other. The 4K on for the ace. Looks for it. One knife remaining. Doesn't manage to find the kill. Neural Theft now getting the reveal, freeing Noted. The spike still on the ground. Izu going on a walkabout, swinging around, considering playing a ring around the rosy, going through the garage, freeing Sights, not turning that direction whatsoever. Now checks back, getting a solid read, tucking here. But Widely will just have to play this out patiently. 70 health remaining on Izu.
30 seconds
Cannot
left.
take him down in a single shot. The peek across, I believe he identified that the spike was still on the ground. 10 seconds till the next
ये split screen मेरे को चक्कर आ रहा है.
The better opportunity he gives to freeing.
किधर नजर देखो.
3 seconds. The plant now being stuck.
ये क्या है नया?
Backside in, he could just try to flush it.
अरे हटाओ.
Instead, they're gonna drift into one another.
कौन
And the
जीता?
shot will connect.
माँ को मेरे को चक्कर आ रहा था.
Will bail them out of the round to get the win.
ये क्या है split
once
screen?
again in the lead, another thrifty.
Oh boy, this is huge from Yeonmin. It's just one of those difference maker rounds for a Jet. He had a slow start to the map and he's heating up now. I mean, good maneuvering here by T1 to break open the site. The paranoia catches. Carpe stuck out in the open there, fully blinded. And a freeing just barely able to win that out. Huge, huge turnaround potentially.
Felt better for him in that round if it had it ended in a win, but worth noting, Carpe now has joined the 1K club with those 2 kills that he was able to accrue.
I hope ये लोग हर 1v1 के लिए ना करे split screen.
Congratulations to him, but I think the icing on top would be getting the qualification over to Masters Bangkok. Here comes that kill contract, looking for the grab. He's able to find flashback, and Meteor is right back to his old ways. Buzz now, forward position, finds the first, cannot TP out the safety. Hyunmin does manage to cut him down to size. As the Hunter's Fury doesn't find much. Carpe up on top of the box, but time ticking. The plant got in very quickly as there's the TP forward, looking for a little bit of spray across. The drop down, Hyunmin able to find stacks. His Meteor, however, is still here, and he is still a menace. 4 kills in reply to the thrifty T1. They keep it neck and neck.
And that's the value that you're getting out of this ISO. You're able to get the huge first kill on the flashback. You can do a lot more comfort to push towards that C site, get the plant down, set up your crossfires. Hyunmin does a good job here, putting a deeper smoke and then dashing a little bit further forward. That breaks Carpe's angle. So they can't just set up a crossfire with him in stacks towards the entry from C-Link. So he's able to break open some space, but then Meteor just swoops in and knocks a bunch of players down. Absolutely just ridiculously good stuff from him. He is such a talented player.
See the patience here. Fully anticipating that there's just going to be that dump of that ISO util early. Mako catching the spot out. Meteor leading the charge. Sees one. Shield about to expire. Just straight Guardian shot's going to be sent through. Only the fake out. Catching one here. As the Armageddon's able to be avoided.
Nice response from DRX. The last time they saw an A push, they gave up Sewers control. This time they're using that ult to clear that space.
They so badly want to maintain this and try to flush people over towards C side, because right now, I mean, it's flashback
heavy stack.
Filter not spotting anything. Swing onto the corner, Hyunmin able to find one stack, trades it back. Paranoia, try to hold off the rest of T1 at bay. This is well sent, but Meteor takes a nasty hit from that shock dart.
Up and nasty hit, up and nasty.
They're gonna try to go back to the front door. Still a lot of weaker weaponry other than Freeing's rifle.
Take 30 seconds left.
3 बंदे लोग stacked है भाई.
Sends out that recon a bit early. It's just the drone to try to check forward as flashes start flying. Ping reveal onto one. Paco dead here in front of the side. Bane dead similarly as Freeing tries to hold his ground, but can only come up with a single kill. Flashback now on the rotation. About to be noted by a tripwire.
Full execute, full confidence, full execute, full W.
More than happy to just play this one back.
कुछ
Buzz goes
फेक
for a quick
नहीं,
check,
कुछ
confirms that he's in
नहीं,
here in
मालूम
sewer.
है 3 बंदे उधर है.
Throws the shorty on the floor. Sprays DRX on the floor. That's exactly where he's going to flash back down as well. A grave marker perhaps here for the Cypher as T1 get up to double digits.
Yeah, T1 doing a
Crazy
great
खेल रहा है
job
भाई.
just holding their ground against some tricky maneuvering from DRX. Losing that player there, a little painful. Mako tried to hide in the smokes and find a timing there. They're able to clear that owl drone to keep his position secure. T1 able to recover very, very nicely and able to swing together around the box to make sure that freeing isn't able to do any more damage than 1 kill. So the timing and the coordination starting to look a lot better for T1. That's going to send DRX.
भाई तुम लोग पता है T1 का जो प्लेयर है ना, वो कभी भी बाहर जाता तो उसको पूछते नहीं है किधर जा रहा है करके, क्योंकि वो बोलेगा कार पे.
Of Haven, a lot of what we've been expecting from them. Some good combos, some good executes, some pretty good decision making too. They're working the map pretty nicely. They're making good adjustments to go for the C site when it's the weaker, more opportune moment. And even though there was that one round with the Blade Storm, you almost give up the ace. I'd say other than that, it's looked pretty good for T1. So let's see what DRX wants to do outside of this timeout. I mean, they do a decent job of trying to contest some A lobby control, but in the long run, with that ISO there, it's so difficult. And the Yoru as well. Kind of have to backpedal and kind of force out some of that utility and try to use your info gathering abilities. Sort of stall them a little bit. Don't give them the opportunity to set up for those executes.
Doctor does clear out the TP. Buzz losing out on that initial gate crash. Spain
Standing ahead.
setting up for a little lineup here. Bounces in pretty deep, instantly gets cleared. Close on the corner of the drone to try to lead the charge. Considers for a second going for his own, but that would have been a very bold move. But I think that gets a spot out on the 2. Hyunmin noted up on top of the box. Either way, vulnerability going to be thrown in. Bane going to be flashed up and freeing. Still here, finding one. Snacks does manage to go ahead and take down the enemy Teo, but Buzz and Meteor have both been cut down to size. The tips of the spear eliminated as fishing into the smoke. Mako finds one. Izu now with everything to do, and yeah, 2 targets, 1 weight closer than he might have anticipated. DRX will have a very steady round to keep things tied up.
Yeah, there you go. Nice stuff from DRX. Call here to just, okay, they're going to try to go for this execute. We're just going to cut them off as they come through. Wow, that's just a great reaction though from Hyunmin. Oh my god, just absolutely destroying in this round.
Fishing into the smoke and reels in a carpe.
ये लोगों को थोड़ा मैप पे वर्क करना पड़ेगा बे, लेकिन क्यों लोग एक ही जगह घुस रहे हैं ना, थोड़ा सा ऐसा आधा कमिट करके दूसरी जगह हिट करेगा तो मेरे हिसाब से जीत जाएगा T1 राउंड.
Now you got another Blade Storm, probably might not see it. We'll see him from Hyunmin in this round, but able to dodge the recon dart. Now you're going to see a bit of an exploration towards B from T1. They're grabbing the spike, but that smoke going to prevent them from getting any further forward. That's a little too much for them to handle right now, but gotta watch this back line. Hyunmin is so close around this corner. Drone's gonna get him though.
They got him in the garage, and yeah, Hyunmin gonna be noted. 2 players here, as he will just tailwind across over towards long.
It's nice though. Got the tailwind out of the duelist. Gonna make it a little bit tougher. Still though, gonna reset up for this B hit. Smokes are giving it away.
Flash is going to be sent, freeing, not going to be really caught by that.
उल्लू बनाया, बड़ा मजा आया, उल्लू बनाया, बड़ा मजा आया.
Wonders here for the squad as Carpe is able to find freeing. Meteor lost so far. Hyunmin noted. Buzz here at back site, able to shut down Bane. A 2v4. T1 has so many options available to them. He attempted to push forward, the flash coming through. Hyunmin, it all falls to him, which is 24 HP. T1 take this up to 11.
अच्छा खेल रहे हैं दोनों टीम.
No other recourse but to slowly drift away.
Huh?
But this time around, you know, T1 is playing with the map a little bit more.
They're
experimenting with different ideas. They're saying, okay, let's go to the front of B. Let's see what attention we draw. Let's see what kind of response DRX is going to give us. And then
भाई सीन ऐसा है कि ये जो पुश और रीटेक कर रही है ये सब तो ठीक है, लेकिन बस को अगर कोई मैसेज करेगा तो डबल वाइब्रेट होएगा, क्योंकि बस Buzz.
Where he has to battle all the way out today. And they're able to find another really good entry. I mean, if Meteor and Buzz get into a site, it's basically round over.
Feels that way.
It's just, they're so clean. It's just a matter of stopping that. And it's so hard, of course, with the Yoru TP, with the
W.
ISO double tap. They have so much ability to absorb and misdirect and redirect.
W jokes.
Now they've got some ults. This is one of those rounds where lock in if you're DRX. So you got a dimensional drift and a kill contract available. Oh.
A little bit of chip damage there. It's Buzz rushing forward on the hunt. Should have gotten a sense that Flashback was there, and there's going to be the nab. Meteor once again grabbing him up. Mako at the same time, ripping people apart as Buzz and Carpe both can take it down, and now finds Meteor anticipating, knowing exactly where he was going to snap back to after the kill contract had expired. Zach's on his lonesome. Not much to be done other than to die. 11-11. Tied up once again.
Love to see this from Mako's perspective, because even though the other player on that site gets caught in the kill contract, he just holds the line. He just wins. I don't know what happened, but it was good.
Looks like a timeout call is going to happen here. T1 pumping the brakes, but we'll take a look back here as just
I think
contract right here, no problem.
Meteor knew it too.
Yeah. How could you not?
Yeah.
Nice.
Timeout call does come through. Everything in the kitchen sinks easier by both of these teams as we are once again tied after the 22nd round. T1 from here.
By full इज्जत है यार, लेकिन T1
did
को
close it out.
बाप
They
खेल
got
रहा है
that 13-11 on Lotus. Can they tell the same tale twice? Get themselves qualified to Masters Bangkok into the grand final here at Kickoff. Will DRX
अगर ये T1 हारी तो DRX मैप
over to that third and final map?
And that was such a painful loss for T1. I mean, you have two huge ultimates in that round, and you're not really able to get much out of it. Credit
let's go Bangkok
to both Mako and Flashback for doing a good job of making that dimensional drift fairly worthless.
एक
Yeah,
और
you're
गंदा
gonna
जोक
catch
होता है, मैंने
Flashback.
एक भी गंदा जोक
They
मारा
never
आज
really
की stream
identified
पे।
Mako's position.
क्या
until it's too
4000
late.
लोग देख रहे हैं,
They're gonna
4000
roster
लाइक्स
players.
कर दो।
And the kill contract just pops out right in front of him. So that's just
किसको support कर रहे हैं
another
DRX?
huge brain play.
Sheriff has a Carpe has a sheriff. I said sheriff
That's
has
a
Carpe
idea.
is almost
Sheriff
what I said,
has a
which
Carpe.
You might as well. He basically is the embodiment.
He is the sheriff. They are one.
We really need to do some content. Carpe as a sheriff. Back to that old West set that we had
Oh yeah, that would be
a
sick.
couple years ago.
Got a sheriff. I mean, we have a lot of crack sheriff players too. Meteor,
Fake teleport.
anybody on Gen
Time to
G.
jump.
Gate crash here at the front of site, likely going to be a fake. As
Wire.
right up over the top. Not going to be able to get the spot out here on the flashback. Paranoia will connect, and oh, shoulder going to be seen. Flashback dancing around the side for Buzz. Quick to chase forward, does end up getting sunned out. However, as Meteor goes to the backside, being able to find a second, find a third. Meteor still alive. Now, just Hyunmin left, still rotating.
I know exactly.
With the plant, there's the neural theft built up. Isu doesn't even need the reveal. Meteor is just able to win out the fight. And T1 will once again move up to 12. This time, match point. Masters Bangkok right here in front of their grasp.
Phenomenal stuff from T1 on this execute. The Paranoia lands squarely onto Flashback, and he's stuck behind that box because of the recon dart. He can't clear it, and they're able to scale into sight because of that. And then Meteor's just able to just use that double tap and use his natural aim to shut down that C-Link angle. Such powerful stuff, but look at all these ultimates for DRX. Blade Storm popped. You have a Judge for Flashback. You have the Armageddon. A lot of tools still available.
Oh,
even
Flashback.
Oh boy.
He gets pinged. He was disguising what gun he has in his hand.
It's all bait. Just baiting for the Armageddon.
All right, now T1 not biting. Still thrown out in towards mid. Ping coming down, but it's not going to be able to identify too much.
I like this. T1 being very aware of their opponent's ultimate situation. So they're really doing their diligence. They'd love to identify as much as they can here, of course, but in particular freeing. If you can find him, you're feeling pretty good. Ooh.
Meteor does eat a little bit of damage there. Sends out the wall. Keeping them interested, but in reality, sights are now being set on B. Everybody working their way out of window. Gunman, however, scaling forward. Ooh, flush along the wall. Meteor needs to read this. Timing missed. Doesn't spot him going down to the sewer. Gunman, it all falls to him. Finds the first. Looks for the second. It's going to be Mako getting involved to take down Buzz. Meteor, however, does manage to strike. Comes out of the sewer. The Armageddon ripping across. As there is the kill contract once again in play. Double tap shield is still there, and Meteor still good for the shot. Gets the refresher, but is snapped back right in front of freeing this time. The TP pick up the spike, brought over to B. A 3v2 to try to end the map, to stop this from going into overtime. Izu scales forward, taking space. Neural Theft, however, gets the reveal, spots him out, freeing. Considering going for a push. Flush alongside the smoke here effectively is Carpe. Spots on the TP, but then freeing immediately. Just barrels into the site right behind him. As Izu has to try to clutch it. Spots one, cannot make it happen. No repeat of Lotus this time. We go into overtime.
Oh, man, DRX. So good here in these moments of being able to wait out the utility of T1. You know, T1 doing a good job of trying to work the map, but it's just a better response from DRX's Hyunmin to wait this out, to tuck into this corner. Stacks just had no idea. Another good kill contract, but yeah, Meteor knows it. He's just dead when he comes out. Nobody else had been able to claim the space behind him.
That's a couple kill contracts in a row where it's just nothing more to say other than I got mine.
Yep. Glass cannon for Buzz. Coming into this defender side, the op rounds pretty solid. See if we can find some more value. A trip right at the front of B.
I'm out off the nope.
No. I'm not sure.
Is that old footage?
A replay. He dodged the recon.
Just a bit deeper than his position, yeah.
This is, you know, T1 remembering, hey, B site was where they started to find value. Let's commit a little bit heavier towards that side of the map, especially with Buzz able to watch short A sewers with that operator. Trying to hide from the drone, throws out a TP just in case. Never gets a spot of him though.
So that last dart go out right before the drone had expired, sent it immediately into the corner where Buzz was at, until they fully expected he's going to be in that spot and likely with an off. Here comes the push out now into the B side. Carpe going to be good for one. Stacks joining in. Finds another flashback. Hyunmin both going to be left on the ground, and then Stacks instantly dealt with free. Finding the kill, scaling forward, taking space over towards back site. The fake out sent their way. No one falling for it. No one looking to give Buzz line of sight. It's freeing and Mako splitting the difference here. There's a spot on the one. Kill going to be collected. Izu, however, somehow comes away with two. Now down to Bane. The dart sent flying. Bane pushing forward. Tucks up into the smoke. Skirts around the cage. Pushes out. And he just does not check left. Izu with three. Gets T1 up to match point.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable, babe. The whole way throughout.
Yeah, just at the last moment, just didn't expect to tuck into the corner. Didn't anticipate it. Unbelievable. I mean, Stacks here doing a nice job holding like that. No, I knew that had to be insane because Stacks had barely come around that corner around the box. I was like, what in the world was that free?
Such a disgusting pre-fire.
He is brutally good. Look at that, 26 and 17.
He needs to continue and maybe even do a little bit more. The side swap. T1 back on the attack here to try to close out the map. DRX needing to extend this. Stealth drone. It's a spot onto one. Cam cleared out. Freeing, sends out a couple shots, puts one in the shoulder of Buzz.
Still though, you're keeping a lot of attention, and now you're able to TP out towards the other side of the map.
More than enough spotted there. You see Meteor, you likely see the site that they're looking to end up on. Reposition will come through. Gone well into the back. Simple clear. Mako nearby. Gate crash. Working its way forward. Paranoia at the ready. Gate crash uncleared. TP forward here from Buzz. He's able to find Mako. Takes him down, quickly traded out. Hyunmin repositions, gets himself here back sight. In the meantime, flashback, scaling forward, ready to try to intercept. But it's not going to push through the window. Wrap around all the way towards C. He looks to just play this out as quietly as humanly possible, but there's still that tripwire previously set up, so getting a backstab angle is not really going to be easy at all.
Oh, Meteor.
Meteor is lingering behind a little bit, freeing. Here, ready to greet them. The vulnerability not going to hit anybody as the white swing comes through. Stack's able to find one. Izu gets another. Hyunmin trying to strike. Flashback now. Makes his presence known. Backside plant. All down to flashback to try to keep this overtime going. To try to keep them in this series. And he's got it done. Flashback gets the 3K, gets the defuse, and gets the RX a second lease on life.
भाई मैं देख के थक गया हूँ भाई.
Unbelievable. They don't swing together. T1 gives him the 1v1s.
Switching sides. Overtime.
And flashback happy to take it. Great patience, great stall. Again, using that info so well as DRX, mirroring their movements, taking map control. And even though T1's able to scale into the site,
2 bullets left in the mag.
This goes here.
Once again, onto the defender side. Here's T1, but this time, no glass cannon.
Curious to see.
एक तरह एक मेरा हो रहा है भाई.
It's like 3 players right at the front of B. Maybe considering a bit of a push out here. I think they got the spot on the flashback.
Buzz is going forward, freeing, tucked around the corner, and Buzz able to find it, gets out scot-free before the punish can come through. In the meantime, C site to be taken. Cam still set up, and Meteor holds things down, notes the flank, brushes them aside as Carpe not quite able to find the adjustment there, ends up falling down. Player advantage, however, still here in the hands of T1 as Hyunmin looks to go aggressive, and still somehow comes away with one. Tailwind's back over onto the site, Stacks able to find Bane. The Buzz dead. Stacks and Izu to try to keep T1 in the lead. The drone to check. Hyunmin does get tagged, has to try to retreat, but cannot. Stacks guns him down. It's all on Mako.
Smoke left right tabi.
But the time is not on their side here. For T1, they have to get a move on. When you're playing against Mako, it can prove to be very difficult. Now comes down to the 2 IGLs, the 2 former teammates. The time not quite gonna be there, and Mako gets the Red Bull clutch. DRX up to map point.
There was no time.
Switching sides.
Man, oh man, this has now gotten really scrappy. We're into overtime. A great pick early. Kind of one of those classic T1 plays. But then Hyunmin taking so much space out here, that dash out so good. It's a great spot for Stacks, just barely reacting to that.
वो backside खाली
But
गया.
this guy's been playing Os.
Yeah, right? But T1 is way too cautious at the end of that round. You know, they've got the C site well pinned in. And the timer there was just ticking so fast. 1 round away from going to fracture. Oh, freeing. Hello, fake out.
Well, doesn't identify anything else as flashback will get the spot on the Buzz.
That's going to force out the drone, though, so you get the stealth drone out of the way. It's going to give you some info, though. The area around mid doors has been abandoned. An earlier drone going to be cleared. Oh, Buzz.
Okay, Bane able to get away. Damage not suffered.
Izu, a big fight here, potentially.
Swing out, and oh, the second shot from flashback is clean. Right between the doors, right between the eyes. I sat here in the smoke, recon at the ready from Bane. Sends it. Gets the ping out onto 2. Oh. That's everything that DRX needs to know as they look to bring this map to a conclusion and send us over to Fracture. Ping reveal out, Meteor scaling forward, tries to get the double tap shield refresh, cannot. Stacks ends up falling, as will Buzz. 15-13.
Not even close.
DRX,
not even close.
Dig deep enough.
Not
and
even
we are
close.
going the distance here in this first series. Those tickets to Bangkok are not booked yet for either squad.
Unbelievable comeback. The tenacity that this DRX team is showing.
भाई T1 के लिए बुरा लगा यार. Close कर सकते थे भी T1.
Saw it against GENG on Buying. Now you're seeing it on Haven against T1. No give up at all in DRX.
Fuck, मजा आया अभी देख के.
They are doing a great job of finding these adjustments when they need them. Some big hero plays from the likes of Hyunmin, Flashback, Mako. Bringing them over the line. Freeing is an absolute monster. The guy is so good.
Just a machine. Unreal. I
कौन
mean,
सी अच्छी
this is
फैंटम
what happens
की
when you let loose the
गेम
IGL
में
lanes,
एग्जिस्ट
I
करते हैं क्या?
suppose.
मेरे को
And
ओली और
Mako has
नॉकटम
been
अच्छा
calling
लगता है.
overall a pretty solid game. Some mistakes here and there from both squads, but it has been neck and neck the
भारी पड़ा
entire
बे,
way throughout
एक
these
round.
first two maps, and now we get
अभी अगर
rewarded with
टीमन
a
हारा और
third one
बाहर
for
गया
our
ना,
troubles. For anybody who
रोड
thought
बैक
they were just going to tune in, watch a quick little
बुरा लग
victory
गया.
from DRX and from T1, and then head off to bed. You're in it for the long haul. Fracture will be the decider here between these two squads.
फ्रैक्चर तो कोई भी जीत सकता है. वो तो रीड वाला मैप है.
Early, because you got an early call time.
स्टैट वाला मैप नहीं है वो.
Head off to bed, you got a job to do.
Bedtime, old
मतलब
man.
इतना हेवी स्टार्ट वाला मैप है
Well, for the rest of
कि
us,
रीड
though,
वाला
we'll be
मैप है.
sticking
मतलब तुम
around.
समझ रहे हो?
With bated breath.
सिर्फ
as we
एक
wait to
दूसरे
get
को
into
नचाना
that
पड़ेगा.
third
आगे
final
पीछे,
map
आगे
and see
पीछे,
who's
आगे
going to
पीछे.
be going to the grand final, who's going to be going to Masters Bangkok. But for now, we'll pass things back over to the analyst desk once more.
Yeah, good luck to you, Sideshow. You might not be able to stay up for
Bola first
Fracture,
blood,
but
man.
we sure do. I mean, this is a banger of a series. Those
Baat
last
hai,
few rounds
baat
in
hai.
particular were nail-biters. My heart was racing. I was sweating too. I wasn't sure who was going to take it because there were just so many
That's
clutch
fine.
rounds that time.
Honestly, that's a map that really could have gone either
तो
way.
दो क्लच
T1
जो लिखा है ना,
beating
DRX के नाम
themselves
नीचे वो
up,
बारी
but they
पड़े.
didn't win this. Meteor doing everything he can on the ISO to try and claw their way through it, but it's freeing time. We have to talk about this guy.
Unreal, like the mechanics, you know, some of the pre-fires and the
That's
shots that were
amazing.
hitting in that game was
Like, yeah,
amazing.
that's
I didn't really feel like the Teo utility
below
was
right
that
in
much
the counter.
better than a Breach, to be honest. Looking at it on the face of things, I felt like a lot of the time on that A site, you know, the Teo and the Salvo value that they were getting would have been the same as a Paranoia or an Aftershock. I didn't really
भाई
feel like
फ्रैक्चर
when
बची है
they were
रेस
taking
बीच पे
a
हो.
lobby, it
मेरे
was
को नहीं
making that
मालूम.
much of a difference, but his individual performance is undeniable, and DRX just winning enough clutches to get them across the line. It was a
Race,
very nervy
Breach,
game from them though,
Theo,
as was Lotus, to be honest.
Brim,
I get this sense that
Killjoy.
there's a little bit of nerves there. The players aren't quite confident to pick
W
off each
comp.
other well.
W
You saw a
comp.
couple of whiffs there in overtime as well that you saw a lot less of from T1, but at the end of the day, they've kept themselves in the series, and they will go through to Fracture, which is another Teo map. So nothing but Teo from DRX. I was questioning it here on Haven. They're just going to keep jamming this until they go to Bangkok or they go home.
Yeah,
भाई तो मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, तू ब्रेड मंगा ले अगर वो लोग जैमिंग कर रहे हैं तो.
I don't think you do that on a Breach.
I agree. You don't see Breaches pull that off. Freeing on the Teo, it's a match made in heaven. And you talk about nerves. I mean, this is where the stakes are at their highest. So we have a couple of replays here to show you the kind of ideas that Freeing was bringing to this Teo. We see the power that this drone is able to have. And we also see how they're able to use the salvos at the start of the round and add these executes for control.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of teams run these executes with the salvos on Pearl. It's been very annoying to deal with, but the double drones are so good on attack to be able to take a lot of that space.
Yeah, the double drone is really, really impactful. We saw them use it a lot, and we see the stall coming in here. This is where Freeing feels so natural. He's not necessarily holding it for the post plan, just trying to disrupt when T1 are trying to play.
Yeah, for sure. Similar to a Breach fault line, right? You're seeing it used in all of the chokes here on Haven to stop the other team and disrupt them from being able to complete some of those retakes, to try to zone them out of this A-main control the same way that you would use a Breach fault line, for example, but with a little bit more kill potential. But what I really want to highlight is on the T1 side of things, this is exactly why you play ISO Yoru. The ability to run up into the site, disregard trips, disregard everything, and still come out on top. Buzz just TPing into the face of the opposing Sentinel. You get a lot of really nasty set rounds like this one as well. Dimensional Drift just scouting out the entirety of the site. Buzz looking high and low for the Cypher here. Finally finds him on spawn side. Instantly you get the kill contract. Meteor wins that kill contract. Buzz is now in an aggressive position where he can catch a player on and off angle coming in for that retake. And then when you've got Meteor in the mid-round or Izu in the mid-round, I'm sure these guys are going to multi-frag and win you the game. And this was just insult to injury from Buzz.
The DRX spray!
That was a
so
moment.
Good. That's so funny. But I mean, Freeing, it's hard. I mean, I feel like we talk about this guy every single time. I feel like I see his face in my dreams.
Yeah. If he knocks you out of a tournament, this is the photo you come back to, you know?
He's so good on the
Unreal.
Teo. And like we say, I mean, I don't even think it was like the perfect fit, but I think it's clearly a comfort agent. Then as we move across to Fracture, we broke this down in the past. Our Teo is becoming more and more meta on Fracture. It's an even better map for freeing, no?
Because there was literally moments where I was looking at the T1 players POV and I'm seeing freeing like pre-fire one-tap them. If that's happening to me online, I'm hitting the report button straight away.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But the thing is, he's just that good.
He's
Just that good. But I also want to point out, it wasn't just freeing. Hyunmin got a massive round. Remember that Blade Storm?
Yeah.
There were a lot of those
well.
moments. Yes.
Flashback had a lot of very big impactful rounds. You know, it's difficult to defend up against this ISO Yoru, as we saw from some of the highlights, but he really had some good reads. I like the fact that especially as the game went longer and longer, he actually got active. He started pushing out Garage, taking space and reading the rotation, because T1's game plan has been the same all day long. It's been, we are going to have a straightforward approach. We're playing single E-Near, double duelist on both Lotus as well as Haven. We're just going to drone and hit the site. We're committed to that game plan. So if you're able to take space elsewhere and read the rotations, things become very, very obvious at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think T1's game plan has kind of been, we're better than you.
Yeah.
It's saying, we know we're better than you.
Coming into the site, it's just about win.
Yeah, they're basically saying to DRX, we can run at you, we can do whatever we want. And it was really nice to see the other players on DRX, apart from freeing, step up in those individual moments. Like you speak about the Blades 4K from Hyunmin. He was having a slow game a little bit, but he really came alive when it mattered. As we head towards Fracture, of course we're going to see DRX stick with that Teo. And we saw T1 pick that up also last time they played this map.
If it ain't broke, don't do anything.
Could be a mirror. I mean, this is the thing. T1 has 2 gears, and we've already seen it, the main gear today, well, which I thought was like, this was going to be their off pick, where it's like, oh, double duelist will be the thing that we mix in. No, double duelist is the main strategy, guys, and then sometimes we might play something else.
Right. It's really tricky, especially since this is it's now 1-1, and we are down to our final map. I turn to T1, who are on stage, and now that pressure is getting to them. They know that they are supposed to be the team that takes this, but you look on stage, and as DRX wins, I'm not sure. Of course, this wasn't shown on camera, but you know, you can see it if you're here in the venue with us. Buzz tosses his headset. He slams the table. Stacks has been, you know, aggressively communicating, and that's never a good sign. I'm wondering, do they tilt?
I mean, the nerves, the stakes, the emotions could not be any higher. This is the game for Bangkok, and especially when you lose in overtime like that, you know you could have had it. I think it's okay to be frustrated. It's okay to be annoyed with yourself. It's also okay to be a little bit annoyed with the people around you, because you guys as a team didn't manage to get it over the line. But it's now about how you reset. You can't let that frustration bleed into map 3.
I think at the end of the day, people really criticize giving negative criticism, but some people do need a kick up the butt. You know, it's not always going to work for everyone to motivate everyone to be nice to them in a competitive environment. At the end of the day, this is like a sport. This is very much, you're pushing other people to be better, and sometimes that's going to work for a team better than, it's okay, buddy, you know, good try that game. That doesn't work for some people.
Yeah, you're amazing. No, you'll be fine.
You went 5 and 20, but it's okay. You're fantastic at everything. You just need to work on your aim, your communication, your setups.
Also, like, nobody knows what went wrong more than the players, right? So if you go up to a player and you say, oh, don't worry about it, you'll get it. Like, all that's in that player's head is, I made this mistake, I made this mistake, I made this mistake.
Yes.
You have to acknowledge it, get it out of your body, get it, you know, speak it, get rid of it, and reset. You get a clean slate, you get a fresh chance on map 3. So you don't want to ignore those mistakes. You have to learn from them and be better.
Second match,
and that's exactly what I'm going to be looking at as the players walk out on stage. How is T1 going to reset? Because they've been in this position before. I mean, how many times, again, have Stacks and Buzz been on that stage, right? In this high pressure situation. And for DRX, for some of them, this might be the first time ever. Their hearts are pounding. I want to see how those nerves settle down and how that turns into a massive performance here.
It's such a high pressure map. Like, this is the best of one on Fracture.
This is it for Masters.
There are so many long storylines and rivalries and players that have played in either team and know each other very well at this point. Like, this map is just going to be a pressure cooker, and I'm keen to see whether it's going to be the less experienced team with some very fresh rookies. Like, Freeing has obviously played Ascension and things like that, but someone like Hyunmin, not much experience going into a tournament like this, and this is the big game. This is it. Whereas T1, they've got the players that have been in these situations already time and time again.
Yeah, it's
Oh, bas
almost
7 घंटा
second nature
सोई.
to them. It's almost like we
इसके लिए
expect
नींद
them
आ
to do so just because.
talking
आज
about.
11
Yeah,
बजे
and
सोई
there
हूँ.
were so many rounds that time where they knew they had it. It's just that, you know, somebody misses one kill, somebody misses a step, somebody moves just a little bit forward, and it all falls apart. How do those mistakes get remedied as we step into Fracture, especially since DRX, they've been looking pretty good on this map.
Okay, well, T1, they are going to back themselves with the Teo pick, but the Vice out for flashback instead of the Cypher, so it's just a change of senti between these two teams.
Yeah, I like it. I think Vice is also a nice fit on this map, and I think Flashback has some potential on this agent. It's also a good swap when you see the T1 bring out this Teo, as we saw last time. So moving across to the Vice, the wall is not breakable by the Teo util in the same way that Killjoy and Cypher is. So this feels like a slight adjustment to counter what T1 bring.
It's obvious to say, but for me, Meteor is the defining player in this matchup. The way that he cans on defense and pushes and takes map control and
no,
he's active
DRX
and
comp
aggressive.
+1.
If he makes some round-winning pushes, if he gathers some info with the cam or gets a good lurk timing, that could be the difference for T1.
And it's unfreeing and human to shut him down with that utility that they have. Break his cam, break his setups, and make Meteor have a hard time. That's what this best of war essentially is going to come down to.
record करके भेज दो already 4-5 मैच चुका stop being so cute.
How
Excuse me,
intense,
love
how more
you.
intense can this possibly be? We're gonna step into Fracture and we're gonna toss it one more time to Paper Thin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Here we go,
Yeah,
map
गर्मी
3.
हो रही है इधर.
See which team gets that grand final spot, gets over to Masters
क्या
Bangkok.
है इसी है?
भाई मेरा
Which
prediction
one
जो
is
पहला
going
राउंड
to have
जीता
to
वो
play
जीता.
through that lower bracket?
नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से DRX ही.
Pressure is on. Both teams have been
I think
neck and
too
neck
much
the
pressure for
entire way
T1.
throughout those first two maps of Lotus and Haven. Will that continue as we get on a Fracture?
Sure feels like it.
कल पार्टी
but this
कल
has been a
पार्टी
map
नहीं कल
that
वॉच
T1
पार्टी.
has played a lot this year. Played it against Boom, played it against Paper X, played it against
पार्टी के बाद
Talon.
बर्थडे मनाएंगे.
Beat Boom and Talon, lost to Paper X.
तू पहले इसी
But
रिपेयर
they
कर.
won
नहीं तो
convincingly
फेंक दूंगी
after the
इसको.
swap over to the Tejo for Izu. So let's see if they can keep that momentum rolling or if this change in device is going to give them fit. DRX is going to have a good read.
कागड़ बिल्ली है,
Clear
कागड़
space
बिल्ली.
there with the salvos. Buzz just trying to play the jiggle peek angle.
Buzz taking the brunt of that.
That's some heavy aim.
Quite a bit of damage. Down to 45. Meteor similarly tagged up to 75.
They're expecting it. Two players facing.
Cuts back across. Just slide through the door here, waiting for any kind of contact, any kind of noise. Paint shells can be let loose to try to stave off this attack. Pulp line will go ahead and force it back. Oh, Gunman with the blast pack forward, instantly finds a headshot. Gets the one tap on the stacks to boot. Another paint shell in the fray. Izu up on top. Be safe here for the moment. It's Carpe making some noise, drifting across here from Sands. Spot out into the opens. That stealth drone does eventually get cleared. Meteor pushes up, able to find one. Not yet found, but Mako plays it patiently.
This is too much.
Springs the trap. Meteor falls. Zoom Carpe now. It's Carpe instantaneous with the first, gets the second.
2v2 पे आ गया, 4v2 से.
In with a
30
shout.
seconds left.
But
No
it's
HP,
too
100
much.
between the two of
HP
them.
नहीं है.
Well, this has been in Carpe's agent pool his best
भी आ गया.
performing one that he's had.
Spike
Blind
planted.
भी है.
Showing you some good maneuvering there. They're going to take the
ये
ropes
DRX
over
जीत गया,
Oh
paradox.
my
to the other
God.
side. Try to throw DRX off
सुना होगा,
balance
सुना
there.
होगा.
I mean, Flashback was
नहीं
so
सुना.
far ahead of this towards
Flashback में
Canteen.
सुना होगा ना?
Now Bane, though,
सुना.
has a pretty good idea.
हेडफोन नहीं पहना था उसने.
Set up, even if the pressure comes through, has that fault line. Just try to peel back, goes on the peak, sends it. Time, however, ticking, working against T1. The salvo flushes him out, but Bane, he takes that. Swings out, finds Izu, guns him down. Carpe, no way.
Hold on to your hat.
To try to win this one out, we'll just be tagged up and picked apart. Flashback finds the
round.
finalists. DRX
Who's the end
will once
करना था
again
यार?
get themselves a
Short.
pistol round victory.
Huh?
4-1 in that regard across the series.
They just play T1 like a fiddle at the beginning of this round. Anticipate the trap setup, stun them,
Remember
even
this
hit
milestone
Youngin.
chat पढ़ो पढ़ा आयशा
He's
भाई
able to
love
blast
you
back
बोला.
right past it. Oh, two just clean kills. And as usual, Mako outthinking, outsmarting his opponents. Carpe answers in kind, but it just takes so long to get there if you take those ropes.
Hey, मेरा gecko किधर है?
By that point,
मेरा
it's
gecko.
an uphill battle for sure for T1, so no
Huh?
buy-up at all. No Sheriff for Meteor, just classics. all the way through.
And I think the DRX are going to be somewhat relieved to maybe see this, depending on how the rest of the round goes, because these anti-ecos have been very rough.
Yep.
So with just classics abound, should be considerably cleaner, but already T1, big push out over towards Dish. 3-player working forward to check that north side out. In the meantime, stealth drone forward onto the B side.
TLN will qualify.
Space refilled here by
GENG.
Carpe and Meteor.
GENG and DRX finals.
You can see DRX is so wary. Oh my god, crazy person.
Yeah, he is an absolute lunatic. Just pushing forward, paint shells now into the back. Carpe, having been noted, just get forced away. Flashback finds one over towards A site. Buzz trades it out, can upgrade to the Ghost. And in the meantime, there's still a good amount of damage onto these players from DRX, so they are far from out of the woods. Flashbacks up over the top. Carpe plays it patiently, waiting as Stax is able to collect one. The push forward, the right click rewards him with a kill. Now suddenly Buzz puts that Ghost to good use. It's all on Mako, the spike, stranded here in this position. As paint shells from Molly will be expended, traded out. And Mako gets tagged up. Blast pack sent, Buzz with 3, and T1 get the thrifty to tie it.
Oh my god.
They've been so close so many times to getting those thrifties to come through, and this time they get it done. They just keep retucking in behind this smoke at the front of tree. You lose your lurking player in Izu, which, you know, again, you don't think is a big deal initially. Or excuse me, you know, you're gonna trade that Ghost. You know, Izu dies, Buzz picks it up. But that's the Ghost down, whatever, who cares?
Okay, so I had been fed false information previously, but Carpe has now actually achieved 1,000 kills. So congratulations.
Yasin.
Oh boy.
Carpe backpedaling though, says there's a stun onto Meteor. Gets worked down into the ground. Buzz quickly storming forward as Isu's able to find one, but Hyunmin on for 3. Spike, however, still stuck here in main. DRX having to recover.
भाई का भसड़ वाला मैच है बे.
These 2 players.
ले उधर स्टन, इधर स्टन, नेड, उधर नेड, इधर रॉकेट,
Here's
उधर
the
रॉकेट.
showstopper now as Buzz pushes forward, manages to find 2. Hyunmin needing the ace to try to clutch it out, and he gets it done. As we just continue to go blow for blow, back and forth. Advantages in this series mean absolute jack.
I mean, just so much util thrown by both squads, but with Meteor down, the other 2 players stuck behind the door. Buzz just says, okay, well, you got the showstopper. I'm going to pick up 2 and leave it down to Stacks. Usually so good, but Hyunmin has been electric these last couple of maps. 7-2 now.
Yay!
Almost an ace with the Blade Storm. This time gets it done.
Guardian, 2 Sheriffs, 2 Classics here for T1. So here comes the 2-2 scoreline. Let's tie it up.
Well, Buzz has the showstopper too, so, you know. Because they know that there isn't as much flank control, they have to throw a body at that problem. And it is going to be Flashback who's going to dissuade Buzz. But everybody else can just lean into this side of the... Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Getting cooked. Push out does get great timing. Comes with Mako just before falling to Flashback's hand.
Looking for the showstopper angle.
He anticipates the close angle. The answer is going to be no. Showstopper still does find one, but Flashback will find 3 overall. Carpe's position very well noted. Flashback, not quite an ace, but still gets himself a 4K.
3-1, not bad, not bad.
Through DRX.
Ult भी waste हो गया.
Once again, off to an early lead.
They look really good in some of these chaotic moments. Some of these ideas that they have to play off of each other. Good awareness by Flashback there to be ready for Meteor to try to repush that angle. Covering Mako, even though Mako dies. Flashback really solid in that round, a 4K for him. Some of these big explosive plays from the DRX players, giving them an advantage. Now rifles back in hands for T1, but the economy not good behind it. Love to try to...
economy's not too bad though. They're very close to having some critical ones, but Flashback for now, Steel Garden is online.
There's the orbital strike for Carpe. Got him the orb.
It's going to be noted though. Can't use it for now, suppressed out.
4 बंदे stack.
But DRX unable to scale forward safely onto the site, so time does get bought.
भाई वो लोग को read तो है भाई से ult मार
At the
सकता है.
ready. Big combo potential between these two. As Buzz catching a glimpse there.
They don't like that either.
भाई से ult मारेगा.
That sends all of DRX packing. And the Buzz as well, mirroring their rotations. Watch this push from Flashback, trying to re-clear this space, but now Stacks gonna be on lockdown duty. Flashback probably just gonna wait this out. Uses the steel garden over here to try to sell a fake.
Yeah, and it's starting to get a bite here. Rotations now beginning, the slow creep up continuing, but nothing spotted. Cam gets situated. Door opened up. This is going to be heard here by Izu, who has the ult at the ready. Rolls out the red carpet in main. Green just going to be held up. Spike as well. Not into the site. All the rest of T1 have now got congregated over here towards this site. Meteor will find a second kill. Green going to be taken down. Orbital goes through. Carpe cooks Mako. Bane will be noted.
Oh my boy,
time ticking, but he's got a rolling thunder set to try to get the plant. Has he offset the aftershock? Has enough position though to get out of the way. Spike now planted. Stacks on the drop. The 1v1 as they note each other, and Stacks comes out on top. The defuse will come through. T1 shorten the gap, but there is a hell of a lot of investment here to get this round win.
For sure, both teams invested a lot. I mean, that rolling thunder there to try to secure that round makes a lot of sense, but not able to get it done. Winning that 1v1, Stacks finally able to come through. Izu playing this position really, really nicely. Some good covering fire from Meteor. And Bane, that is disgusting. Stacks pretty nonplussed about that one. Just listening to the other players talk it out. Now it's going to be DRX's economy. A little bit shaky. One hero rifle. Orbital strike for Mako. Guardians. A lot of Guardians.
Prize for $50 million.
3 of them to try to work with here as Hyunmin bouncing up in the tower. Tripwire going to be cleared out. As Meteor hold close just here alongside the box. Ring spamming forward. Meteor does end up falling. That opens up the B site for the tank. Mako will happily snatch up a weapon upgrade.
Spike planted.
Plenty of noise being made here as Buzz. Oh, just gonna get taken down. Mako finding him through the box. Now Izu given reason to pause. His flashback, all he wanted was the weapon here. Swings out, collects it, isn't ready. I suppose for this timing. Mako now tucked. Oh, couple shots, finds it. It's all on carpet to see if he can deal some additional damage. Finds the first salvos, flush him forward. Gets a little bit of damage across there, but pushes up, cannot find Bane. DRX will maintain a 2-round lead.
The Guardians here just have no value in this round. There's just so many smokes on the B site.
And value for Mako.
They did have value for Mako. I mean for T1. he scoops that Guardian up, but you know, with these stingers and all this smoke that they're able to generate, they can force these close quarter battles. It makes it pretty tricky to find the use case scenarios for those guns. And DRX has really clean setups for that B site hit. Hyunmin as well. So quick to push tower. And Meteor, playing Cypher instead of Killjoy, you're not gonna have some of those nanos and other things to delay. You have to rely on your positioning a lot more.
Similar start. Sheriff in hand here for Meteor, but he's going to be stunned up. The push not quite coming through. Carpe tries to take the fight first and foremost, but Hyunmin will be able to gun them both down. The rest of T1 just trying to catch it off timing, trying to catch some off guard. Izu drifts across the rope. It seems like it's already been noted. Freeing will go ahead and bring it to a swift conclusion as DRX continuing to have a very strong go of things here. And there you go, I was going to say.
I think
T1 5-2.
And now they've got some huge ultimates as well to go up against this gun round that T1 is going to be able to bring to bear. Just turning up the tempo. They're happy to scrap. They're happy to fight. Now they're starting to get themselves. They're starting to feel the game a little bit more.
12-5-1 right now here for Hyunmin. Another showstopper built up. You said that overall ult economy has just cycled right back into their hands.
Yep.
Yeah, upper bracket finals.
They're not afraid of this B site at all. So, yeah, the call for T1 is to just play further back, give up this space.
Whoa, timing there from Carpe. Oh, just trying to slow up the approach out of tower. Pays the iron price. Zach similarly taken down.
It's over, Ray.
As this is going to be another round.
It's over.
Going the way of DRX, it would seem. Mako down to 11. Everybody else relatively healthy.
क्या कर सकता है भाई DRX?
No economy behind. Izu still a world away. The call has to be made to evacuate.
क्या fast खेल रहे हैं बे? वो लोग tower control नहीं ले सकते.
Use a single ult.
क्योंकि nade और stun है.
Still have everything.
लेकिन क्या ये लोग घुसने के बाद stun
don't know what Carpe is trying to do there.
ना?
Trying to find a timing that he could throw out the molly, but
timeout like they can try.
It was way too late at that point. DRX was already on the site.
With Brimstone or
I thought for sure T1 was just going to let them plant and then play for a retake. And then all of a sudden, try to fight it. Buzz gets one, Izu gets another.
All right, well, far from flawless. Izu one away from having the ult online.
But I don't know, I'm left scratching my head a bit after that
one.
Oh, I think the coaching staff of T1 is as well, so timeout is going to be called.
You don't have everybody there. They go for a timing out of the smokes, and I'm not sure whose call it was. But it did not work.
6-2.
6-0 से comeback मारा था, ये तो 6-2
Red hot start here for DRX.
That is attacker's side on Fracture. I mean, say what you will, but frankly, T1, outside of a few rounds, has looked very uncoordinated. It doesn't seem like they're all quite on the same page. I mean, the defense for Carpe and Meteor on that B side is looking extremely shaky. And I think that's got to be part of the idea here for DRX, right? You're bringing in Carpe on very short notice. You know, this week at some point, the decision must have been made. That means he's not going to have as much practice. Why not just abuse the heck out of that? You know you can deal with the Cypher util. If you get Meteor cleared, that's a plan for you. So there's got to be some kind of adjustment here for T1. You know, maybe slide Izu over to get a little bit of help. Use some of that util to buy a little bit extra time and space at tower in particular. Because that control of tower has been completely non-existent for T1. And that opens up that B site so nicely for the attackers.
By 3 major wale ults se bhai DRX
Steel
was
Garden one away,
major.
rolling for Bane, 2 off from having that online. Axel has his, just hasn't really gotten into a position to utilize it. Izu just immediately gets destroyed. Coming so clean. Back of these blast packs. Orbital strike now going to be called in. That pushes Carpe forward into Mako's spray. Swift demise here. Meteor potentially slipping the net a bit, but it's a stinger at range.
That
dry shot spray. Stacks will be able to go ahead and clean one up.
पहली बार ऐसा फील हुआ कि लोग हमारे गन से खेल रहे.
Doesn't be back up, but doesn't get the opportunity to use it. 2 for Hyunmin, 2 for Mako, 7 for DRX overall.
हाँ, पूरे 4 साल में पहली बार.
Just keep on rolling. Just go B until it doesn't work, I say. Just keep punishing this side of the map. I mean, yeah, it's a weaker buy. This is so clean from Hyunmin. These entries he's having, the way he's recovering from the blast packs, very, very good.
Look at my prime Jing.
Exactly. That was just very Jing-esque. And he is causing grief for T1, who desperately need a round to turn things around. Couple big ults though. Oh my god.
Full flash connecting, full line into the corner. Showstopper to try to stave off the pressure. That does send them packing. In behind the box, there is Meteor, the peek out, the kill. He gets obliterated. Buzz here on the north side crunch. Looking for a little bit more. His own Showstopper now in play. Spots one down in the sewer. It goes past Hyunmin. He does eventually fall. Down 3 kills. The drift across. Buzz is so damn low. Mako just comes drifting in. The smooth criminal guns down the final 2.
Unbelievable. What are we seeing? I mean, the attempted crunch here looks like it's going to work for T1. It looks like they're going to be able to cover. The Chudmi hits that shot. The second one as well. And then Mako. Oh, tapping there.
My God.
With the Vandal.
And that is a pop-up. You rarely see from the gentle giant.
You almost never see him fired up like that.
Well, once again, fighting over towards this arcade, and this time, it's Buzz. Taking this around by the horns, the spike completely stranded.
Finally, वो लोग लड़ पाए.
Finally. Quieted. And Mako put to the task.
93 lag रहा है, dudes.
Scoop up another orb here for Mako.
I mean, you've got so much money, some kills. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and play Pac-Man for now.
Yeah. This is.
किसको support कर रहे हैं? DRX baby.
Might as well make a go of this, see what you can get out of it, see if you can do any more damage.
Maybe, you know, Neural Theft one away, Buzz 2 up to Showstopper. Are some concerning ultimates. For now, we'll just be the double stack up here, drifting across to this defender spawn, trying to see if they can spot anything out.
Hello, bro. How are you? I am Gucci.
Killer 2, and that go button is going to be hit. They have to know that this spike is completely and utterly entrenched. Stacks and tower, it'd be a quick turn from him. Mako not in a position to try to go up and get the punish here, the backstab. It's just going to be Carpe. Gunning down the last two to get the flawless here for T1, a third round victory. Seeking an 8 and 4 at the half.
जाएगा क्या लगता है DRX जाएगा अच्छा खेला यार पूरा ये Kickoff
from
बाप
Mako's
करेगा
ult. You have a few for T1 as well. So this is something maybe they realized from that previous round. They're like, if we could just hit that same flash, we might be able to catch DRX off guard. It did hit last time before they sent the Rolling Thunder. Let's see, Carpe has his ult. Izu has the Armageddon, so does Freeing. Rolling Thunder for Bane. One away from Meteor's Neural Theft like you were talking about. Have to consider another north side crunch for T1. And I'd just like to see them just spread out a bit, play for a retake, because you've basically given up the site. You have control over an orb. Get Buzz one away from a showstopper. You've got the Neural Theft available from Meteor, grabbing the orbit dish. Being really cautious as DRX.
Flashback is going to be setting up that steel guard and looking to zone them away. Take these weapons out of hand. Flashback forward. Yep, Buzz has been caught by this. Just going to be back gen as Mako pushes forward, gets himself flush. Orbital strike here onto the site. Bane unable to escape. It's blast radius. Ends up getting taken down.
Map देखो बे एक बार भी.
Mako lingering here, but heard that blast pack up. Looks for the second. Can't make it happen. Izu
Map देखो बे एक बार.
dodging out those bullets. Himself alive as the Neural Theft now gets invested. Two-man firing squad set up out here. Try to spray through the smokes and come up with any kind of value they possibly can, but now it's all down to flashback, and he cannot find another target. T1 recover as much as they can.
Two Theo, चार Theo nade,
T1
raise
finally
nade,
able to get
molly,
their heads on straight and
smoke.
kind of adjust to the DRX game plan. And it, you know,
जो बंदा साइड में
this is kind of
खेलेगा
what I
उसका
wanted
क्या
to see
होता था
sooner,
बे?
was a
खेलने
little bit
चाहिए
more
इसको
of this
साइड
play for
में.
retake on B. You really can't contest it with the Cypher.
Map देखो बे, fuck.
And Carpe just looked lost as the Brim, so just wait for the rest of the reinforcements to arrive. Good ult combo there. Able to use some of yours to flush them out. Dodge any of the big ones that DRX was able to send. Claim a nice round and an extremely crucial pistol for T1. If they can win this one, then you really start to believe that a comeback could be possible. It's got to start here, got to start now.
Otherwise,
you're going to have to run the rest of the half with T1, or excuse me, with DRX. Only getting 2 rounds if you don't want to go to overtime again. Assuming DRX doesn't lose another Thrifty.
Sure.
Which is a big assumption, given how a lot of them have looked.
Well, you don't want to even want to be in that position to try to have to play for it.
These pistols
have been overall still a decent thorn in the side for T1.
See what they've got prepared. They looked really good their last time out.
आज रात को stream करने वाले, yes sir. Surprise दोगे बेचारी.
Just had some explosive execute.
Please, please, please.
Please win, please.
18-8-2 for Hyunmin. It's been on a heater the whole way throughout. See if that's going to continue as he moves over onto the defensive side. Ooh, yep, Molly. There at the feet. Tiny bit of damage. Flashback eats.
ये क्या lineup है
Mako.
भाई अभी?
Pushing forward. What? Just opens up and finds Meteor. Flashback. Pushing out of the smoke over here in main. Comes up with the kills. Carpe does get taken down.
4v3 लेकिन एक लाल है.
Buzz works his way forward up through Canteen. Keeping count of the amount of players that they have noted. Freeing has not been in the mix there. Salvo is going to be sent. Buzz looking to try to close the gap here. Pushes forward. Point blank. Look at the headshot. Freeing is able to find it. Stack's going to be taking down Izu now. The one that has tried to play this all out. Immediately aligned for him. The Salvo still online. Sends it. Keeps them off the spike for the moment.
मैंने किधर गया भाई है तो सही
Players
लोड
trying to
रैकेट
isolate,
में.
to divide and conquer. Finds the first. Needs to hit this headshot and cannot.
एंटी था ये
Fatal
एंटी
take
था
him
ये एंटी
down.
था.
5-1 in pistols, 9-4 on fracture.
Well,
DRX a
3
5-round
rounds
lead.
away
And that might have been the backbreaker.
from winning, and I think
Just
T1 को 2-0 end करना.
Flashback playing
That
a
was right.
really cheeky spot. Great entry from
Too
Buzz.
much pressure है T1
Mako had already
को.
got one, and Carpe there was all on his own on that side of the map, getting pressured from their spawn. And he was forced right into the waiting arms of Flashback. Now
तो
again,
हमने Binks क्यों लिया?
buy up
Love you
for
यार.
DRX. Does T1 have any more magic left in them on these weaker buys? Was able to get ahead.
Still just that shorty, and now he gets into the longer stretch of the hallway. Makes things all the more difficult for him to try to get value, and he is just tucked in and taken down so very low. Big value off the paint shells here. It's Freeing on the jiggle peak, spots out multiple players.
Just trying to make sure they get that orb. Get those showstoppers funneled. A little bit more damage taken by Stacks.
सिर्फ और farm ना हारा तो हारा.
Try to work towards the other side of the map now. A lot of resistance found, so
अबे अंडरपास से उधर भी
try to
जाके
find
orb
the
लेंगे.
path that has
अगर
less of it. Send Meteor for a lurk towards the sewer. Doing a good job of at least fast tracking a showstopper for Buzz. Stacks out in the open.
Mako swinging out for the fight. Flashback working his way closer. As there's the flash, there's the spray, and there's Buzz dead on the floor. Thrifty this time looking like a bridge. Very well, much too far.
30 seconds left.
Right here.
Yeah, what else can you do?
Looks like the call's going to be just trying to
Breach
keep
नहीं
some
देगा
general
plant
interest on
करने.
this side of the map and hope that Carpe can maybe get a plant down, but you can see here, Bane pushing forward, hearing the footsteps.
Shot,
So
Bane.
quick with the tap. This time, DRX, flawless.
ये में TH का
this
आज
anti-eco.
आज ये में
Now up by
है.
6.
I mean, T1 has to have
TH was a heretic
unbelievable
और
half the
foot
rest of the way
versus
through.
liquid.
These razor vines are so annoying.
उसके बाद
Part of
है
this site,
Sten
just like the
versus
nanos,
MLB.
make it so much more difficult to get through. Seen some good value out of the Steel Garden ults as well with Flashback, able to sell some fakes or at least stall T1's retakes. Really like the change up so far for DRX. Has looked pretty good. Oh, this is
All line at the ready.
बाप
Looking for the crunch. Buzz able to fight
रे.
back for one, gets himself a second. The paint shell just lands right behind Hyunmin's heels. And Freeing just desperately trying to find some spray.
Last
And catches
player
one to the
standing.
face. Izu turns back towards north side, notes flashback, and now it is all on Mako,
this
just a
time,
Spectre
okay.
to see if he can make this a little bit more bloody. 2 players low on the opposite side.
भाई ये
Himself
ड्रोन
tucked
ऐसा
here
होना
in the
चाहिए ना
tower.
जो रोप भी चढ़ सकता है.
love to see if you
मजा
can get
आता
a way
था.
to get this
क्या बोलते हो?
kill over to Buzz if possible.
TH versus heretics.
Get
Oh
that
sorry.
showstopper easily online, but
TH
works pretty
versus
good from front
vitality.
backside.
Foot
Push up
versus
Meteor.
liquid. माफ करो माफ
Finds the
करो.
first,
माफ करो.
finds the second. Good
माफ
damage
करो,
dealt.
माफ करो.
T1 not going to allow for a bonus conversion though. Still so much more to try to run back.
Still though,
Mikey भाई.
TRX, I think, had a pretty decent read on this round. Just a little bit deeper util there for the side of T1. Gives them that slight edge. I mean, obviously the gunfire as well. Man, that's pretty good stuff. There, Izu. Mako, as always, so sturdy.
You mentioned it though, the showstopper now
यहाँ से
online.
अगर
Yes.
comeback किया ना T1
Was able to obtain that in death.
गंगा नाचूंगा.
Izu very close to the Armageddon. Should be funneling that orb over to him here.
Calling it out quite just yet. Some spray, and oh, Mako continues to just get away with just daylight robbery.
Showstopper only got flashback down to 5.
It does not get that kill. I don't necessarily know that they've actually noted him here on the site. He's trying to play anti-flash, but it's going to be Stacks who ends up getting flashed at the same time. Swings out. He's able to go ahead, confirms the kill.
Spike planted.
Well timed to pop there for flashback. Just on the ground. Carpe swooping forward, finding one. He and Stacks is 55, 56 rather, help between the two of them. Nigh impossible odds. Looks like Carpe is going to try to go for a reposition, but yet just won't have the time for it. Stacks seeing one, but the spray is just off. Mako crouches. Carpe snappy with the initial headshot, but now is forced away. And the plant is not for him. Doesn't have a molly, doesn't have an orbital, doesn't have a hope in hell. Mako will get 3 as DRX move up to 11, looking to bring this series to a swift conclusion after so much neck and neck. They are just running away with this fracture.
They're so well drilled here. Mako just so ready, knowing that they were going to try to get that orb over, but it's been arcade after arcade after arcade for T1 on this attacker's side. There's no diversity in what they're trying to do in terms of their ideas towards starting these rounds. So okay, you're gonna time out now. But this feels very off balance. This map in particular for T1 just feels like trying to integrate Carpe into the roster for today. Just didn't quite have enough time to get this map there.
I mean, I don't think it's spoiling much to say that this is something that has happened very recently. In the last few days.
Well, yeah. Had to have.
It's not all quite come together. At least not for this map. Previous tenacity that we were seeing from T1 on those first 2 maps to be able to scrape by and get the win after a very rough start on Lotus. To be able to play into a very competitive overtime on Haven. It is not being put on display right now here on Fracture. Final timeout call to look to turn the tides. 8 in a row to try to avoid another overtime. 7 just to guarantee one. Or at least give themselves that safety net of it.
Let's see if they can dig deep. You know, they did have quite the run on Lotus. Kind of get the match back pretty close to even. Flashback taken out by Meteor.
That's exactly the kind of play that you need to see. T1 get back on the horse.
Last game में खेला हम लोग ने.
Mako waiting the cage, about to dissipate, and Meteor anticipates it incredibly well as this guy is just taking over the round.
That's insane.
And immediately, the neural depth invested, they're scattering to the winds, needing the save.
See if they're going to anticipate Buzz here.
Slowly drifting across the rope, would love to upgrade this stinger. It's an immense amount of damage. Fault line holds him back. For now, Bane somewhat safe, but here comes Meteor.
Surprise!
Bit too much noise, a bit too readable. Bane does go ahead and shut him down.
अभी भी पैसा तो है बाय करने का. अगर ये जीता तो 11-7 फिर जाएंगे इक्वल 11-8 फिर आएंगे 11-9 फिर जाएंगे इक्वल 11-10 फिर आएगा पॉज के बाद होएगा 11-11 और बाद में 11-12.
Meteor won this round. That's all there is to it, folks. There you go.
Come back in.
Won some duels. Carpe with an outlaw scooped up off a flashback. Gonna take down Bane.
Possible.
He's left to Hyunmin. See if he can do anything else, or if anybody else even finds him in time. Doesn't look like they will. But I mean, you're gonna need a lot more of that here as T1, and it can't just be Meteor. I mean, probably not, I should say. I suppose there's a universe where he just takes this map over and drops 30 kills in the next, 7 rounds.
It's always a. The probability is higher than 0.
It's true.
But peek करके मारने का मजा आता है.
DRX back now economically. Also, however, still decently on their side. They have that steel guard and to try to equalize the firepower a bit. Gunman just sailing forward, gets himself up on top. Just going to be finding a Cypher cam for now. As once again, T1 turn their sights on Arcade.
Well, at least, you know, you had a round where you did something a little bit different previously, so you're forcing DRX to respect. There's going to be different ideas coming through. I think he found just enough of a corner here.
Oh boy.
Nope. Maybe
Flashback
not.
mode down. Again, coming up with value. Paint shells here at Bane stops him from pushing up into tower. Looks to try to refill that space now, but knows that Buzz is pushing up, getting ever closer, but he's still able to find the headshot. There's that one orbital strike now going to be called out. Gives his life to try to go for the play here. Texas get headshot and he goes pushing into the orbital strike.
Last player standing.
Almost gives him a window back into this one, given that Izu also takes an immense amount of damage. Obviously, clearly, just scattered a bit, getting a little bit too chaotic, but T1 still managed to persevere in the round.
Just a south side crunch for DRX. Doesn't find anybody, so they're able to get back into place pretty quickly, do some damage. I don't think he had enough room, actually.
Maybe not.
It's hard to tell from the minimap when I looked at it. It felt like he did, but maybe not.
Either way, died.
He did die.
Timeout gets called.
सॉरी बोलो जितने लोग शक कर रहे थे स्टैक्स पे सॉरी बोलो चुपचाप जगह नहीं था उसको दोनों ब्रिम का अल्ट आ गया था
Wanting this team of, you know, widely young upstarts, sure, you know, second year for Bane flashback.
था तेरी गाफ में था जगह
Really
था
has solid veterancy, not wanting them to let this slip through their fingers. He saw what happened on Lotus after that 6-0 start. They're 2 rounds away from taking this, and he wants them to get over that finish line sooner rather than later.
And this is a great moment for a tremendous coach like Termi to come through with a game plan, with a game call, that to at least get you that next round, to at least get you one more, and then from there say, okay, you guys, you know, I'm gonna let it fall to you. I think they still have one more timeout. I think it's their first one on this map.
Yeah, they haven't called any.
So he's still got some room to maneuver too, and just kind of, you know, win with that coach's experience. Take some of that pressure off of Mako.
एक्सीडेंट कहाँ गया वो वॉशरूम गया रे तो
put them in the
एक
right
कर बंदा आके
positions
खेल
to
रहा है
succeed. Gotta get their heads
जिससे
on
वो
straight,
वॉशरूम से
calm
आता
them
है
down. Maybe if they're overexcited or something or getting
फट
nervous.
से खेलना चालू करेगा
Got some big ults too. Just kind of explain to them, hey, let's. In this case, it looks like set up for that kind of classic breach Tejo combo towards A main. If they push through there, you know, we've got the Rolling Thunder, we've got some other stuff. As we can see, T1 this time on the north side of the map, but now they're going to swing through the dish drop area, which has been left widely undefended other than Carpe. Just kind of keeping an eye on it. And DRX should be kind of figuring this out pretty quickly. But they're just content to play back a little bit.
Line at the ready, gets sent. Buzz able to get out in front of this. Gunmin, based here in main, doesn't manage to find one, but now the Rolling Thunder crashing across. They lose one of the players, can try to help them play against this pressure. Stack similarly sends out his ultimate. Aftershock into underneath the side, but Carpe is just absolutely massacring them. Flashback now noted the cam getting the spot out. They know exactly where this Vice is coming from. Door tapped, and Meteor, good for the kill. T1 not allowing for the timeout call to lead to success for DRX. 3 rounds now separating.
Just a little bit of extra patience from T1 with their ultimates. Bane there maybe pulls the trigger on that Rolling Thunder a little bit before the rest of DRX is ready. They can't really follow up off of it, and then Stax is able to respond with a Rolling Thunder of his own. Gets behind the pillar, lets it out, and that completely nullifies that advantage you have. Carpe! What is that?
Welcome back.
Man, you know, he's still got the mechanics.
Top fragging at the moment.
I told you this is his best agent.
And once again, DRX kicked back. Full stingers aside from Bane, who does have that Sheriff in hand. And already some early damage found on the flashback.
They're so ready for this. Yeah, I think this is wise from T1. This smells too much like a trap, especially with how much information Meteor's got on the other side of the map. You know, maybe there's a world where players are tucked in on A or something like that, but they're able to clear so much space as well with the drone.
Flank.
Although hot on their heels, TRX not wasting any time to try to catch up.
4-man push. Just look at the death ball with Singers in hand.
Actually, मैं ये round race मार के आगे जाएगा तो कुछ कर सकते हैं.
Oh boy, still somehow gets enough time. get his weapon back out, tucks around the corner. Showstopper now from Hyunmin, chasing forward. I think here onto the salvos. Mako able to gun down one. Hyunmin, however, lost the showstopper, not finding value. Bane still held at bay and caught. Trying to go for a flash, trying to set up for the rest of his team. Finding two, Buzz around the back. Gets rid of freeing. Just one casualty in the round. T1, 2 away from tying this up. 4 rounds consecutively now.
When do you pull the trigger on this other timeout? Give him one more?
One more.
And then call for the
I think
last 2.
11.
Money's not going to be good for DRX after this one. Just smart stuff from T1. Not much to say other than they got a little bit of contact. Meteor's able to scooch his way all the way through drop. Nobody was there. Now they're going to try to work that space a little bit more. Meteor on his own. Gets fault line, says, you know what?
I'm good.
So nice. Yeah, I don't like this. This looks like a bad time. They're back over towards
B. Aggressive
They're going to try to sell some more attention towards B with Carpe and Meteor. That might be, except for the Vice wall, might have been good.
Right here.
And wall up, it could still maybe just try to cut noise and play this patiently, but it has drawn the attention of freeing.
Flashback called crucial ho sakta hai.
We've got so much info on the map.
Flashback, if he gets picked, that could very well just be the round in the hands of T1. He has that steel guard, and he needs likely use this. Pulls off the angle. It seems like maybe getting a sense here as these smokes start coming down.
Working kar rahe hain.
Thorns over the top. The countdown here, the 1, 2, 3 go from T1. Salvo's going to be sent after shock, trying to clear the close angle. The Thorn's already popped. Shorty, the last pass forward as he tries to send it, and Buzz cuts him down.
30 seconds left.
Killenly found the man advantage here for the side of T1 as they look to get within touching distance of this scoreline.
Save karo, please.
For DRX, how do you try to get out of here? Do you have to end up making a 4-man save call? They may, but they do fight back for 1.
Save karo, chalega.
Bring down to 70. Meteor gets picked off. Buzz back up in the tower alongside
Save
Stacks.
karo, abhi bhi time hai.
Swing out. Shots exchanged. Mako in the final 1 front. Looking for the hold here on that plan. Carpe gets 1 with the molly. Hyunmin going to be taken down. Armageddon going across. Buzz sends to the paint shell to delay tactics. Working out of their favor. Sees the fadeaway shot. And he will find the 4th and final. T1. 1 round away. Economy exploding in their favor. DRX absolutely broke.
Oh, what heroics from Buzz. This jump in catches Flashback at the perfect time when he's swapping guns. Nothing he could do against that shorty. And then he's playing this tower angle so well, dodging the ultimate, throwing the paint shells in, catching freeing, then taking down Bane. And now all of a sudden, it is 1 round from being tied up. T1 may be looking to do the impossible. It's even the outlaw for Buzz this round. Has a showstopper, actually had bought 2 guns. Had an outlaw looking for a pick, swaps back over to the Vandal. Bunch of ults here, if needed for T1. You would hope they'd be more of a safety valve against an eco.
They
can find any more value. Back over to that outlaw again. Gonna try to lead the way. Some clearing of space. This time around, DRX playing a lot closer in A main. Not nearly as bunched up as they were on their last eco.
Freeing ready to send these salvos. Paint shell close here. Push Mako back. He evacuates. Showstopper still in play. Gets the catch. Flashback going to be taken down. So going to be damn still. Is able to find some value. Swaps to the shorty. And puts Mako down to 5 but cannot confirm the kill. Meteor both going to be on the floor. Is now 3v2. The spike shipped across here towards the A site. Bane the closest one. Just that sheriff in hand, however. Bolt line up in 3 seconds. Can he stem the tide? And can he keep himself alive?
Could just find 1. That'd be massive.
Ring rotating around the back. Is able to go ahead, pick up the Vandal. Fault line at the ready. Sends it. Looking for the stun into the orbital. But this time, Stacks not going to get cooked. But they've bought some time. 7 seconds remaining. The plant now being stuck. Forward position. The fault line across. Bane held at bay for now. Tucked it, drop, freeing. Able to catch a glimpse, and Stacks falls down. It all comes down to Izu. His attention is split. And DRX will scrape by with the victory. Weak goodbye, be damned. They give themselves up to match point with a thrifty.
This is such a good play call from Mako. A very different look than what we saw in their last eco. They don't give up any information until T1 has already scaled up onto site, and they're able to use that steel garden so effectively. And then Yeonmin is just pressing a main control this time, maintain, whereas previously on their eco it wasn't for DRX, and they're able to use that because T1 just not mentally prepared for it. This is such a mental battle between these two teams. And DRX right now has the lead, has the advantage, and they're 1 round away from going to Masters Bangkok.
Second international that Mako qualifies for as the IGL. Buzz finding an opening. Izu taking a big battering though. Down to 31. As the neural theft will be invested. No reason to leave anything on the table here for T1. Know that they need to force this out to overtime once again to try to close it from there. Get the spot up, but they're not able to scale forward into the site. Meteor gains a bit of space here over towards Sands. Or rather, the smokes get ready to dissipate. Freeing, staying tugged, but now going to be forced into the open. As the orbital goes his way, the Meteor will be able to cut him down to size. Mako, however, still present, still doing damage, finds 2. As it all falls down to flashback.
क्या लगता है? Redemption round? नहीं बे. Turn है ulti after
rolling thunder here as well for Stacks.
Impossible.
Honestly though,
hope not to use it.
If you can try to get him to use it, that could be huge to close it on a 13-11 scoreline. But he wants to win. But right now, the players split apart. 1 on the side, 1 in main. Stacks here hovering on the corner. Shoulder spotted, finds the first. Rolling Thunder no longer an equation. As the Meteor goes for the peak, he's a bit of damage, and Flashback lays him out! 13-10, DRX are going to Masters Bangkok. They are going to the Kickoff Grand Finals.
Unbelievable stuff from DRX. The tenacity here to weather so many comebacks, so many bounce backs from T1. But today, they had just a little bit extra in the tank. It was a hell of a back and forth. But 2 maps in a row here. Flashback in the final round comes up clutch.
What an insane effort for DRX. Qualifying in first place for the moment to an international. That grand finals could still very well change that, as it will affect the championship points, the seeding, etc. But for T1, if they want to make it to that international stage, they're going to have to do it through the lower bracket. We still have to determine who that opponent is going to be. But overall, I'd still say commiserations to T1. Well played considering the last second swap. To make this as contentious as it was at the end of Fracture, to be able to make this a 3-map series to begin with, I think that certainly does get them some much needed credit. But for DRX, they maintain their position here at the top of Pacific.
Well, and you're just seeing that they're so well coached. You know, Mako being that veteran presence for this team, Bane as well, doing a great job as kind of that emotional leader. You can see how fired up this team was today. Like you said, even Mako was getting into it.
Absolutely. Well, you see the players getting flagged here. Getting ready to hear from one from the side of DRX as they take their victory photo. I'm very curious to hear the thoughts here of the team after getting such a momentous victory. Grand finals abound just 2 days away. For now, we'll send it down to Bella, who's going to be standing by with one of the players for a post-win interview.
Hi guys, it's Bella for the first post-match interview, and I'm going to be joined by the entire DRX team and players. Ooh, full stage. DRX와 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
와, 무대가 꽉 찼네요. 제 마이크. 아우. All right, first up, I'll be talking to Bane. I saw him in the pre-show. I want to ask him
sorry try kiya kya?
Slipped through your fingers last time, and you really wanted to win this match against Stax especially. So I want to ask you, what is the meaning of this win for you? 와, 작년에 마스터스를 아깝게 놓치고 정말 가고 싶어하는 모습으로 저희가 볼 수 있었는데 오늘 승리가 그래서 더욱더 값질 것 같아요. 지금 승리 소감 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 믿기지가 않고 제가 구태기 형한테 도발을 한 만큼 퍼포먼스를 못 보여줘서 그냥 팀원들한테 너무 고마운 마음만 들고 저희 마스터즈 가서 더 잘할 거니까 저희 계속 응원해 주시고요. 정말 너무 행복합니다.
I can't believe it that we won, and although I made all of that, fiery comments to Stax, I feel bad that for my team that I didn't really pull my weight. So I'm really thankful for the team. I'm really grateful, and I'll try to show my best performance in Masters Bangkok. Okay, the man of the hour, flashback. What are you thinking right now? Because you sealed the deal on Fracture for your team to go to Masters Bangkok. 와, 플래시백 선수. 가장 마지막에 이렇게 딱 우리가 먼저 갈게 하면서 문을 닫아줬어요. 지금 좀 어떤 생각? 얼떨떨해 보이는데 지금 무슨 생각하고 계세요?
일단 기분이 정말 좋고요. 뭔가 약간 요즘 자신감 같은 게 많이 없지 않았나 싶었는데 마지막에 또 이제 형들이 너무 저를 잘 챙겨줘갖고 자신감도 올라오고 되게
full energy के साथ stream करूँ.
Of course I'm happy, and lately I don't think my confidence was at its top peak, but I think it's the teammates that helped me to gain my confidence back so that I could seal that deal on Fracture. All right, congratulations. And Mako, hello. You secured the
upper bracket
seed here, but I wanted to talk to you as the IGL. What was your initial thought after seeing T1's unique comp on Lotus? That is one that we don't expect, and it must have caught you off guard as well. 일단 마코 선수에게 IGL로서 가장 먼저 물어보고 싶었던 게 있었어요. 좀 로터스 T1의 조합이 예측하기 어려웠을 텐데 그걸 보고 좀 어떤 생각도 했는지, 그리고 그 이후의 경기를 좀 어떤 마음으로 다잡아가면서 풀어나갔는지 한번 이야기 좀 해주세요.
일단은 로터스 같은 경우에 확실히 당황한 거는 있었어요. 아이소 조합을 처음 보기도 하고. 근데 이제 초반에는 저희가 잘 풀어나갔다고 생각을 했는데 저희끼리 이제 콜이 갈리기도 했고 또 이제 후반전에서는 저희가 이제 교전에서 많이 진 것 같아가지고 뭐 그런 점에서만 좀 힘들었지 나머지는 잘했던 것 같아요.
Alright, that ISO comp was definitely that we don't see every day, so I was taken aback, and I thought that our team was doing well initially, but our comms were a little off, but we decided to focus on our aim, and I think the rest of the match went pretty satisfactory, considering that we're taking the win today. And Hyunmin, the youngest member of DRX, this is his first Pacific, and he is off to Masters Bangkok. So you've been playing so consistently, so confidently. So I want to ask you, out of Talon, GENG, and T1, who do you want to meet again at the finals here? 일단 현민 선수 막내인데 정말 그 막내라고 하기에는 놀라운 자신감과 이렇게 안정성 있는 플레이를 계속 이렇게 보여줬어요. 뭐 칼폭 쇼도 그렇고 에이스도 그렇고. 그래서 막내 현민 선수는 그랜드 파이널에서는 좀 젠지, 탈론, T1 중에 누구 만나고 싶으세요?
솔직히 한국 팀들 다 만나봐서 이제 탈론 같은 팀을 만나보고 싶습니다.
다른 형들 만나봤으니까 이젠 탈론 다음.
안 만나본 탈론을 만나보고 싶습니다.
We've met T1 and GENG, so I think our next stop should be Talon. I would like to play against them. All right, congratulations. Freeing.
네.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
All right, Freeing. Your last shot on Lotus was the one that opened the door on Fracture. This is your first Masters Bangkok as well. So tell me, how are you feeling? 이제 프링 선수의 로터스 마지막 샷이 프랙처를 열어줬거든요. 그래서 그걸로 인해서 스노우볼로 이렇게 프랙처도 가고 첫 번째 마스터를 이렇게 진출하게 됐는데 소감부터 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 너무 좋고 말로 표현할 수만큼 좋고 제가 마지막 맵은 그래도 조금 부진했지만 이겨준 팀원들 너무 감사하고 물론 방콕도 방콕이지만 아직 결승전 남아 있으니까 결승전까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Alright, I want to say thank you everyone for the support, but as long as I know that we are secure for our Masters Bangkok flight and all, but we still have the kickoff finals, so please, the fans, keep sending your support so we can take the trophy for kickoff as well. Alright, this is a hot stage, so I'm going to ask Coach Termi for this. 터미 감독님. All right, this is a Masters, 1 in 2 years again, so you must have missed this. This must mean more for you as well. So I want to ask you, what does this mean to you, and what do you want to say to the boys? 터미 감독님, 2년 만에 마스터스를 다시 가게 되신 건데 감회가 되게 남다르실 것 같아요. 좀 소감과 그리고 팀원들, 이 선수들에게도 한마디 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 우선 오늘 저희 선수들이 너무 잘 해줘서 좀 이길 수 있었던 것 같고요. 정말 지금까지 이 정도까지 성장해준 선수들한테 정말 고맙다고 전하고 싶고 정말 대견하다고 말을 해주고 싶고요. 그리고 2년 만에 마스터즈에 가게 됐는데 사실 작년에는 저희가 마스터즈 직전에 젠지한테 2번 다 지면서 이제 아쉽게 못 갔잖아요. 그래서 올해도 사실 조금 걱정을 했었어요. 네, 바로 뒤에 있는데 네, 그래서 뭐 어쨌든 징크스가 생길 뻔했는데 좀 저희 선수들이 그걸 이겨내준 것 같아서 너무 고맙습니다. 네.
First and foremost, I want to thank the team, the players, that for putting their incredible performance top tier, and this is all thanks to them. They pulled all of their weight, so I'm extremely happy for that. And as for the 2 years, it's been 2 years for my last Masters, and we slipped it because of GENG. They're standing right behind us, and they were giving us looks. We almost had a jinx, but I'm glad that we were able to come through, beat that, and play spectacular. All right, congratulations, DRX. 너무 축하드립니다. All right, it's a hot stage, so we'll be back in a bit, and off to you, Jen and Mika.
She mentioned me by name. Thanks, Bella. Thanks so much, Bella. And Jet's over there on the other side. But we were all freaking out with this whole series and with this map too, because T1, they were making that comeback. Suddenly it was like it was possible, but there were just these tiny little moments that DRX just managed to take away from them. That must be so frustrating for T1, but so satisfying for DRX.
What an insane series. I mean, I think this series highlights more than anything the power of strong mental in professional Valorant. We saw, when DRX get close, finishing and closing out these matches is the hardest thing to do. We see T1 run with that momentum, almost make the comeback, but then Flashback gets DRX across the line right at the end.
Yeah, and the thrifty win, don't forget that. There was multiple moments. It really felt like T1 was bringing this back. They looked like the better structured team in that last half. They were bringing it back on the attacking side. There was a lot of mistakes for DRX, so it's very, very fortunate that they were able to win that thrifty. They won 2 thrifties in that map, if I remember correctly, and then this 1-on-2 that, let's be real guys, it's Stacks and Meteor. They know how to play a 1-on-2 in a like a 180 crossfire. That should be the attackers round every day of the week. So the fact that Flashback's able to get through that clutch with not even like crazy aim or anything, a couple of whiffs in there as well, he should not be let to get away with that at the end of the day. So I think DRX are going to be counting their lucky stars. They were able to break it across the line, but the reason why they were in that position to win that game is just how solid they've been playing macro-wise. They're on the cutting edge of the meta with the Teo pick every single map, no matter what map it is. They're playing the Teo, and I think it's almost kind of poetic that Freeing's been carrying them on the Teo, map in, map out, but it's the map that he finally has a lackluster game. He hasn't had one yet so far this tournament that they win and go to Bangkok.
And it goes to show how ready the rest of the team are. We talk a lot about Freeing, but this series, this map in particular, this fracture shows that it's not just Freeing. It's Hyunmin as well. It's Flashback. It's Bane too. And of course, it's Mako. I am just so impressed with Mako, with how he's able to face T1 as the IGL. You could see it in the timeouts as well. You could see it was Mako that was actually doing a lot of the talking.
Yeah, I mean, he stepped up, he's grown into this IGL role, and he had something to prove today. He was not about to go down. He was not about to lay down and let, his old teammates walk over him for that master spot. Today, he stood up strong and said, I'm still on this team for a reason.
What was he doing? Like, he was running around with a ghost on the ecos, like winning them rounds that they should have absolutely no business winning. Like, positionally, the plays that he was making, Mako was all over the place, where some of the other players were looking very nervy and making some mistakes.
That's the power of that experience. We talk about this DRX team being an incredibly young.
कोच इंटरव्यू ऐसे क्या हो गया रे? क्या हुआ ऐसा क्या हुआ? 예?
정말 지금까지 이 정도까지 성장해준 선수한테 정말 고맙다고 전하고 싶고 정말 대견하다고 말을 하고 싶고요. 그리고 2년 만에 마스터즈에 가게 됐는데 사실 작년에는 저희가 마스터즈 직전에 젠지한테 2번 다 지면서 이제 아쉽게 못 갔잖아요. 그래서 올해도 사실 조금 걱정을 했었어요. 네, 바로 뒤에 있는데. 네, 그래서 뭐 어쨌든 징크스가 생길 뻔했는데 좀 저희 선수들이 그걸 이겨내준 것 같아서 너무 고맙습니다.
First and foremost, I want to thank the team, the players, that for putting their incredible performance top tier, and this is
이겨내준 것 같아요. 가 생겨 있는 거잖아요. 제가 해주고 싶고요. 정도까지 성장해준 선수한테 정말 고맙다고 전하고 싶고 정말 대견하다고 말을 해주고 싶고요. 그리고 2년 만에 마스터즈에 가게 됐는데 사실 작년에는 저희가 마스터즈 직전에 젠지한테 2번 다 지면서 이제 아쉽게 못 갔잖아요. 그래서 올해도 사실 조금 걱정을 했었어요. 네, 바로 뒤에 있는데. 네, 그래서 뭐 어쨌든 징크스가 생길 뻔했는데 좀 저희 선수들이 그걸 이겨내준 것 같아요.
व्हाट्सएप मेरे फोन में 25 GB ले रहा था, अभी 5 GB ले रहा है।
इतना
मैसेज नहीं, मैं अंकी और उसको जो फोटोज वीडियोस भेजते रहते हैं ना, वो सब इतना सारा
फेस बच जाएगा लाइफ
And I really do think that they were bringing this back on the attacking side. Like, once T1 moved it onto attack after a really rough game on defense and a rough start, similar to Lotus, they were down 0-6, but they were showing that they were able to be resilient enough to make a bit of a difference. Mako there, I mean, that's your flex player. He's come up huge, literally flexing on them.
Yeah, of course, Mako is... I mean, I can't stop praising him because we've just seen so much growth from him. From being this player that is reluctant to take on the IGL role, who says that he doesn't know how to do it, to being able to lead players like Hyunmin and Freeing to be these next superstars for DRX. And above all things, of course, to qualify for Masters Bangkok. I mean, that must feel so good, especially for Hyunmin. That's going to be his first.
Rookie season, no Ascension experience, no big stage experience at all. They get ecoed round 3. This guy aces with a stinger. He's been phenomenal this tournament, and we've been talking about this rookie, that rookie. You're saying Cushy, you're saying, Freeing. This guy absolutely delivered in the pressure match where Freeing had a bit of a rougher one.
You can't ask for anything more from a rookie player like this.
वो गाड़ी वाला याद है वाला छोटा-छोटा स्पीड ब्रेकर आता था.
You've been watching Buzz as a kid, probably. So to know you going head to head against him and be able to deliver such a fantastic performance, it speaks to such an incredibly high level of
that confidence, like to be able to go up against somebody like Buzz.
Come here, buddy.
As you mentioned, he was probably watching him when he was on that Masters and Champion stage, and it's like, oh well, I have to beat this guy now. That's gonna definitely make somebody nervous. And he was able to, stand up next to the task. And right here, I would say that both of you guys did pick right on the duelist, because Buzz did still have an amazing performance for T1, right? But how are you guys feeling so far? Big time, you have a lot of heavy
feeling great. 73.7.
Texture Jid boys
MVP points. Buzz almost outdid him even with the MVP points though. That's oh wait, no, I think that's not counted into Hyunmin's total.
Considering ये 2-0 रहेगा, I think 7 बजे तक खत्म हो जाएगा, 8 बजे सो जाऊंगा तो शायद 2 घंटा मिलेगा.
When they were both on for the first two, so pretty even in terms of overall points, but Look, I'll give it to you. I'd give Hyunmin the MVP every day of the week, and he deserves his flowers after a game like that to qualify for an international event. That is legit. And those are the kind of performances that you're really going to look at someone like him on a DRX roster full of rookies going into an international tournament and point at this map and this moment and say he can handle the pressure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but it's not over yet for T1, right? They still have a chance. They still have a chance, but DRX will be going over to Masters Bangkok. You saw in that DRX interview with CHUMMI, Texas was kind of speaking his head out. He wants to play, and that's what's coming up next. You're going to have GENG taking on TLN, the Seoul SCA representative. We're going to see if they're be heading over to Masters Bangkok or have a chance to at least right after this short break.
Hi, Korean team. Pam, 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 pam. यही है Helios. Helios. TLN का क्या घर की जाएंगे ना अभी. टॉक्सिक भाई. भाई एनिमेशंस ऑन टॉप से रहता है हर चीज का.
डिलीट गया वापस.
क्या लगा डायनासोर बहुत सही.
Pulsar by Naomi.
इसको हाइड दे, मैं बोल रही हूँ.
हाँ एक्सटेंड करें.
कर दे.
Look at this.
करें.
Isn't this perfect?
लेकिन इसकी फिर माँ बहन सब आ जाती है रोने.
कोई नहीं, कर दे. वो लोग को भी एक्सटेंड कर. नहीं चाहिए ही नहीं भाई, चाहिए ही नहीं.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me.
It's by me.
By you.
Gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
You listen to song if yes, कौन सा आर्टिस्ट सुनते हो? एक ही आर्टिस्ट. मुझे ये भी चाहिए, मुझे वो भी चाहिए, ये भी चाहिए, रात का मैच है, वो भी चाहिए, उसके बाद वो भी चाहिए, ये भी चाहिए, वो भी चाहिए, वो भी चाहिए.
वो नहीं है बड़ी बातचीत इंडस्ट्री के लोगों से.
ओ हाँ बे. बाय बाय फोटो देख. ये दोनों का एक कोलैब मांगता. बड़ी बातचीत और मुझे चाहिए कोलैब. क्या लग रहा है प्रीमियर ड्यूलिस्ट खेलेगा? आई थिंक क्लाउड खेलेगा. क्लाउड. लव यू पत्रिक भाई, लव यू. आज का खाए हो पास्ता? भाई सच्ची नहीं खाता तो ज्यादा एनर्जी आता था बे. खाया ना तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि नींद आती.
चुपचाप डोसा खाता था मेरे साथ. कभी कभी सुन लिया कर.
नहीं.
फिर 100 रुपए का सुपर चैट नहीं आता.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific's second series of the day, and we find out whether we get a team in the running for Masters Bangkok, or is there a chance that we get that Seoul SCA representative on that global stage? It's going to be Talon and GENG. This is a match with a lot on the line, especially for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, Talon have shown time and time again this tournament.
डोसा अच्छा है, better than pasta. डोसा नहीं रे, डोसा रे.
Already, and they've even looked maybe susceptible to teams that you'd hope that they would put away a little bit more easily. So the floor is low, the ceiling is high. We'll see what kind of level of performance they're bringing today. It's going to have to be right up near the top because GENG are kind of monstrous.
You hit the nail on the head there for me. I think when these guys play at their best, there's no doubt they can hang in Masters Bangkok. But if they don't show up in the server, then, you know, we're asking a lot of different questions about this team. And as you say, GENG is a huge problem for Talon right now.
Yes.
We saw Frost talk before about how Foxy9 always shows up against them. There's some history here. These teams know each other.
That's the thing with Talon. Sorry to cut you off there, Pilsky, but to jump off on how you mentioned that Talon sometimes can, you know, fall off against unexpected teams. For me, they're the true 50-50 team. You can kind of see them winning against anybody, but you can also kind of see them losing as well against unpredictable teams. So I think to that testament, like you mentioned, GENG, they're not looking perfect at the moment, though. They're not really like on top form, and Karen even mentioned that in a previous interview.
Yeah, they've been very slow to start. Like they are taking a long time to get into some of these games, and they finally break into form, and some of the resilience, some of the clutch plays come out. That's where they look a little bit more competitive. Their last series was a little bit better, and to be fair, they've won pretty much all of the head-to-heads in the off-season against Talon, and a lot of those maps have been pretty one-sided. So I think GENG, at least in this matchup specifically, will be feeling very confident going into it. And I think Yeoman did play a lot better in the last series that we saw, whereas some of the opening games, he was looking a little bit rough around the edges for sure.
Yeah, Yeoman's been getting a lot of criticism, but I actually think he's doing perfectly fine. I think he's just slower to warm up into Pacific, which is totally okay. Like, it's Kickoff. But you know, GENG did this last year also. They got to the final through that lower bracket, so they know it's possible for them.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they're not worried. You know, I think when you see them walking around and we see them backstage, they're laughing, they're joking, and they're still having fun. So I think they very much believe that this is theirs for the taking.
They are no strangers at all.
And
I kind of want to jump off your point on Yeoman as well. I think what you mentioned, sure, he may be getting a lot of criticism, but he brings in this new kind of motivation for the team. Because you can kind of tell it in his body language how much he wants this. He is so hungry to win. He is so hungry to prove himself. And I think that could also further GENG's motivation too into getting back on that international stage.
Yeah, these are the opportunities that every up-and-coming player wants. They want to be able to jump onto a top team that has the potential to win. I mean, yeah, this is Talon against every Korean team in existence. They've got a tough road ahead of them, but as we've said, they have the potential to be able to do it. This is some of their win-loss records against the Korean teams. It doesn't look too pretty on paper. You go look at their head-to-head against GENG in the off-season, and it tells a similar story. So we'll see if they can break that narrative today.
Yeah, it's a tall order for Talon, but they seem to be up to it. We were talking to Jovi earlier, and he said,
chill.
You know, it's looking pretty positive for the team, and that's important. The vibes, especially coming into such an important weekend like this.
Yeah, I do feel like, you know, we speak a lot about Talon, about their flexibility. I mean, this head-to-head kind of shows it, where these are essentially the two Sentinel players, but we see how much more Ban is able to play. We see him on Gecko. We also see him pick up Deadlock. We don't see so much from Foxy9.
Well, Ban, the difference between them is, like, they both kind of play initiators. They both will play Gecko on Bind, for example, as well as Sentinels. But the big stylistic difference between these two teams right now that I'm seeing is that Talon have not really been playing a hard Sentinel very often. They are just kind of playing Deadlock and then other stuff, either double in it or they're mixing in a secondary control like that. Whereas GENG, they do just have a bit more of that traditional style. I mean, the whole thing is they've been playing the same comps for literally over a year.
Yeah, I mean, we speak a lot about Talon and how loose they're able to be. And I do think that is a nice little wrinkle. It's a good advantage to bring in. Speaking to Jovi, he mentioned that earlier. And, you know, I think, especially when you match it up against Korean teams, which are more structured, more anti-strat heavy, and more top-down in their approach. Just because of, like, the culture, the hierarchy that's built in here, I do think Talon can give them a nice edge, but they've not managed to convert it across the line against these Korean teams just yet.
I want to bring up also, you know, this big IGL matchup that we have, right? You have Munchkin on the side of GENG, and then you have Cruz, who definitely wants to play, you know, in front of the home crowd of Masters Bangkok. Not to mention that Cruz has also been one of those players that's been on that stage from the very beginning. He has so much experience, and as Jovi mentioned earlier, he is so important. He's that, you know, centerpiece in the middle of the team that's helping everybody meld together. That's going to come into a head today. He's going to be so important today.
We saw both of those IGLs step up massively in their last games as well. Both of them have really turned up their individual firepower.
Yeah, I mean, Cruz had a big game on the fade on Bayern. Much can I remember that Fizz game. He just started right peeking and winning duels. Get into the map, Vito now. I mean, I'm not too surprised about that from Talon. They've been looking pretty good on Bayern the last couple since they changed, although one of those halves was a little shaky. That is pretty much what you expect from GENG. They're just going to pick Lotus. They're just going to play the same comp over and over and over again for the next 5 years.
they've got it all. They've got it locked down.
Yeah, I mean,
this is our map.
They understand that map very, very well. You know, we say if it's not broke, don't fix it, and I don't think they want to change anything about Lotus. I think both these teams will be quite happy with how this veto's going.
Bind Lotus, bind or Lotus.
Talon's Lotus is not bad either when they have Prumi on that Clove.
Yeah, they did only beat Global though. They lost the option. I don't know if I mean, Primi on the Clove is the best part of the map for them, but outside of that, I don't know if I'm agreeing with that necessarily.
I think it raises their ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, when Primi drops 30, it definitely raises every team's ceiling. I'll give you that. Talon on Bind though, so far so good. They did have a shakier second half in the last game that they played, but they kind of stomped on, was it T1 that they played? I think they played T1 on this map and they destroyed them. Like, it was a very, very nice looking game. So for GENG, this is a map that, once again, they're playing similar comps that they've always played. They're playing that double in, you know, Gecko Fade style through the Viper. It's a very util heavy comp, similar to what Talon are playing. They're going to be playing in their comfort zone really for this season. These are maps that they're very comfortable on. They've beaten Talon.
Prediction ho jata to
GENG they're going to be feeling just fine about this veto, and they should be feeling confident.
Well, in that T1 Bind game, we spoke a lot about how fantastic we thought their defender side was. It was their attacker side where they got 9-3 and they looked a lot more dominant. So this is a very strong comp on both sides of the ball.
I am actually surprised looking at the predictions that we have here. Of course, myself and Victoria, we need to stand by our Southeast Asian representative. We want to see that storyline just come into full fruition. I'm surprised that you voted Talon.
I do think Talon are slightly
but I
also feel like
podcast
Talon have shown a lot of potential. I'm not seeing the GENG that I saw last year in the same way. So I think in this head-to-head, I do think Talon are the underdogs. They're fine being the underdogs. They like playing from that position. And we haven't seen Talon just yet either. So I'm hoping that they find their feet today and they managed to push through.
I mean, for me, GENG is just winning the head-to-head every time, so I can't not back them in this series at the end of the day, even though I think Talon is better than people give them credit for.
Well, who continues their kickoff journey here? We'll find out as we send it to the stage for Talon and GENG.
अभी भी स्क्रीन से ब्रेक मिला है ठीक है
करेक्ट है यार हर जगह करेक्ट
वन पीस का लेटेस्ट चैप्टर देखा भाई दिन में 1 घंटा सो रहा हूँ वन पीस देखा क्या बोलता ऐसा आई कैसे कृष्णा पीटीएम पे बंक हुई है सर है ना इस बार प्रोडक्शन है ऑन टॉप्स
बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट
किस टीम ने इंप्रूव किया सारे टीम ने इंप्रूव किया भाई जल्दी दे दो 1000 सुपर चैट नहीं तो 8 hour full grant to Imo this week.
The only remaining Southeast Asian team, they have their eyes on the prize, getting to that hometown stage in Masters Bangkok.
How about
they have
we
to
make
get
it
through
2000
GENG, and GENG, they want to keep their streak
and
going.
We have a
they
team.
want to continue to represent Pacific on the global stage. Maybe bring home another global trophy for Pacific as well.
यार मेरा बर्थडे बनाने का
hope everything but Koreans' last hope.
8 घंटा कहाँ से निकाल
So they have a lot on their shoulders today, and there can be no mistakes from them in the lower bracket if they want to represent Thailand in Bangkok.
Yeah, GENG though, they've had a very slow start in this tournament. DRX have taken them down, they've lit a fire under them, and in the series after that, they looked a hell of a lot better. So I know that these guys don't want to look back on last year as their best year ever in Valorant. They need to step up yet again with these new additions and show why this core is such a winning core and one of the most successful so far from Asia in Valorant.
Do you remember when Talon had that interview on stage and Texture was like telling Cruz like, oh yeah, come at me. Cruz mentioned that the last time they went up against GENG, they got smacked. Is that going to happen again? Are mistakes going to come back, or have they learned from it?
I mean, you learn a lot more from your losses than your wins in a way. It's very easy to be critical, it's very easy to grow from those. So, and this coaching staff will not let this go lightly.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited for this chess match, as I mentioned earlier with Jovi, right? Because you have such, again, a very big task for Talon this upcoming week. If they can get through Solo and HSK and everybody, then you have Turby waiting, then you have, you know, the rest waiting.
Best guy in all
well.
regions.
So this is their first step, but it's already a very
How do you feel your favorite map is the first pick of Talon?
If you win today, you play tomorrow in a best of 5. And if you
Plus
win
then
that,
there
then you
is
play
Lotus.
the day after.
So I
So
feel
many
it's gonna be
matches.
2-0 and I can sleep.
But I do
Because
think
if
if
it's
anyone
go
can be
to Abyss,
adaptable
I
in
am
that
Ganta not
situation,
watching
it's
Abyss.
Talon, where I think if
I am
GENG
going,
through,
I
everyone's going
need
to know
at
what
least
to
2
expect.
hours.
They've lost to
After
them
that there is
head-to-head.
EME
They've seen
and
what
then there
GENG
is
have done.
NA
Everyone's
best
seen
of
what
5
GENG
and
have
then
done.
there is
They
best
don't
of
really
5
change
Pacific.
anything too much. Talon
So
have
I'm
a
gonna
week to
not
prepare for
go
this
in
game.
the
They're
French
about-
Abyss.
They should know exactly what they were getting into. They should have game plans prepared. They just need to execute it in the server.
I have to say, I love
Feeling
that GENG
समझा ना?
don't make any changes to what they're doing, for the most part at least.
Yeah.
I love it that they just
Saरे
back
agile
themselves
team
and they go,
के
yeah, you
deal
can watch,
stroll
you can know what we're going to do, but we are better than
नहीं
you, so
खेलते
it's
क्यों?
fine.
You heard that
ये
energy
बहुत
from
कॉलिंग
Talon.
देना पड़ता ना?
I heard it through the mic, and it's infectious. You know how much is at stake.
हाँ
for
हम
this
लोग के
team.
माइक से
For
उसने किसे
GENG,
सुना?
I feel like they just need to stay calm. They need to remember that they
I
were
heard
the
it from
masters.
Mike. Hello.
They need to remember
James
their
Taba.
position here. And as we pull up our Asian comp, we are seeing Primi on the deadlock.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I mean, he's played a lot of it this tournament. Talon are going to back themselves with the same comp on bind that we always see from them.
क्यों खेलना है भाई? क्यों खेलना है? लंड जेंट क्यों खेलना है? मेरे को आंसर चाहिए. क्यों खेलना है? हो गया भाई, यहाँ से डाउनफॉल
Yeah,
टाइम.
we see the Gecko on both. Gecko brings a lot to this map in the way you're able to reuse your util in those key areas, as well as adding to really strong post plant and really strong retakes, something that's both very important on this map.
भाई
So
इससे
it's
सच
nice
बोलो तो
to see
डेडलॉक
both
से
teams go
बाइंड में
head-to-head
अच्छा है
in
यार.
quite the similar fashion.
Well,
That
here
is
we
the
go. We're going to
only
kick
map.
this off with our first map in this series and toss it over to Paper Thin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. We've already sent one team into the grand finals and over to Masters Bangkok. These two teams, though, vying for a position forward in that lower final to see if they can make the run. This is going to mean a lot for both of these teams. GENG, the beacon of Pacific last year, able to bring home that first
Deadlock
trophy.
also good in
Talon
Haven.
looking to make it to another international, but this time in front of that home crowd.
Yeah, this is so much pressure on the line here. I mean, I can't even
तेरा
imagine
rank का
what's
बंदा है
going
देख.
through, in particular, the Talon players' minds,
Deadlock good
knowing
in
that
Haven.
an entire nation is behind you right now,
Deadlock
watching
मैंने
this match,
installed ही
hoping
नहीं है
that you
मेरे
can get it done, and we go over to their pick of bind. Super interesting stuff here for Talon, because this is a map they have never
डाबा नहीं हो,
lost
डप्पा हो
in
तुम,
official
डप्पा.
play in a VCT match. They've lost it in off-season
बंद
stuff.
करो. डब्बा बंद करो.
In VCT,
सोचो मत, हम पे छोड़ दो सोचने
Lay
का
the
काम.
numbers on us. How many wins?
6-0.
There you go.
It's 2023. They only played it once at 2023, to be fair.
Minor aside, I feel like today, first time I've ever seen Frost not wearing a hat.
I was just thinking that.
Really weird. It's like
I didn't know he had hair.
It's like seeing the Pringles guy with no mustache.
He could have been bald for all I knew.
Well, already we're off to the races. His Governor's going up and over the top, and Karan is just shooting him out of the sky like a clay pigeon. And however, holding things down, finds two outside over by Fountain. In the meantime, Cruz on a deep lurk. Karan tagged up, rotating across here alongside Munchkin. This backstab setup here from Cruz could very well bring this pistol round to a swift conclusion. Talon are already out in front.
Yeah, they really had a good read on the start of this round. Just sending out Governor
भाई वो लोग लगा एक फास्ट हो रहा है ना.
to buy
Cam
them
हो
some
गया वो
extra
लोग के
time and
साथ.
space to set up the crunch on the push out and another kill for Ban.
3 to just go ahead and try to fast track towards that ultimate. A couple players dangerously low, but Cruz gets the one tap, putting down Munchkin, and Talon get the pistol.
This is so interesting to me because right off the rip, we saw something that. So I had a chance to talk with Frost the other day, and he saw me on Platchat, and he's like, "I want to talk to you about a few things," and I'm like, "Oh, this ought to go well." But no, it's totally fine. He's actually quite nice. And he was telling me that the thing about Governor is that Governor will do whatever it takes to win. Governor doesn't care about a stat line that much.
Sure.
Governor wants to do whatever it means that the team wins. And this round was a great example of that. He just dives out on his own and buys a ton of attention.
I mean, as one should, you know, or should not care, I should say.
But even more so, stats really don't mean anything to Governor.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ ये वाइपर ये कर रहा है बहुत बड़ी अच्छी बात है लेकिन वॉल भी नहीं किया उसने
Primy's able to scoop the kill. Has managed to find that one little elimination, but player advantage is as well as the weaponry very much in the hands here of Talon as they look for a relatively clean 2-0 start.
Just love to get some value out of Jet on this flank. See if you can prevent any more guns from being dropped. Would be super nice because eventually GENG's gonna have to make their move. Time ticks down. And the opportunity to see if GENG can do any more damage.
They're on the haunt Cruz. Gobbed up a bit here in the corner, but no one really able to push out of this smoke here. Widely they are contained. Foxy will be able to find one kill. Gets an opportunity for a second there as Ban does survive with 24 HP, but Talon, the 3 players surviving, will start things off 2-0 here on Bind.
जब पूछे कौन है बेस्ट स्टेशन है गेस
Looking really clean. Again, just sending Governor out ahead to scout here for Primy. That easy follow-up kill. He's got a great crossfire set up towards the site. Just in the wings, just in case things go awry. That's something that having the Astro, versus if a Viper gives you is that ability to set up really deep in the post plants, make it a lot more difficult for your opponents to be able to dislodge you if necessary, because they have to get so much further into your back lines. And as long as you have good flank control, which in theory you could with the deadlock in particular, this attacker side is really annoying.
Barrel not going to be spotted there. They think that they are in the clear, but Jit Boys is picking them to pieces. Munchkin catching a glimpse, but backs away. Showers wide open. Talon, though, still playing this out patiently. Knowing that there's going to be some push and pull here across the map from GENG, waiting to see what the reply looks like, but now they will start slowly getting collected together and in all likelihood striking this A site.
Man, Jit has been so good for a long time for Talon. Just such a smart, sturdy player. Just making great decisions, great aim.
But isn't this
one
like
of my
2020
all-time favorite players to watch with Jit. Little info spot there, but Karin really can't do anything about it.
The Molly still is going to be a risk, though, because the pressure's coming in from the flank. Governor just bounce forward here into the side, finds the kill, and now they are basically committed here. At least Yeoman is. Munchkin's still over on the opposite side, but Yeoman's going to have to give the relay, like, trapped in. Not much that he can do, and now he's been ping revealed, so he's just desperately going to try to break this wall. Turns back and looks like he will be able to escape. Not quite going to get caught, but this is already a fantastic start for Talon. 3-0 on the bonus conversion.
It's a flawless on the bonus, assuming they don't go reach out for more kills.
It's
hard to do better than they did to start a map. They've already got Von's ult online. Things are looking rather good, and GENG already left scratching their heads. Trying to figure out a way to deal with this, but I mean, what do you do here? You just get outdone by Primy and A Showers, and that's kind of round almost over. Barring any kind of miracle play. I mean, we saw plenty of those on Lotus in the previous match, but unbelievable stuff.
Boys coming up clearly having a good time saying they mad. And I don't think that's wrong right now. As this has been very clean these last 2 rounds. As you mentioned, ult online. Ban could just go ahead and send that off
yeah,
it's like the desk was talking about.
Ooh, texture. Pushes up for a little bit of info off the rip, and it's going to be Foxy who ends up getting picked apart. Swings out, finds him.
They almost had texture with that grab well, too. Nice attempt at a combo play from Talon. This opens up a little bit more space on the map. Cruz is all the way over towards A short.
Had a little bit of a poke and prod fight there against Munchkin. Good force back, but it's just going to call.
This is smart from Cruz. Hasn't seen anything over here. Nobody's jiggled or sent out any util.
I think it's also just understanding the tendencies of GENG that they're more willing, you know, more often than not to just kind of leave Munchkin on an island as he's able to go ahead and come away with 2 kills. Looks for a little bit more. 42. Can't quite confirm it, but does give his team an opportunity now at a 3v2. Brought now into the advantage.
ये क्या हुआ दया?
Tucked here outside of lamps. Paint shell still available from Texture. Where and when does he decide to send it? Bounces it forward. Primmy forced to try to take the fight. As he swings out, will be met with death. As Texture continues to try to take some space, but Ban still accurate as ever. Finds one, but cannot get the others. The fuse will come in. GENG get themselves on the board here in round 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is pretty well played, pretty well read by Cruz and Talon. Just an outplay from Munchkin this time. Saw it in the previous round with Jip Boys, and that was Munchkin's turn to just kind of turn around on its head. Oh. God, that's fast. Nice, Governor. Oh.
Yeah, and I believe there was a seize there, so not able to have as much awareness. A little pinch in from Munchkin. Saw a little capitalization. The team in with the advantage. Economy, though, still very healthy for Talon. GENG trying to build theirs up, and yeah, some minor tags on the Yeoman as well as Munchkin, but Ban does eat a bit in kind.
Able to take control of that orb at the very least. Now you got Munchkin playing the front of sight there. Same place saw Foxy9 die. Karan able to avoid death. The Ban finds a kill.
Yeah, finds Ban.
This.
Down clear on that haunt. Spike still dropped here over at Connector. As a slow creep up works his way in towards this A site. Foxy peeking in towards showers, not spotting Texture here at Heaven, trying to steady the aim. Ends up just going for the wild spray and ends up falling down, but it sets up for Foxy to have some heavy impact.
Down A.
2 kills found, Cruz at 56, just he and Primmy left standing. As the net will be removed, Plant gets ready to come through, but Foxy, anticipating the push, takes his head off and spots the 4th and final. A huge round from Foxy9. Get GENG up to 2.
The demon that continues to haunt Talon of Foxy9.
4-0
has been an absolute thorn in their side throughout the years. Continues to be so. Phenomenal stuff from him, but just really good map control from GENG. A slight change up in how they're positioning their pieces at the front of B. Using that toxic screen. Just spraying through.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'd be like that. That first shot was nasty.
Sometimes you just get rewarded for game sense. Karan watching Mako in the previous series is like, oh yeah, just shoot through smokes. Just rely on my instinct.
8-4 on the now.
There you go.
Governor now attacking up. Texture has one on the defense as well. Looks like right now neither is slated to clash against the other.
Certainly something you have to be aware of as Talon. You know, obviously a big piece of GENG's game plan, a big piece of the puzzle is to get that op into Texture's hands.
And I've spoken too soon. Smoke dissipating, Texture holding the line. Ban might just end up being an unfortunate casualty.
I got that
Texture's able to collect.
Go.
Paint shells further slows things up. As now, ooh, the double hit into the oh no! I think he catches on to absolutely everyone! The combo play, Foxy and Karan stack up the ults, and they have burnt Talon to a crisp.
That is unreal. The coordination from GENG looking so sharp now. Talon in tatters, trying to scrape something together here as Ban, but a 1v5. The money's gotten away from them a bit after such a great start for Talon. GENG punches right back with 3 of their own. So many of these rounds today have just been decided by like one moment, just one big play.
That was a huge one. I mean, it's not, you know, similar to to go back to
10 seconds left.
the Raze ultimate from Jemkin that first round of overtime. It's not every day that we see the triple kill orbital strike, much like the showstopper.
For sure.
It's just that coordination coming to fruition. Foxy will ensure that nothing is carried over. Flawless round for GENG as they tie it up 3-3.
Well, okay. How long do we wait on the timeout button? Sometimes Frost can be pretty fast with them.
I think he's already called it. Saw the timer stop there, so barring any kind of potential tech issue, that'll be it. But yeah, just gorgeous setup here from the side of GENG. It's just another great read, great understanding of where these players are going to be clustered. They're able to capitalize. Kind of reminds me of the setup that CJ combo we saw from them on Lotus outside of B, I believe, versus Heretics over at Shanghai.
Oh, yeah.
Where they're just able to get texture like an instant 4K. When the coordination is on, it is on. Solid start for Talon, now slowed down. See what the playbook beckons here as we come out of this timeout.
Yeah, very curious. Kobe as well getting involved. Really trying to
You
get
should
the
know
boys
it should be pretty
all situated.
and cute.
I'd like to see, a little bit more aggressiveness, I think, from Governor. That was working for them. Even though it, again, he doesn't maybe frag out of control or anything, but
Sure.
that extra space that he was buying was opening up the map a lot for them.
Opening up map, he was getting information for
Yes.
them. I mean, ultimately, you can play that style. We saw, Buzz was doing that. Still kind of does it from time to time on T1, but very much when he was on DRX. Ultimately, the goal is, don't go negative 31, and then, as long as you're gaining information for your team, you should be in a good spot.
Yeah, as long as you're winning the rounds, who cares? That's what matters at the end of the day. Got a couple big ults. Primy's been sitting on that annihilation for quite some time. Trying to find some value out of that. Attempt to clear does work. Snakebite is going to follow up. 4-man stack outside of B, or 3-man stack, excuse me, outside of B for GENG. So just Munchkin with the Viper left to try to control that shower space and does enough. Talon doesn't really feel like they want to re-aggress into that, so they're just going to set up. Spot of the head.
Plenty spotted out there is clear on that wingman. Drift away here.
बच्चे तो हम हैं नहीं.
And tucking
क्या
back over towards that
context पे लिख
connector,
रहे हो
but
हमको मालूम
he's
पड़
not
जाता है.
really
Script को यार.
being gained at all.
हाँ?
What does the go button look like
जब
for
next
Talon?
time
It looks like it's going to be
जब
this
मम्मी को देखेगा ना तो उनको भी यही
players
emoji
clustered
भेजना.
out over towards B, and I mean, Texture just peeking out. This long angle being completely ignored. He just comes away with a free kill. Attack now onto the A site, getting ready to resume it. Oh, Primy playing on elevation, unanticipated. Find a very nice headshot. Rid of the enemy Raze.
30 seconds left.
Oh, for maybe a double swing to Governor. Great covering fire. So man's able to answer one back. Showstopper, however, for Governor online. TP taken. Going to be noted here. As Governor himself pushed over towards Shower, sends it. Gonna find too much, just a bit of damage.
Oh, Karan.
Karan's able to find one. Governor gonna be taken down. 2 players left. Primy does have that annihilation. Does he send it in the round? Might not have to, but he's gonna use it anyway. Gets the headshot onto one. Foxy stunned up. Cruz picks him apart. Talon look to regain the lead. Both committed. The swing out. Ready for the double face. The time is not going to be on his side.
Oh.
Ultimately, Yeoman can maybe make this a little bit more costly here for the team, and he will be able to do so. Ensures that they don't carry any weapons forward. They cannot win the round, so Talon regain the lead.
Tremendous patience shown by Talon in this round throughout. The fact that Primy is able to challenge a player like Texture when he has an operator, so impressive, but he had been just slowly creeping down this all. And then Governor able to claim a life. Karan got trapped behind the deadlock wall, and I'm like, oh, he's in trouble. Oh, never mind. He's Karan. Thought maybe Primy might send the ult or something, but able to hold on to it for the post plant.
Make it happen.
And finally,
Crispy?
a change of direction for Talon back into the winning side of the column of the leaderboard. Couple big ults though. Showstopper, Nightfall for Yeoman. And push up here. Let's see what they want to do.
That's going to be sent. Those get dodged. Foxy just tossed down and ooh, head spotted, but not taken off. Shot goes a bit wide there from Texture.
It's huge info though. You know, there's at least 2, including the op over at B. So now if you can just find a little bit of space at A, especially if you can get Munchkin dealt with,
angle scenes होने वाला
you
लग
have
रहा
a
है
pretty good opportunity to get around conversion.
I think
Munchkin being tight of a challenge means it does leave a lot on the shoulders of Karan, who catches a glimpse, pushes out of the smoke, is able to strike and finds one, and Munchkin is ready for the rush. Good boys taken down, and now for Talon. Have to be scratching their heads here. Do they take the teleporter? Right now, everybody's just clustered up over towards Lamps, and Karan is looking to pick them apart. Looking for the fourth pass. As it is a flawless 4 kills for Karan, 4 rounds for GENG. We are tied once more.
Well, sounds easier than it is getting rid of Karan and Munchkin on a site. Tremendous instincts there. I mean, of course, with the blast pack noise giving it away makes it a little bit easier for Karan, but shit, just getting outdone by Munchkin. And it's Karan time. Just an Iron Man is Karan. He just is so strong.
I believe it's Pilsky talking about it on the desk, setting up for this game. Said after that series against DRX, the immediate level up that we saw from GENG, looking a bit more like their former selves. With Yeoman as well looking a lot more comfortable and having a lot more fragging power. Speaking of which, look at the HP bars. 2 players absolutely destroyed. So Yeoman just staying tucked here into the corner for now, but so much damage dealt.
So hard with this toxic screen for Talon to take control.
Look at
the way that they want to. Anytime they get any presence in there, there's just spam and nades thrown their way. This is...
Oh! First shot, wide. For the read, peek, looks for the flick. Texture unable to find it. It's a lot of damage in transit across. Just off to play this out a little bit more slowly. Looks like Talon might be getting grouped up for a teleport play, but no, we'll just face him. That's going to be a collat.
Enemy remaining.
Well, just down the jit.
But
nope, Karan will just go ahead and spray up into the smoke. Finds him. That's a flawless as GENG regain the lead by 1 round.
Yeah. Not a lot to do there with the weaker buy, and just great delay from GENG. Again, comboing this utility to make Hookah an absolute nightmare. And even though Texture whiffs a few split the uprights here, doesn't matter. Yep. Still gets 2 out of 3 shots, so not bad. Ooh, the spray through the wall, too.
Players popping off. I believe it's Karan who's being the loudest, and understandably.
He's been the hype man now.
He's got another orbital strike already cycled through. Showstopper now out. Texture sends it. Not killed off. Munchkin with a rare appearance on the operator is immediately put down. Thrash now sent out, clearing in towards the B site. Foxy staying tucked. Knows that his flank is covered here as Yeoman rotates over. Wingman goes for the plant. Wash in towards the side and go ahead and stave them off. Bam now with the offhand hand. As, ooh. Hunter somehow not really getting those shots to connect on the Texture, but takes quite a bit in response. Yeoman considering his angles.
Look at Jit.
Yeah, deep flank. All the way around the back, the barrier mesh. Try to hold them in for now. Primmy swings out, catches 1. Hookah window, Ban finds a shot. Texture forward here in the site now. Looking to strike, comes up with 2. 3 players, however, still left. Spots out 1. Grabwell comes in, strikes from behind. And the flank be damned, not needed. Talon will tie it up.
Yeah, that looked like maybe Texture had some kind of miracle. Just like, never forget that one against Paper Rex on Lotus last year. At 1v4. He's got another one of those in store.
सारी टीम्स गई है मेरी फेवरेट सिर्फ GENG बची है अभी.
Using that ult to clear space on the site. Wingman didn't get cleared. Took a couple bullets, but survived. Got the plant down. That was huge for Talon.
Munchkin,
Give them a little bit extra time to spread their wings.
Yeoman.
Get around that site. So once they get the plant down, they're starting to look pretty solid in the post-plant scenarios. It's sometimes a matter of getting there. This time Texture so far forward with this op.
W chat.
Okay. Get the identification necessarily that it's the op. There's a player there.
Yeah.
G खेल रही है अभी. जब खेलेगी तब
be doing gymnastics and likely figuring it out.
जब खेलेगी
Pass over on the operator once again into the hands of Ban. Governor wanting to be the tip of the spear here. Texture rotating over though. Into position. Nails the shot this time around. Looks for the repeat. So damn snappy. Finds a shot, Primmy. Sends out the net. It's a catch.
Oh, shot.
Watching the opposite side of the map. We'll find the headshot now. The push forward, Primmy. Trying to keep them in this. Teleporting gets taken. 2 players now arriving.
And Panko Jeba.
1v3. Primmy be that guy.
देख लो इसको. ए विनायक को पहले हटाओ.
5 seconds to play with, but the spike still dropped. Outside of guard, double stack,
Building
high
का new
low.
roster बताओ वो नहीं बताएगी ना.
Gets the shot. As we just go blow for blow, trading the lead.
Last round in the half.
It's been quite the back and forth.
Huh?
This time, again, this is something that has hurt them on the eco round, where that angle's not smoked off. Texture can just make it rain with the operator.
हो सकता है कोई देख लो.
Sure, eventually you break through, but the round's basically done. Huh? Get the up, get the up.
Well, they got it. Is going to be in hand, but you can see here going into the last round of the half, 2 stingers, some rifles, bullets to play with though.
Face your fear.
No showstopper here, which is a critical one that you would love to have. Annihilation going to be sent out. Primmy goes swinging and somehow wins the fight. Coming out, picks up 1, but Foxy tries to hold it. How does he connect that spray?
Yeah!
Unbelievable!
योमन
Won't
उसका
get an
ace
ace,
था.
but who gives a damn?
Bro, क्या मारा है उसने?
क्या था वो?
I'm on my feet. I cannot
I wanna
believe
see
that.
that again, bro, in slow mo.
7-5 at the half.
क्या था
I am just my jaws on the floor. I thought this looked great for Talon. What an entry there for Primmy and Governor. Show this again.
Oh!
Smooth.
That is, it's hard to do it better than that, folks. He has just
Casual celebration थोड़ी सी casual है
so
आपकी,
good
उस पे अपने को work करना
against
पड़ेगा.
Talon.
इसके लिए time out
Again,
लिया.
I go back to it throughout the years. He seems
Celebration
to
थोड़ी
just
सी
level
casual
up.
थी.
I mean, he's been good for
मैं
Gen
रहता
G this
नंगा
year
नाच
too, but
रहा था
that was
stage
something
पे,
else.
नंगा.
That is absolute insanity what Foxy was just able to conjure up. Oh boy.
Oh
बंद
my.
करेगा तेरा नंगा नाच वाला
That is
obsession.
That one's gonna be in the highlight reels. There's
No
no
one
doubt
wants to
about
see
it.
you here.
Absolutely.
That's what you think.
Still though,
You don't know
Talon
about my school friends.
down by 2. You're able to find that
Waiting
opening
outside.
pistol. They can do that again. They're on the fast track to try to
Match को तो
restabilize
बोलते
this
थे,
map.
पता
As you
नहीं
mentioned, have
Nah,
not
गिर
lost
जाएंगे
it
window
in
को तो.
VCT. We look for 7-0 overall on Bind.
And attack side is
मेरे
usually
जैसे
pretty good
drawing
for
है.
them against Nongshim.
Wings by
They
gold.
went 9-3 on their attacker side.
Munchkin लिखा है उधर, फिर भी.
So this is
Center में
kind
मेरा
of
नाम.
interesting.
By the Gen
Gen G
Bundle,
seems to be pretty in control other than the first 3 rounds. When Talon came out hot, won their bonus, and you're thinking, all right,
End हो
their
जाएगी
map
birthday
pick,
cake
they're
order से
looking
पहले.
good.
करना
They're
होगा.
looking like they might go on to face T1 tomorrow,
मैं क्यों
but
करूँ भाई?
Gen G just
Favorite कौन से तेरे को मालूम है ना?
such tremendous
खुद कर ले, मैं थोड़ी
players,
करूँगी, मेरा
such great
birthday.
तूने
combos
क्या
with the
की है?
utility,
मैं गाऊँगी.
the thrash,
मैं गाऊँगा.
strike, deep
कौन
throw.
खाएगा?
G on the attack
Birthday
now.
kiss time.
Flash landing. Primmy
Cake कौन
back over
खाएगा?
towards elbow. That does go out. Governor tries to swoop in, tries to capitalize.
Huh?
Getting taken down. Ben, however, able to find a second, looking for the third, but wide swing comes out, and Yeoman's there on the flank.
ये
Trying
अगर
to
Gen
find
G
the
जीता
kill.
तो लग
Spike.
गया. GG.
Tap the plant. Not yet held. His noise gets cut.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, shit!
हाँ कर गया हो जाए
He's able to find one. It's going to be teleported now, taken here by Karan. Trying to clutch this out, but fast
Show your
on the
power.
rotates. It's not going to have too much of a window here.
Oh my god.
Shallow plant just in front of showers.
Okay.
Tell them pretty much everything they need to know as the concuss comes through. Karan now not quite able to tuck in the showers. Will get caught out in the open. 2 for 2 on pistols.
7-7.
Close the gap. Just 1 round separating.
And this looked like
Valentine's Day के लिए creative
maybe
ideas बताओ.
Gen G was
Break
just
up
going to
करो
bully
बे.
their way through the B site. Texture just very little hesitation. Goes right into hookah. Last packs in.
अभी नहीं है ये सारे questions किसको
They're just all
पूछते हैं?
going in there with him off the back of the dizzy. Brim smokes as well, right where they need to be, but Talon able to
ना
punch
रहेगा
back, able
Valentine,
to
ना
find
बजी
just
बात
enough
क्या बोल.
damage to slow this up. And then Jit, as soon as that smoke dissipated right outside of the B hall door, Cruz fired up, trying to keep Talon in this match. This map feels so important for them. Outlaw for Governor, Guardian for Ban, a couple Bulldogs and a Stinger for Cruz. See if they can convert. Really patient.
Direct.
Going up and over the top.
Scary.
Drops back down. Ooh, swings out. Munchkin met with his demise.
Proper shots नहीं देख पा रहे हो जिसे.
Solid opening kill here for Talon. Some sheriffs still to work with from Gen G.
आप बताओ कुछ.
Talon seemingly reading that this might go back towards B. I mean, Munchkin on his own, he dies. A lot of times he might just be on his own, quite literally. So that's what makes Gen G so hard to read.
वो कैसे alarm board से दूर जाता तो बंद होता alarm board.
But at the very least, it might have bought Gen G the ability to get a plant through. Governor tries to contest, gets immediately dizzy.
Up and over the top, then gets marked by the Haunt. Plant can now come through. Paint shell lob in. Not quite going to connect there onto the wingman, at least not in time. So Plant is in play. Still no real weaponry here for Gen G. Talon should be well poised. Try to equalize. Scarron looks to try to hold the line here at Lamps. Net comes in. Boombot going to have to be cleared out. Right click deals with it. Couple sheriff shots. Counter spray here from Talon. Two on point. Plant packing forward. Texture looking for another target. Can't quite make it happen.
भाई करण ने अच्छा मारा लेकिन
closer than we might have anticipated.
करण
Comes
ने
away
अच्छा
with two.
मारा.
Premi
Good
with
bonus
3.
बोल सकते हैं.
That's enough to go ahead and get the round win. Talon tie it up at 7-7.
कहाँ जा रही है?
Get another bonus conversion. They will regain the lead.
Yeah, this is just so cool from Gen G. The way they toy with you, with the information that they know you have, and then how they use that against you. You know, in this case, Munchkin on his own, no other contact made. Oh, surely they're going B. When in fact, they just set up for a slow push towards A, and Governor can't really do anything about the utility that they have to clear that site space. Keep a Guardian and an Outlaw, some Sheriffs, a little bit of armor.
Look at this, though. Heavy stack in. As it's just going to be a shooting gallery where they're able to collect two, but Texture gets it back into his own. The TP going to be taken, tries to stick the spray. Bam! Does survive the spike now. Here on the ground. Primi has the annihilation. Heron swinging, finds the first. Net going to be lobbed in. I mean, Munchkin, I'm not sure exactly what he's looking at. They know where the last player is. Now starts to go on the rotate to join in. Seems like maybe didn't realize that Texture had basically killed off the entire team. And now, ooh, Gun Barrel, I believe, has been spotted. Bimmy, ooh, turns his sights back over, gets the headshot. Swaps weapons. All on Charon. Slowly inching forward and somehow wins out on the fight. Pinpoint accuracy. But it's still fantastic bonus from Talon. They might not be able to gain the lead for themselves, but they take so much out of the hands of Gen G there.
Yeah, they're just so tenacious. Sticking through this fight, they're you know, this is fine. Try to send the Dizzy through. Didn't matter, still able to win, even though it got cleared. Karan, God, he's so just rock solid, man.
Oh, duck copy.
He's the thing. Just built of rock.
Onto the showers this time, no stack. Spread out a little bit more here onto the A side. I say that, they're all getting clustered towards short.
Just wait.
They've
decided the stack must be somewhere else this time. And we can fight there.
भाई ए पे इतना combos है
कैसे जाएंगे ए पे? You have the annihilation for Talon. Find a good opportunity. Primi just holding a tight angle at Showers. Decides to throw up the wall instead. Just force the issue over towards short if possible.
Prowler, oh, gets bogged in the teleporter. Actually going to check some Munchkin's position for now. Still going to be covered. As okay, just going to be a face out on short. Texture coming away with two. Foxy. This ends up being a bit of a casualty here for the side of Gen G as Munchkin drifts off the angle. As the pressure starts coming in. Primi going to get good for one, but Texture finds himself a third. With the rotate in around the back, 3 kills, 2 players pushing their way over towards short. Texture in back sight, Munchkin. We look to take the first fight here. Noticed anything quite just yet. Swings in, Shit Boys. Able to find the kill.
Smoke's down.
Smoke called in from Charon, just watching the narrow angle. Has that orbital if he stays alive and disconnects, but looks like he won't even need to do so. just takes the fight and wins it. That's all on Ban to see if he can try to find some punish, but right now GENG looking like they're poised to move up 9-7. Yeah, time is just not going to be there either.
Way too late, even with the wingman. Yeah, no hope. Time to back off.
Yeah.
Karan. I think if my my eyes don't deceive me, 19-8 right now.
Sounds about right.
On another level. I mean, to think that after last year, how good he was throughout all of last year.
Right.
You're like, obviously Rookie of the Year in all of VCT. Crazy mechanics, great game sense, plays off his teammates so well. I think that he might just be better this year, and there's going to be, in some ways, maybe more called upon him because it's a new squad. And I'm not saying that it's because the other players aren't as good or anything. I'm saying because it's going to take time to get this all together again.
Sure.
And he's still just stepping up to the task. I mean, Primmy's having a great map as usual, 17-12, but he's not able to best Karan.
Well, Boombot cleared out plenty of noise heard here as Bat seeing the teleporter out. Himself away, eluding damage. The team, though, does get tagged up. There's a ping directly on Munchkin's position comes through.
They've got him pinned, but they're backing off of this. They have all the info. They've cleared all of the back of A, and a bunch of them are going over to A. Ban's like, guys, go back to B. What are you doing?
They rotate back through.
They almost had a window.
Well, good timing on this. Barrier mesh coming through. The noise being cut here, you can see Talon making up their mind, trying to really establish where the hell they are. But Ban getting so far forward over at connector, or at short. They're not over here. They've got to be over towards B. Nightfall gets committed to here by Cruz. Talon wanting to pull off this thrifty.
Risky TP. GENG has no idea what's going on the other side of the map.
It's again that they start doubling back. They're continuing to doubt themselves and doubt the call.
Time for execute.
There's the Nightfall. Up and over the top goes Texture, and down goes Primmy, cooked. Karen able to find one more with that orbital.
10 seconds left.
Ban now trying to strike, but here on his flank is going to be Munchkin, but it's just that outlaw in hand, so he can't get it. And Cruz swinging out, takes Karen's head off. HP, though, just not on their side. 94 between the two of them. Texture turns the sights back over towards Long, looking for the right click. No, he's got a perfectly good right hand. Wants to take him down with a classic and will do so. GENG close out the round, get themselves up to double digits.
They just have great coordination again. Using the ultimate, using the thrash to clear a ton of space and catch Talon completely off guard. Talon just really having a hard time reading this round for whatever reason. Even trying to throw the annihilation problem. I don't think it hit anybody. God, Texture has just been so electric. Jeez, Karan. Yeah,
never stopped screaming.
He is, yeah. Some say he's still screaming to this day. But what do you do? I mean, you know, it's hard when you're having some of these rounds and they're just out coordinating you. They're kind of out reading you. They're out shooting you. Everything's swinging towards GENG right now, and you know, again, Talon has had some rounds, has had some good moments, but anytime it seems like they might get some momentum, just right back. GENG's right back. I'm never gonna get over that boxing 4K.
It's rent free.
Yeah,
that's पटेली मार दे तू देगा देख साल में क्या 6 महीने में 1 साल में देख मैच आया
I can remember.
Talon need to have plays like that flushed from their brains. Just try to clean the slate, try to run things back
from
here.
Gameplay नहीं है मोड बंदा क्या करूं.
Double thrash available. Governor not too far off, one charge from that next showstopper.
Has the op all alone in showers. Everybody else, I'm pretty sure on the other side. Yep. So
कौन हंसा और कौन स्माइल किया तू खुद देख लेना कैमरा में.
Yes, you have the sonic sensors to give you a little info.
I like this positivity. Yes.
Haunt as well. Gonna clear out something.
Let's
trying to
go,
reposition off this. Texture's already new balls. You gonna be ready?
मैं cheer कर रही हूँ.
Boombot.
बता
Gets the
दे
spot
मतलब
out.
सबको.
Not quite confirmed here. Meantime, Jit catching a glimpse on
इसे
the
तो
munchkin.
रेडिएंट
Might
बनेगा
come
ना
through.
पिंकी बोलेगी ये जा सकता तो मैं भी जा सकता.
Double faces forward.
Motivation, dudes,
A bit
inspiration.
of damage down to 10 HP. Is Primmy going to be spotted rotating in towards
Oi,
backside?
oi, oi.
Foxy's able to
मेरे
find
जैसे
Bear,
सचल.
back forward. Plants the speed.
नहीं
with
था
the kill,
ना,
cannot
कैजुअल
find
था.
it. Getting it for two.
कैजुअल.
Governor.
मेरे जैसे नहीं था,
Same.
कैजुअल
Gecko.
था, कैजुअल था.
Karen and Yo-Man now. 1v2 is
मेरे जैसा
jump.
नेड.
Not quite going to go deep enough to get the kill.
नहीं,
Just a smattering of damage found. As never mind,
भाई
Yo-Man. ends
फीड
up
को
falling
देखो,
even
फीड का राउंड
further
है.
than I could have anticipated.
फीड को देखो, फीड का राउंड.
Oh, swings out. How does he find that timing?
पार्सल हाथ में लेते ही बे.
Karen is a time lord. He knew. That is unbelievable. Right as he goes for the Boombot now.
Karan!
To do everything.
Karan na मान रहा.
Karan, dude.
But Karan continues
Karan ना
to
मान
be
रहा.
an absolute force of
हाँ?
destruction.
अगर 2-0 होगा तो
we've
मेरा
already
सोने
compared
का
him to
कारण
various
कारण
Marvel
रहेगा.
characters. Iron Man.
Go for the obvious one, Thanos.
Thanos. Now you kind of said the Time Lord, so Doctor Strange.
Can't even be. I mean, Thanos died. Like,
Well,
you know,
that might
yeah,
be
that's not even that accurate.
क्या बात,
Yeah,
क्या
no, no,
बात,
Terrence
दाल
was
बात.
better.
He's looking like an immortal being.
Yep. God, the man has all the Infinity Stones.
बढ़िया jokes, love you,
Feels
love
like
you.
he can do everything
भाई
correctly.
23-9 है भाई, मंचकिन देखो.
He's got the soul, he's got the time, he's got the power. Unbelievable the way he's performing. Well,
he's connecting, but nothing to swing off of it.
Yep. Nothing you can really do. I like the way GENG does that entry onto that site as well. They get a spot onto a player going behind the tube. They throw the paint shells to back that player off. Hold the phone.
ना गया. Easy kill for Primi.
Oh, this time he's good for the shot. Swinging in, Primmy holding the line, just not able to come away with it. Has a devastating loss at the top of the round here. Talon need to be turning the tides.
Okay. अभी कोई नहीं बचा सकता Michael.
Just patience from GENG. Seeing what,
Best
if
girlfriend
any,
भी मिलेगी तेरे को.
reaction comes from Talon from that pick. But
ये
now you've got
personal
Showers
है.
control. Now you can lean towards A. And Governor, poor Governor, all on his own. Yeah, he has a showstopper. He can maybe do some serious damage. He's trying to hide his presence, tucked into that corner of U-Haul. But against GENG, man, see if they read this.
Deadlock का सामान है इधर.
Yep, Governor, he's also blinded up. Now the showstopper goes in. The shallow use and nothing found. Mosh into the corner, and he is absolutely dead. Just worked down, whittled away at. As Karan holding the angle, chips.
Good.
Kill. Jit Boy's not given the
कारण नहीं
opportunity.
मान रहा भाई आज.
Karan जोड़ खेल रहा है.
And ultimately here for Talon.
Crazy dude.
The call to save to try to play
Same
this.
मेरे जैसे खेल रहा है ऐसा लग
Force
रहा
it to overtime has to be
है
made. Japan will just slowly drift back through the
यार
spawn.
जो लोग stream देख रहे हैं
GENG
like
will
कर दो
move
यार
up to
close to
12.
5k likes 5k likes करो बनता है
Just can't seem to make the right decisions
बनता है
now.
बनता है तो
The
बनता ही
mental
नहीं
game
तू
starting
है
to crumble for
मतलब
Talon.
बनता ही नहीं हमसे
Governor
बनता ही
there
नहीं
under
तो तू
pressure,
बनता
can't
ही
find any value out of
नहीं.
the showstopper. Gets
Ah.
trapped in U-Haul and eliminated. Ban might be able to pick up something. Nope.
Casual.
Minor wide swing into the planting of the feet.
Casual था वो
Ensure-
casual.
Ensuring that they are able to carry over very little. GENG, one round away from delivering Talon's first ever map loss in the VCT leagues here on Bind.
Cartoon.
This is
नहीं
just
बनता है मतलब
trying to
भाई.
find some way to hide from that, but nowhere, no space left.
भाई नहीं
Mosh
cartoon
cover,
ऐसा.
excuse me, the Mosh covers a ton of floor space.
मतलब बनता
Man has the glass cannon.
नहीं जाने दे इसको पास कर. ज़्यादा सोचने का
Gotta
नहीं.
try something. But they're four-man stacking at B again, trying to go for a fight.
Gambled correctly overall.
ओ भाई.
So Orb gets taken.
3 लोग इधर 4 लोग
Orb
इधर.
staring them here in the face. The slow
जैसे
creep
ये
up
smoke
as this
गिरेगा
falls.
लोगों की
Chaos
काट
will ensue.
पड़ेगी.
Firing squad going to be set up. Foxy capture one apiece. The
भाई.
blind is in. And Primmy is
W
out.
blind यार W blind.
Crossband now arriving, tries to replicate.
GG.
The spray down can only find a singular kill.
Goat using the recon phantom.
Governor
Jali?
whittled away at, pushing out of the smoke, dead. 13-7, GENG
GG. अभी तो GENG का
looking for that spot in the lower final. Look
Let's
at
go!
taking the massive Bangkok for themselves. They draw first blood here on Binks.
A slight slow start for GENG into a quick turnaround into dominance off the back of Texture and Karan. In particular, Karan, who was red hot during this map. Foxy9 had a great moment. I mean, Munchkin is Munchkin. He didn't need to do much, to be honest. He won a couple crucial fights on some flanks and made some good calls. But really, when Texture and Karan are bragging out like that, just sit back and watch. Enjoy the show.
24, 9, and 10 on Karan. 4 first bloods. It's a 308 on the ACS. Woo. All right, given how this had started, it was looking so good off the rip from Talon, but GENG, I mean, Prim's the team that, you know, is joked about, okay, slow start, drop the first map, then really ramp things up. They ramped things up midway through that first half. Did not take long to get the gears turning.
Yep.
That is a concern.
And it might have been something like that Foxy 4K. That was the one that just, you know, snapped their fingers. Karan snapped his fingers, and that was the end of it.
Either way, some unbelievable showings here from the GENG camp. I mean, Talon, their moments were out there. Yes, some snappy shots, but not quite stringing together to form a cohesive map.
And then
won themselves on the back foot.
You got some of those util combos and other things that we're seeing from GENG. Their executes look really, really clean in terms of the timing and all that. So a lot rolling GENG's way.
It's going to have to be a pretty deep dig here from Talon. 7-13 is the score. They need to look to bounce back from as they get ready to go into GENG's map, pick up Lotus. But for now, we'll pass things back over to the analyst desk.
First map going over to GENG, and I feel like GENG did this without even breaking a sweat. I feel like they weren't pushed that much. Sure, they had big rounds like Foxy9's, what, 2, 3, 4 days at some point, but I feel like GENG, they weren't pushed that much yet. They're conserving energy.
Yeah, that was a comfortable and confident map one from GENG. You know, you lose both pistols and you win 2 pistols and a bonus. I think they lost, winning 13-7. That is dominant. There's no 2 ways to look at it.
एक headphone, earphone, IM, कुछ बताओ best under 5 के under 5 को पता नहीं लेकिन मैं
I
Razer
felt
के
like this was
headphone के
a macro difference, I think.
और
Sorry to start choked up a little bit there. Talon, I think, at the end of the day, yeah, you know, I'm getting worried about their prospects for Bangkok here. I'm a big Thailand enjoyer personally. I think at the end of the day, the attacking side was very kind of back and forth, and I'm surprised Talon got as much out of that attack as they did. Considering the fact that GENG had full control of their economy, they had some great ult plays, but I agree the macro is better for GENG. In the last game, you saw Foxy9 kind of being the standout for GENG, and this time it was back to the regular scheduled programming. Both Karan and Texture had a fantastic game of bind here, and GENG, you know, this is the GENG that we really wanted to see, and for Talon, they kind of fell by the wayside a little bit. You go back, look at that game against T1 where they smashed T1. That was amazing to watch, but, you know, this is my kind of issue with the Talon system sometimes. Like, it does lead to some individual inconsistency, and some players just did not show up for Talon in this game when they really needed to.
Yeah, I think that's also why, like, for Talon, you kind of feel like it's 50-50, as I mentioned earlier, right? It sometimes boils down to luck, it sometimes boils down to individual performance, and unfortunately, it just didn't come together on Bind, which is surprising because I thought they would be ready for this. I think this is the map that they should have won if they want the momentum going into the rest of the series.
It's going to be a tough rest of the series for Talon. That's certainly one way to put it, because they picked Bind. I mean, so we saw a lot of good stuff going on in this. I mean, this was a huge moment, of course, where we see this Gecko ult trap into that orbital strike, and to me this really highlights the macro difference between these two teams, where Talon are trying to go into showers, but they don't have that long control.
And they should know as well the fact that the other team has the B long control and they have the Gecko ult going into that round, so you really shouldn't be getting caught by an ult trap like that. This round was also brilliant to watch for GENG, down to 10 seconds. This is looking like a really sketchy round for them, and look at the way they combo their ult. There is nowhere to stand on this B site. Orbital on the left side, Mosh into the cubby, Fade ult tags up a lot of these players, and look at them trying to get out of the site, guys. Like, they are tagged by the Fade ult, low HP, can't hear anything that's happening, and they're getting util dumped on their heads while the rest of GENG run into the site.
Great understanding from GENG and how to use their comp for the rest of the ability. But we have to highlight this, man. I mean, what a game from Karan. This was like 2023 Karan. I felt like I was right back in January of last year.
Oh, I think 2024 is the problem because technically
he was just in ranked.
He was in ranked. He was at home, you know, wondering like, I wonder if I'll be on that stage.
Yeah, look, you're right. 2024, maybe 2023 as well.
Maybe. Who knows?
This
like,
is, regardless, this is peak Caron. He looked wonderful this week.
The individual plays made a big difference for GENG.
आपके बिना watch party में मजा नहीं आता. Love you, Sagar
MVP texture showing up to this game as well when they kind of went missing on the last game of Bind that we saw from the GENG guys here in Pacific. So the players, the core that have had slow starts and some kind of lackluster maps turning up in the lower bracket, and I really do think that loss against DRX gave GENG the fire and the motivation that they need to turn up here, and I'm hoping that this is going to be them bouncing off the bottom of the lower bracket and, you know, trying to punch themselves a ticket in towards Bangkok.
And yet, despite that, I feel like, despite the flexing that you see here, I feel like that was just GENG at 50% power. They weren't pushed just yet. They were so confident coming in. Yet Talon, you kind of felt like they sometimes second-guessed themselves. You felt like they would double back on some decisions, and that led to maybe some miscommunications or mistimings.
From my opinion, I felt like this was a much smoother GENG. This is kind of more the GENG we've been looking to see. This was not Talon anywhere near their ceiling. Like we spoke about, they're a very fluctuating team. That has a high
They had plenty of time to prepare for this game. It's not like they didn't know what comp GENG was playing, but GENG just outplaying them in the server. And as I said before, a little bit too much inconsistency for Talon. Too many players unfortunately going missing, and they just didn't have the right reads on that map of Bind. So now that we're going into Lotus, I mean, this is a very worrying one for Talon. Last time these two teams played on it, GENG absolutely slapped them in the off-season, so it's going to have to be something special for Talon.
Bro,
I know 100%. They've been okay on this map, but they've only beaten Global, and Global had not the best-looking Lotus comp that I've ever seen, if you ask me.
GENG's Lotus is scary. It was scary all of last year. They've changed nothing. They're rolling with what they know works. This was a huge map, and a huge reason why they were able to bring that first international event back to Pacific. And so why change? You know, this is their home ground. GENG will feel wonderful going into this map too, and you have to be scared for Talon. They really need to pull it out the bag. We need a big performance from Primi, if anyone.
Liter coffee
in that first game, but we need more.
No, we need someone else to help Primi. Like, he played good already. We know he's going to drop bombs on the Clove, but he needs, like we've seen, like a 30 bomb from Ban the last time on Gecko. Like we've got some non-believers, I won't name any names, that are, you know, sending me some signals here, but I think that, you know, someone else is going to have to give Primi some help here. And we've seen some big gains from literally multiple different players. Ban's had a big game on the Gecko. You've seen some of the other boys, like Governor's had a good map here, or the Egypt boys in particular has been fantastic so far in this this tournament. Until Bind, that was probably his worst map of the tournament, so he really needs to bring some much better form here into Lotus.
Now I'm curious about the rebound for Talon, right? How do they come back and go into Lotus, knowing that this is GENG's map pick? They perform wonderfully here. I think that Nongshim might be the current occupants of Lotus. GENG, they're the landlords of Lotus.
The big thing is you can't be scared. Don't get in your head too much about thinking about the loss. You never want to think too far ahead. If you think you've lost, you've lost, and if you think you've won, you've lost.
But
you have to be in the moment. That's the
only
way to
approach.
Morgan, how can they not think ahead when they know that this is going to be for Masters Bangkok? That's like the big thing, you know, the pressure is getting to them now.
So one thing we would always tell the players is focus on what you can control. So focus round by round. That's the most important thing to do, is don't think about this big picture. You're playing a game of Valorant, a game that you've played a billion times. So just think, what's my job in this round? And that's how they keep themselves grounded and keep themselves moving forward. Don't think big picture. Do what you know how to do, and that's how you make the comebacks.
Right. What Masters Bangkok? No, there's none of that. There's only Lotus for now.
Doesn't exist.
For now, it's only Lotus, and it is, you know, round 0, 1, 2, 3, one step at a time. I hope that's what Talon's thinking going into this, because again, final Southeast Asia representative, and it is on their home ground. That's a big statement to make. But it is also GENG. How can we not have the Masters Shanghai winners going, advancing in the kickoff journey?
Yeah, I mean, they want to go back to more international events. As I said, they brought that trophy home for Pacific, and they're not going to be satisfied with one. They're not even going to be satisfied with the fact that they're in the lower bracket. I mean, they still have a lot more to overcome, but They look comfortable in map 1, and it's full steam ahead for them.
All right, let's see if Talon has got any more tricks in the bag. They're going to need to bring everything possible into this game after what just occurred on Binds. For Talon, they have changed things up. Primi back on the deadlock. No more double controller. Teo comes out for ban.
Yeah, I like the Teo. We've seen Teo be used well on this map, and we've also seen Deadlock used quite well on this map in the past. I like this comp change from Talon. I think they have more utility to work with than when they were using that Clove. Over on the side of GENG, exactly as expected.
Yeah, no more hard senti though for Talon. GENG can definitely take advantages of that, and they're going to know that Deadlock's going to be lurking in the middle of the map. Primi was already doing that on Clove. Look for GENG on this defense to go for those mid-round clears on front B and isolate that lurk for sure.
Well, pressure is mounting for sure on the side of Talon Esports and GENG. They can close this out as we jump into Lotus and pass it over to your casters, Paperthin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Let's see what happens as we get into this map. Big change. No double controller, no Primi on that Clover. It feels like he so often delivers, but he's going to be on the deadlock as Talon look to work the Teo into the comp.
Yeah, I like the change up. I mean, I think you're going to hopefully have a plan to kind of make life a little bit more miserable, especially on your attacker side. Obviously, they're starting on the defender side here, but
like flowers are like
the KJ
not
util,
smelling the same,
with
especially roses.
Can be a real
They
nuisance.
don't smell like roses
holding
anymore.
those angles, we've seen it before this year, where Foxy is a real menace, kind of watching the flanks and holding the line sometimes. Big push out, Jit in trouble.
Paranoia across, Jit able to find one texture, going to be taken down. That's a Frenzy out of the equation. Foxy similarly tagged up quite a bit. Nothing really suffered on the side of Talon here.
Able to escape. Looked like maybe they were going to be able to get ahead of that, but just barely able to find a way through.
Still Sonic Sensor. Will get cleared out. The entry into the site. Thought of there for a second. To readjust, looks for a little bit more. Just get overwhelmed though. Comes away with two and then opens up the site. Suffered, however.
GENG 2-0 जीत गया जीत गया भाई मैं सिंगर बनूं
now looking to push forward.
क्या बोलते हो एक कॉन्सर्ट हो जाए मेरा
Looks for a timing swing. It's going to be Yomet collecting himself a third kill as he gets a fourth. Now looks for the ace. But look at the HP. 40 health between two players. Nano lobbed in. Ban just gets ahead of it. Do they read this? Is the question. On the hunt. Unwise to it. Shots eventually connecting the haunt. Getting the reveal. Yomet now needing the ace, and he somehow gets it. GENG find their first pistol win in this series. The rookie getting an ace.
What a round for Yoman. Coming in here, Jit throws the Paranoia. That's how he gets texture there. And the deadlock util, a little late from Primi. And that's allowed them to swing through. What that first shot, absolutely nasty. And then they're getting ahead of the stealth drone. Reading that situation really nicely on Karan and Yoman. And that has to feel good. A lot of question marks about Yoman.
भाई टेक्सचर को देख के क्यों स्माइल आ जाता है भाई
silencing a lot of the doubters. Foxy9 finds one with the Marshall.
Yeah, Primi seemingly maybe just you can see where the bullet's at. Going for a jiggle peek. Ends up getting taken down. Ban just kind of drifting across with a classic in hand.
Binks भाई आप पिंगी को रोज नहीं दे रहे तो मैं दे सकती हूँ शिवांगी जी.
But already Talon start getting clustered over towards this side of the map.
Standard.
GENG not exactly enjoying this.
Cute थे अपन. C division.
Quiet that they're seeing.
तुम
just
cute
go
नहीं
ahead
थे.
and back away.
कुछ और थे C से.
Hightail it out.
Timing there.
I mean, if he just parks up here in main, has the turret, can just peek back over, and that Marshall at this range could just tear them asunder.
Yeah, Yoman able to scoop up Texture's Phantom. But it's not gonna
देख रहा ना दोस्त भाई 2 साल पहले कैसी थी एक बार देखना भाई 2 साल का कोई भी इसका स्ट्रीम उठा के ना शादी के पहले का इसका वैलोरेंट स्ट्रीम उठा के देखना और कंपेयर करना बाप रे इसका इसे क्या अभी पे
looks for the little hip fire here shot, can't quite get that last one off, so Chip Boys does manage to put him down, picks up the Marshall.
वे 3v2 है तो क्या वो जीत गए बॉयज रखेगा नाम.
Light buys killed off here on the side of GENG. Still very healthy.
That's a good question.
Given the weaponry that they're looking to carry forward. And it seems like Talon widely going to be making the call to play for any kind of exits they may be able to get.
Cat, we are close to 5k likes. Like the boss, सारे मिलके.
That would be huge. Not really giving them many opportunities.
भाई अभी क्वेश्चन ये है कि GENG versus T1 कौन जीतेगा? That is the question.
That should be.
मेरे हिसाब से GENG.
All she wrote there. Well, I mean, some damage done by Talon, but man, Foxy, really good stuff with that Marshall.
I mean, if he had gotten that kill on the Jit, I was expecting, maybe a back-to-back ace.
That could be.
Coming through. Quick shots. 2-0.
Except the
cow. Going to be carried forward. Economy in a good spot here for GENG.
चार बंदे पे लग गए
GENG though,
GENG के लग गया अगर ये सैचल मारा लग गया
Texture gets out in front of Rubble, sprays across, is able to find Governor, but Jit Boy's peeking out the door at Tree. As Manta traded out, 1-for-1, the Raze is dead. Swing from Van, finds one, the rest of the players continue with the challenge, but Yo-Man comes up with two! Cruising Van,
Deadlock land agent क्यों है? Guess करो, guess करो. देखो किधर है?
Foxy. Things are already fairly catastrophic here for Talon. As you say, Foxy crept forward. Primmy seemed like he had given it a brief thought. Tiny glance into that corner. But second guesses it. Pays the ultimate price.
Huh? Just saying.
Now he can cover everything.
भाई ये राउंड भी जीत गए जेंजी भाई इजी है जेंजी के लिए इजी हो रहा है
Jit Boys does he even go for this?
I think थोड़ा मेरे को क्लोज करना पड़ेगा ये मैच
behind this everybody else on Talon broke.
I mean it's a question of the call. Do you opt to just go ahead and get a full economic reset across the team? Do you want to have that one hero rifle carried forward? Seems like it's going to be the latter. Jit Boys just hovering around, not making any hard commitments here. So in the end, GENG will get a bonus conversion. 3-0 start. And for Talon, that's the question, do we just see the timeout immediately from here?
My guess is probably. Gotta try to turn something around relatively quickly. GENG on the hunt. But we can see Jit Boys tucked in. Just waiting this out. I mean, this is something that first of all, Texture just gets ahead of all this util. Look at this. Ahead of everything except the paranoia. Still finds a kill while he's getting clipped by it. And then, oh my god, they just lined up for him. But this is something that we saw in the match against DFM with Foxy9, that he was a lot better on the lurks. Something that in the beginning of the season on this map, he wasn't really seemingly as comfortable with, or at least wasn't finding as much value when he tried it. Now we're seeing him get those opportunities to get those easy kills. Reminiscent of Meteor last year.
Oh, gotta be careful. There's the jiggle out. I don't think, did he go wide enough to get a glimpse here?
Dekha.
I think he had. A couple shots out, and now Cruz knows to back away.
Clear the turret.
Clear the turret.
Yeah. The door immediately opened, but like Talon got out just in time. Shot sprayed both ways.
So
now GENG making it pretty difficult to read what they're doing, where they're at. You're getting a little bit of attention over towards A as well. Just Primmy here on C.
Sonic sensor spotted and cleared. Slow creep up this haunt. Clears out this corner of the site. Primmy just tucked back away, waiting for reinforcements to get into range. Oh, this Foxy, I mean, so damn patient. Watching that angle the entire time, and now Cruz dead. So tap the spike, Salvo still available here from Ban to try to delay. 33 seconds remaining in the round. So just cycle another smoke forward here. Ooh, that into the corner, the Salvo going to be coming down. Karan trying to just TP out towards safety, and now Texture striking on the corner. Finds one, Munchkin gets the other. Karan does end up falling, but further damage not likely to be found. Munchkin hunting, the ping coming down here.
Hey, talent was almost there, baby.
He has the shot, Ban, unable to answer one back. Bouncing out Primmy, desperately trying to line it up, but Munchkin with 3 gets GENG to 4. We look to the next buy round to see if Talon can get themselves on the board.
GENG is just so clinical. like you mentioned, tremendous patience from Foxy9 on the other side of the map. They just break through. I mean, a nice attempt at the combo with the grab net and the salvos. At least force out Karn into an awkward position where he did end up getting killed by Governor, but they're just so patient. GENG is happy to just work the map, try to bait utility, try to spread as much as they can to find those little nooks and crannies to tuck themselves into, or to at least just get you to waste utility and find that open space to get the plant down. So the real question is, Talon, what do you do? So far, a lot of your different looks have been pretty well handled by GENG. If you try to contest off the rip at Rubble, you still lost the player. You're just getting dissected piece by piece. The push out of B main almost cost you a player. Everything seems to have a response from GENG so far. I mean, I think, you know, just a little bit more of a commit towards the A Rubble fight, maybe. Try to make sure
That's your favorite current player in VCT?
Okay. You're so invested in that.
He's left hanging for so long.
Yeah.
How are you going to have good vibes on stage?
I don't know.
Fist bumps aren't even.
Then it's impossible.
6 घंटे के बाद birthday.
Yo man's 7-0. Hasn't died yet.
He hasn't gotten any kills since his first 2 rounds, but it doesn't matter.
अभी वो चल रहेगा TH versus VIT. Huh?
Nightfall going to be sent down here. There's texture. Decent damage taken here on entry into the site. Knocked down to 32. Things get opened up a bit. Cruz trying to go for the reset, but Foxy is able to find it now. Can just try to send it. Maybe a timing ultimate here as texture.
चलेगा वो low था.
Calvin Caron noting it as the smoke dissipates, finds the elimination. Foxy at the ready. The ult invested might not even be necessary as Caron just knocks them all back one after the other. The decay will expire, but Ban still just here. 51 HP versus 3. The Hawk gets the reveal even. And ultimately he has to back away.
है कि नहीं भाई लंड
On
एजेंट?
the hunt, the Prowler leading the chase.
Rajat bhai, thank you for the super chat.
Anticipating the pressure in from behind, but doesn't have the headshot. Munchkin claims it as GENG. Continue now 5-0.
Well, this isn't even a fake. It's actually just a Nightfall to clear out a link to make sure you can get pretty deep, and it didn't even get to the spot on the Cruz there. Okay, you get the showstopper kill. Karn gets hit by the net, and it doesn't matter. There's no stopping this man today. Just disgusting. Almost gets that last one on a ban. Just crazy how fired up he is, dude. He is just...
The last frame of that was fantastic. Somebody's got somebody screenshot that because it was great. GENG.
भाई वो वॉल भी अपग्रेड हो गया था यहाँ का एक नाइफ में टूटता था अभी नहीं टूटता.
Caron just pushing forward, finding one, should get punished and will. Man does manage to trend it back as the Armageddon gets invested. Texture in the meantime, steamrolling his way into his back sight. Youngman going to be spotted on the cross, and Primi now having to back away. Noted here at Waterfall, the net does go through, but doesn't connect on the texture, I don't believe. Just a bit shy. Similarly, the salvos. Showstopper now out, spot onto one. Governor annihilated. Foxy takes down Primi. 2 players now remaining from the side of Talon. They look for the concussed. The texture just wide swings in. Nearly
almost almost.
All those bullets just dancing around Ban.
Bullets.
1 way to cross नहीं है लेकिन.
Down to 86, but Foxy just plays backside.
By 6-0, strong there.
GENG 6-0, no end in sight.
GG. There is no way they lose this half already.
They're just causing so many problems on one side of the map. Meanwhile, they're just slow creeping their way through the other. It's Caron here. Finds that kill on a Cruz who's just staring at the other side of the map or something. I don't know if he's let loose with a Prowler there, but just shot in the ear. And meanwhile, the main force of GENG is actually just coming towards C, and by the time Talon figures it out, it's too late. They're so hard to read, man, because they're always showing you a different player. This time it's Caron out front. Oh boy.
Oops, he's made. Governor plays off the back of that one, pushing forward, but he's only able to find one. Pan. Dying breath, just find the headshot on to Foxy9. And as the dust settles,
मेरे मेरी टीम का याद आया पता है यही मैप यही फाइटिंग यही फाइट
Munchkin one away from the pit. Jit boys tucked in. Seaside starting to slowly creep forward. Turret obviously not going to mean a damn thing, and if he keeps pushing out wider and wider, may just find Munchkin. Slowly drifting into B. Does he actually look for it? He does. Has the headshot. Munchkin dead. Now all on Yeoman.
क्यों रहेगा यहाँ पे फेड बताओ क्यों रहेगा
exactly where he's at.
The 1v2, one death to his name, slowly starting to work forward. Jit boys just around that corner, but it's not going to be checked.
Deadlock का पूरा setup
Instead, Yeoman ends up inching forward towards this C site.
Primy's got a good feeling.
He does. He's got a good shot.
Good.
Takes him down, Talon.
Good.
At long last, get themselves around victory.
This one still, even though they get the win, it's on a knife's edge. I mean, it's a 3-for-3 for the rubble battle. Nice entry by Governor. Opens up some space here for Ban. And then, if that lurk is 2 seconds later, there's a chance Munchkin's just watching it.
Come on.
पॉजिटिव है
Calls trying to rally the team.
प्रीमी अल्टी है फेड अल्टी है
Few remaining
सी
rounds
जा
in
नहीं
the half.
सकते हेवी रीटेक हो जाएगा
Primy's got that annihilation.
Opportunity to still try to recover this half. Could all start here, but GENG need, or rather Talon, need to try to get themselves a consecutive round victory.
Is anybody going to be able to back up Cruz? Finally, Governor has arrived on site.
Governor at row, Primy not too far off here. Just outside of stairs, anticipating some forward pressure. Nightfall still held. Tap of the door. Nightfall going to be sent. Cruz blinded up, however, ends up getting taken down. Snowman opens the door.
The TP behind.
TP comes in, but it's noted. Foxy turns back. Jit boys taken down. Primy, however, able to get the catch. Net goes in. Texture locked in position. An easy kill. As GENG now start rethinking whether or not they want to try to take the spike into this site here.
Short
पे Governor. That might entice them a little bit further.
जीत गया ना GENG
2v4, a potential pit staring them in the face here. GENG given the numbers advantage,
Oh!
might be feeling good about it. Annihilation is going to get sent out, gets the grab. The pull coming through, but as Primy tries to drop down, he ends up falling to the wayside.
30 seconds left.
Clear out on the Annihilation. No Cocoon to try to play off of. No easy pick. Just banned now in a 1v3.
Spike planted.
बस नेड और वो सब है
What do you do?
Tap on the door. I mean, the full kit is available for him.
अब डन बेटे
Salvo's there, but just swing the angle.
यूज क्यों नहीं किया कुछ
Gets picked off. Yeoman with another. GENG not allowing
क्योंकि उसकी मर्जी है
for Talon to get any kind of consecutive victories. 7-1.
तुम्हारे पास दिमाग है यूज करते
Continue to just look absolutely indomitable here on Lotus.
I'm just.
चला
Oh
agree
my
तो क्या
God,
मेरे
the
पास
timing
दिमाग
on
है
this.
Boys, yeah, he can't see me.
ब्रैकेट में था
I'm
I
too
don't,
far away.
and I don't think Foxy got hit by the Nightfall, so he can hear it, right? The
यार
plan
मत
there
कर
is
मुक्का
Cruz
मारूंगा
hits it with the Nightfall. Nobody can hear anything.
8 घंटे सो के
Yeah.
ऑन कर रहे मेरे बाजू में ही
That's a
यार
great read from Foxy. And in general, just great patience from GENG. The Nightfall lands, and they just pause. Let's go, what's this? What's coming at us? Hold on.
थोड़ा एक्टिव रहेगी तू थोड़ा एक्टिव रहेगी
So
Yes, it's gonna be yes. It's just gonna be a double kill into a triple from Munchkin.
वो एक्टिव हो गया पैंच
He likes those odds.
कौन
Ban
बढ़ गया है
now,
अभी
lone
इसको
player on A. Primy alone on C has a Guardian. A chance to maybe answer back a bit of damage here. As Munchkin
Enemy remaining.
readjusts,
कैसा मंचकिन का
finds the fourth. The fifth, however,
भाई वो लोग
nowhere
पीछे
nearby.
जा रहे हैं ट्राई
Primy
हार्डर
strikes. Go ahead and pick up the gun. Vandal now going to be in hand. Despite however being ushered across the
ट्राई
PA
हार्ड
side,
कर रहे हैं
Munchkin
VCT
looking
चल
for
रहा
an
है
ace.
क्या
मंचकिन को एज दे रहा है वो मंचकिन
Looks to go ahead and intercept.
If I'm Texture, I'm trying to steal this.
Well, Texture's doing what he's told. Boss says stay put.
Spike planted.
Come on, Texture.
Here comes the push out. Munchkin anticipating it a little bit closer. There's the swing. Tries to go for it, and Primy will be able to deny it. Munchkin maybe saying, okay, yeah, I get it now.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe our whole team's just cursed.
Well, Yeoman got one.
That's true, he did. Good point.
भाई ये भी अगर वन में रहता था ना कोई शॉट का
Now, I mean, Kirby is pretty much just boxed in.
ऐसे देखो इसको स्पेक्टेट कर रहा
Hold on to the weapon, but
अभी देख रहा
rotates back and oh no.
मेरा हो गया भाई.
Appreciate you. Just, I mean,
I think that's more BM than teabagging.
yeah.
It's just so brutal.
Yeah, it is a bit. I mean, I don't know what you do here. I get it.
Ace miss हो गया करके.
You know, Texture's just like, see, now you know what it's like. You're all laughing at me all the time.
Well, here we go, explosiveness. Off the rim again. Texture blast packing up into the smoke, is able to find one. Jin Boys has TP'd onto Rubble, but Texture just sprays up the top. Finds the kill. Munchkin dropping down here off train. He just sticks the landing. It's a 10 out of 10, and Cruz is dead. Ban now trying to find his way out of this cubby, but he cannot. The wheels have long since come off. GENG are just looking almost perfect.
Yep.
भाई एक रीजन है ये इनका मैप पिक के बे एक रीजन है बे क्या लेवल का प्रैक्टिस किया रहेगा बे लोग ने
The mountain cliff looms.
हर बार स्मोक में घुस रहे हो हर बार.
I almost had that happen to me before.
Really?
It was on a bus that was parked on a hill, and the bus
मैं
driver
अगर
did not engage the parking brake.
Oh, and they like started to roll.
And we started rolling towards a very
तो मैं
busy
स्मोक
intersection.
में नेड करता.
That's scary, dude.
Yeah, Kansas City.
और
And I
सीज
was
पिट
15 years old, and we were
सीज और वो
petrified
दूसरा
'cause we were
नेड
at the very
वाप
back of the bus.
सीज बोल रहा
I
है
bet.
और वो
We're the
दूसरा
first
नेड
ones to go, I guess.
3A.
People might be wondering why I'm telling that story, and it's because there's
अगर
not
मैं
much else to talk about in this round.
That is correct.
Premium's going to look to save.
समझ रहे हो
They're going to look to
फेड
hunt.
सी पे
See if
रिवील
they can hold on to the weapon.
क्राउलर और स्विच करेगा. ए पे आएगा नेट और
Tremendous
हो
what
नेट
he's able to
And
एक
do.
इधर
swing
एक
from the
रफल
scorecard,
और
and
बीच में
just
रेस
can't
का
find it.
Just wide swing him.
Foxy survives, 30 HP, nothing carried over, 9-1.
I mean, they just do such a good job. Texture again, these blast packs to get around all this, how he just sees it for a moment. That's all he needs. I was wondering how he got that first one. The second one, I'm not sure if it got called out or he saw the tether.
बस मारता ना रे.
And he got tagged up by the haunt, I believe. And they're so clean, they're so efficient on this map.
हो गया बे दोनों राउंड अगर चिल किया ना ओनली नाइफ करो
all the
ऑल पे
gears
लिखो
turn
ओनली
together
नाइफ
in lockstep
कम ओनली
for
नाइफ
Gen
मिड
G.
ऐसे कुछ.
Opt for Munchkin.
Governor jiggled, spotted that. Ooh, trying to send a warning shot. Munchkin, that flick. I would have been out of my seat.
You ain't Texture yet.
नहीं हिटर लोग गिरे
Those
तुम लोग.
flicks at least. 4K we got.
Double sack here. Foxy swings into it. Let's get taken down. Ban able to collect the kill.
Good patience reading the tendency there of Foxy to try to push that space.
And Munchkin since abandoned the operator here as Paint Shell's going to go flying through. TP, or rather just a swing out from Jit Boys, I should say. He's able to get the catch. Come in here, Jit Boys continuing to press forward. Prowler scouts him. So they look to set up a little bit of a high-low here as well. But Yeoman able to isolate. Some shots even go across here on the Jit Boys. Ball goes across, has to tuck back through the baby door, across over towards B. Jiggle Peak, spotting him out. Showstopper now drawn, set, dead. Texture, signed, set, delivered it.
Enjoy करते हुए. Love you, DG. Love you. Thank you for the 1000.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, भाई ये भी राउंड हार गए.
Here's dead. The drop spot noted. Gravnet able to get a catch here onto one, but Yeoman quickly removes it as Primi slowly tries to swing up the corner, but there's the peak. The timing is so damn clean from Yeoman. Span once again left to his own devices, and Karan is just wide swinging like an absolute monster. 10-1.
I will say it's something that was working for Gen G a lot against DFM with those wide swings, and it is working a treat against Talon, especially when you've got him in those isolated fights. Gen G is just so good at readjusting. I mean, I thought this Nightfall was like pretty ambitious against Jit, and then they're just like, don't worry, there's more in the back. There's a showstopper to come, and that's going to buy us the space we need.
मिल गया ना लेकिन शायद. I think
Outlaws
chance point
galore
मिल गया.
and
Two
an op.
outlaws and an op.
Let's do it.
They know that they're going to be having half armors, and Munchkin's able to find first blood. Premi, however, able to answer one back. Showstopper from Governor takes down Yeoman. Chip Boys gets a piece of the pie. The spike is now stranded, as it's all down to texture. Swings out, gives them a very good fight. But in the last round of the half, Talon will be able to find their second round win.
Switching sides.
Doesn't get too much better than what we just saw from GENG on that attacker side. It's everything you've come to expect from this team on this map. They're so good at using your own kind of reads on the map against you. Something we saw so many times last year, why they were able to win a Masters. This is just kind of a GG go next round, but right off the rip, the Annihilation got sent, the Showstopper got sent. Just both teams just kind of knew there was a fight coming out of C Lobby. They went right for it, but just in general, I mean, so many of the things that we saw are coming back into form now. In the beginning of this stage, GENG didn't look like they had a lot of those tools in the kit. It looked like they were still trying to get a read on, okay, our coordination, when can we lurk, when, you know, it felt like Munchkin's like game calling was a little bit off sometimes, where he wasn't quite reading his opponents very well. He wasn't able to set up for some of those weird maneuvers that we're seeing now.
Yeah, their rotations in the
यार प्रेमी के लिए बुरा लग रहा है, सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ यार,
प्रेमी
के लिए बुरा लग रहा है.
It's, you know, Munchkin's very well known for getting those early reads and putting his players in the position that they need to be to counteract.
मैंने आपका हाथी वाला डायलॉग मेरे दोस्त पे मारा, उसने मुझे हिप्पो का बोल दिया. ऐसे में क्या किया जाए? हाथी wins.
If they want to stay here in Kickoff, they want to have that opportunity to make it to Masters Bangkok.
Celebrate bye! इतने घंटे के बाद Sleepless Nights के बाद भी पूरा रीड कर रहे तो बाबी जी को भी मैनेज करना struggle is real by सच्ची.
It's so hard.
Hello, excuse me.
At this point, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, GENG is just looks too clean. It's not just one thing. It's a lot of different things. When you're up 10-2. It's not just the game plan, it's the execution, the coordination, the communication. All of it looks world class right now for GENG. And Talon is scrambling. They're going to try to make a push, but GENG, 3-man stack right outside of this A main door. Just Primi.
Jiggle peeks, spots him out. That will go through, try to buy some space. In the meantime, Governor looking for the entry here on the site, up and over the top. Munchkin swinging around, looking for his target. Foxy's going to be the one to collect it. Dealt with. However, deep push coming through, but oh man! Yeoman finds the headshot, and it just continues to spiral out of control into the depths here for Talon is Primi. The last hope, the last one standing. Munchkin making plenty of noise. Primi opens up, finds the kill. But now has to kill 4 more. The spike stranded here on the B site. 2 players tagged up. Foxy and Texture. First one try to face against is going to be Yeoman. Swings out, finds it. 75 health remaining. Now 34. Blast pack sent. Gets another. Primi, can he do it? 15 seconds. I don't think they're even going to give him the opportunity. It's not enough time. But realistically now at this point, he has to die. And they're not going to allow it, I don't think. Maybe Karen wants the ult charge. Wants to watch and make sure they don't have enough time to get the plant. You know, he'll just swing. He will be able to put him down. GENG.
Babiji, this is for Binks by evening Pani party मेरे तरफ से love you.
Lotus 11-2.
This just shows how smart GENG is, because we saw a very similar pistol round on Bind where you just send Governor out on his own. I don't know if it was a pistol. I think it was a pistol. Anyway, you just send Governor out on his own, right? And the rest of the team is doing other stuff to try to find that open space that Governor is creating. And this time, GENG has a backup plan. Because they had taken control of A lobby so firmly, they're able to wrap right around to A link really quickly to actually cut off the main brunt of the assault. Oh, this is bad.
Dear.
अरे पच मैच खत्म भाई
coming through. Swap over off the outlaw here from Foxy 9, but with the ghost, he's still able to get it done. Governor now having to clear out that turret. Just find the kill. Got so much more facing him, barreling him down. 12-2. GENG up to series point. Looking to earn their spot in that lower final tomorrow versus T1.
Primi 11 kill yaar.
The judges, pretty good. Pretty good. And it's not too hard. They walk into it. One round separates GENG from facing off against T1 tomorrow. The best of 5 to see who will go to Masters Bangkok. And Talon, 10 rounds in a row. Oh boy.
Dang, well, rare misses there from Boxy9.
He didn't hit a single shot.
Yeah, not able to find a damn thing off of that. Munchkin finds Jit Boys teleporting forward into his smoke, trades in his stinger, gets a Bulldog first trouble. That's a gap in the wall that I think he could crouch underneath, actually. Got their way through Waterfall. We'll see though, but for now, plant here on the corner.
Spike planted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It is being watched, however. Seems like the weaknesses are known. Munchkin still will find one. Gets timing as he tries to go for the poison orb.
Love you, yaar.
Ends up falling to the wayside as Yeoman pushes forward. Now it is all on ban. Salo's there for a delay if he can try to buy enough time, but he cannot. GG! GENG will eliminate Talon and move forward into the lower final tomorrow
thank you
versus
so
T1.
much.
It
Love
seems
you.
like the beast is awakened for GENG. Ever since they dropped to DRX, they have been dominant. They have found that stride again, and they are looking to go to yet another international event to represent Korea, to represent Pacific.
Bugs by up in the chat, Pinky Noob, dancing, share, giving, thank you the 100. Sure. Sure. देख रहे हो हाथ पकड़ने का कैजुअल तरीका यही होता है भाई जब बंदा इतना स्मार्ट रहता ना यही होता है क्या नींद आएगा दैट इज द क्वेश्चन
लेटोगे तो आएगा ना
मैं अगर 7:30 बजे सोया अप्रॉक्स 8:30 9:30
मैं अगर लेटी ना तेरे से पहले सो जाऊंगी
वो बात अलग है दैट इज वेरी ट्रू बट कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन जेंजी बट इट्स नॉट ओवर येट इनको अभी T1 को हरा के अपना स्पॉट लेना है
रुक वो लोग का वॉक देखने दे टेक्सचर का
Not just sort of, but definitely fierce. Because you never know if they can find that consistency, if they can find that form throughout the rest of this season, look, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. We know what they're capable of. We know that this whole team can be more than the sum of their parts sometimes. And we need to see that more often. And that's, you know, a lot of work to do between now and stage 1. But if they can get there, then they absolutely are going to be a team that's going to be able to compete for titles in Pacific. We're going to be a team that we're going to be seeing more often at the global events. But GENG, last couple of years, this team bringing Solo in as the coach and bringing these players in, the core, Texture, Munchkin, Karan, absolutely otherworldly.
Yeah, and the level up across the series that we've witnessed so far at Kickoff has been pretty palpable. We'll see how far this can go. Can they get through T1?
3 लाख का पैकेज लगा है 10 सैलरी आते
We'll find out, but for now GENG will have their moment in the spotlight and they will be back on this stage in less than 24 hours to see if they can get to another
congratulations DJY, congratulations.
I don't want to photobomb them, but congratulations. Oh my god. Karon, 안녕하세요.
पहला जी भी बोल रहे तेरे को congratulations. मेरा भी घर टूटा बेंच.
All right, another win against Talon in the books for GENG. A clean 2-0 win. So, what are you thinking? How was your day today? 일단 탈론을 상대로
हमारा दिन बहुत बुरा गया क्योंकि हम लोग 2-0 जीते हमने सोचा क्या क्वेश्चन कैजुअल क्वेश्चन बेला जी
오늘 생각보다 이제
कैजुअल क्वेश्चन
सुनने दे मेरे को
폼이 좀 잘 나와줘서 좋았고요. 저희가 이제 계속 얘기를 하면서 성장을 해 나가는 모습이 너무 보기 좋았던 것 같아요.
I think I exceeded my own personal expectations, my performance, and I'm really happy with how my team's communicating and that we're maturing and our teamwork is just getting stronger day by day. And I wanted to ask you, you stole that winning momentum against Talon on early bind. So what was that turning point? How did you guys decide to navigate that? 바인드 초반에 탈론 선수들에게서 뭔가 좀 이 분위기 기세를 가져오는 그 전환점이 있었던 것 같은데 기세를 다시 빼앗아오기 위해서 좀 어떤 이야기로 경기를 풀어 나가셨을까요?
일단은 저희는
तो
이제
जैसा
싸워도 그냥
यूट्यूब को मैं
어차피
30%
다시 복구할
देता
수
हूँ वैसा
있다는
डीजी
마인드가
बाय
있기 때문에 아마
सैलरी का
경기
30% समझ रहे
중에서는
हो?
상범이 형이 샤워에서 2킬을 했던 적이 있거든요. 그때가 아마 저희의
चलो।
장단점이었던 것 같아요.
मेरा पार्सल भी आ गया मिलते गाइस बाय 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 आदियो चड्डी में आदियो टेक केयर सी आई लव यू एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस डीजी बाय बाय गाइस मिलते हैं ईएमएस सी टेक केयर बाय